Hey guys, happy Friday. Hope you guys are doing well. I see lots of good mornings and happy Fridays and emojis in the chat. Also, and I'm still looking for BMAC, Nana Banana. Believe it was her birthday 2 days ago, but haven't seen her yet. So want to put that out there in the air in case she hits the replay today or joins us. Happy birthday to Nana Banana. And I also think it's Kiss and Pink's birthday. So if he pops in today, make sure you wish him a happy birthday. We've got the last bit here before deliberations can start. We're going to get through the jury instructions, also called the jury charges. It's kind of a confusing term, but it is what it is. And we might have some housekeeping with figuring out how we're going to select the alternate. The judge only wants to keep one of the three alternates on call because they're going to sequester the jury until they get to a verdict. So let's see what ends up happening here. And even though jury instructions kind of boring, I think it'll be interesting to see what the final language is. They are going to be tedious and long because it's several charges, 4 co-defendants, and some pretty complicated stuff. I did skip all this downtime, and this might be quiet, but from panning, I'm hidden behind the camera here, from panning the timeline, kind of looked like we rearranged seats. So if that's the case, let's check it out. I'm going to make the conclusion, if we see that the fight we saw yesterday was something between Rashad and Davion. Let's see what this looks like, this new court arrangement. Oh, why is the screen blue? There we go. That was weird. It just flipped blue for me for a second. Yeah, he's sitting in a different angle. So it looks like they swapped him and Sean Gathright. Yeah, there was something that went haywire yesterday. I did try to do some volume cleanup. If you guys want, we could take a look at it and see if you guys can hear anything. I heard what I believed was Rashad saying, "I'ma pray for you, I'ma pray for you," while Davion was saying something that I couldn't make out. Yeah, the cousin fighting. Yeah, but this is definitely a different angle that he's sitting out. Yeah, and then Gathwright's in his seat. So Rashad's still probably over off the screen here. Yeah, to me, other people's drama, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with it. I think it was the closing by Davion that put Rashad at the Airbnb. The argument that Davion wasn't using the phone, why would he be contacting Charmaine Steiger? It was Rashad borrowing his phone to make these communications, which would mean that Rashad would have to be in the same physical location as Davion's device. And at the same time, I'm not going to fault one defendant for doing what they can to defend themselves. Seems like an issue, a severance issue. And all of the defendants have requested severance in this case. It was denied. We've heard Sinardi renew the motion for severance and ask for a mistrial because of the denial of severance. So I do think that's going to be something that's going to be argued on appeal if it comes to that. But yeah, that's a great example there of why someone would request a severance. And I mean, what do you do? What do you do? What if an attorney knew the best way to defend the client was to argue something, but the client's like, no, I don't want to throw my relative, my co-defendant, whatever, under the bus. I mean, the attorney still has a job to do. And if they don't defend them, what if their client later is like, oh, it's ineffective assistance of counsel because they didn't say the thing that would defend me? Chance still isn't in his normal seat. Let's see, they might have a lot of... All right, the judge doesn't get there for quite a bit, but they do have some motions. Check out Rashad a little bit here. At least he's not facing away from the judge anymore. Remember, they had his back facing the bench like the whole trial.
In.
All right, there we go.
Present, defendants are present, defense counsel's present. So before we get going, we do need to bring in juror 32 and initials CRP. So if you please bring that juror in.
This is the juror where they said the name yesterday. So if you missed it, right after the state did their first closing statements, they took a lunch break. And when they come back from lunch break, Michelle Doherty, the prosecutor, tells everybody, like, hey, I gotta let everybody know I heard somebody say good job, and I turned around. It was a juror. We were standing by the elevator. I didn't say anything back, but I'm letting you guys know. So that is the juror that they just called now.
Your Honor, briefly,
Yeah, okay.
in talking to Mr. Wise, who's not here, there he is, at the very moment, Judge, and in our conversation yesterday about alternates, was the court considering, I just wanted to clarify, that in excusing one of the alternates and keeping two,
Wait 1 second. Yes.
in excusing one of the alternates and keeping two, that we would intend to potentially excuse the one that had the exchange with Mr.
Well, that was his motion. So, but I'm going to talk to the juror first, and then you can see if you renew the motion or not. Okay? That was the request from Mr. Wise. Okay, I'm sorry, just bring him in. Good morning, sir. Just have a seat. You're good. You're good. Just have a seat. Yeah, have a seat. Everyone have a seat as well. So it was brought to my attention that you may have had some interaction with one of the prosecutors in this case. Do you remember saying like good morning or good job or anything along those lines? Okay.
Yesterday, Your Honor.
Okay.
I did it.
Okay. And what did you say specifically?
Good job, I think so.
Okay. And I know we had a discussion about the fact that the attorneys could not have any contact with you, and I may have not been clear that also includes you all not having any contact with the attorneys. So let me just ask you this question. Is there anything about that you think would impair or impact your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
Impair.
Okay. And do you understand that the defendants, all four of the defendants, are presumed innocent unless and until the state proves their guilt beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt?
Yes.
And can you give the defendants the presumption of innocence and hold the state to that verdict?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Any questions from any counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Petrides. Okay. Thank you so much. You can join the others.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It's all new for everybody. Well, some of us. Okay. Any additional motions?
Wait just a moment.
Sure.
We would not be making a motion at this time.
Okay. Very
Yes,
good.
Judge, we would agree.
Okay. So, I know we discussed the state expressed some hesitancy in not bringing all three alternates back if necessary. We're talking about a week. So is still your position that all three would need to come back next week?
Judge, it is. I mean, I am concerned, not through any fault of any jurors in the past, but there have been situations that have arisen where we have had to use every single alternate that we have, and just because of the length of this trial and everything that we put into it.
Okay, I understand. All right. I'm glad I'm on record saying I would excuse at least one, so there you go. Okay, and then after I instruct the jury and after they begin their deliberations, I'm going to rule on the Davion Murphy's motion for mistrial, okay? Anything else that we need to discuss
Oh, okay.
before I bring in the jurors? Okay, hearing nothing, let's go ahead and bring them in.
All rise. All jurors are in.
Okay, very good. All right, and we need to pass out a copy of the jury instructions. Oh, they already have them? Okay, very good. So I'm getting ready to give you your final instructions on the law. I've given each of you a copy of those instructions so you can read along as I'm reading them to you, okay? All right, let's begin. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy, the defendants in this case, have been accused of the crimes of murder in the first degree and conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. Defendants Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy have also been accused of 3 counts of the crime of attempted murder in the first degree. Defendant Sean Gathright has also been accused of the crime of tampering with physical evidence. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that a defendant committed the main crimes of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute lesser included crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if a defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. There are no lesser crimes indicated in the definition of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of attempted first-degree murder are attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter, and aggravated battery. There are no lesser crimes indicated in the definition of tampering with physical evidence. Introduction to homicide. Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy are accused of murder in the first degree and conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree in counts 1 and 2. Murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that is excusable or was committed by the use of justifiable deadly force is lawful. If you find Charles Jones was killed by Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was murder in the first degree, murder in the second degree, or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Excusable homicide. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. 1, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent, or 2, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation, Or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used, and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. Dangerous weapon is any weapon that, taking into account the manner in which it is used, is likely to produce death or great bodily harm. I will now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before a defendant may be found guilty of murder in the first degree or any lesser included crime. To prove the crime of first degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Charles Jones is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of the defendant. 3, there was a premeditated killing of Charles Jones. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Murder in the second degree, lesser included offense of count 1. To prove the crime of second degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Charles Jones is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of the defendant. 3, there was an unlawful killing of the victim by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Manslaughter, intentional act or culpable negligence, lesser included offense of count 1. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Charles Jones is dead. 2A, the defendant intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of the victim, or B, the death of the victim was caused by the culpable negligence of the defendant. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. Each of us has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Principal instruction as to count 1 applies only to count 1. If a defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, that defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and two, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Charles Jones occur. For second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Charles Jones. It is not necessary for a principal to know every detail of how a first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter will be committed, as long as the principal intended the first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter to occur, and did some act or said something that was intended to help and did help the first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter to occur. To be found guilty of first-degree murder with a firearm, second-degree murder with a firearm, or manslaughter with a weapon as a principal, it is not necessary for the state to prove a defendant knew another participant of the first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter would be or was armed. Criminal conspiracy count 2. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, the intent of the defendant was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. And two, in order to carry out the intent, the defendant agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with one or more of his co-defendants to cause the first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. Introduction to attempted homicide applies to defendants Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. The victim in count 3 is Xavier Edwards. The victim in count 4 is Gino Norris. The victim in count 5 is Camilla Bentley. Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy are accused of attempted first-degree murder in counts 3, 4, and 5. Attempted first-degree murder includes the lesser crimes of attempted second-degree murder and attempted manslaughter, all of which are forms of attempted homicide and all of which are unlawful. However, an attempted homicide that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find that there was an attempted homicide of a victim by a defendant, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the attempted homicide in deciding whether it was attempted first-degree murder or attempted second-degree murder or attempted manslaughter, or whether the attempted homicide was excusable or resulted from the justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable attempted homicide. The use of deadly force to attempt to kill a human being is justifiable and therefore lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in or upon any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the attempted killing. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means harm that is more than slight, trivial, minor, or moderate. Excusable attempted homicide. An attempted homicide is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the three following circumstances. 1, when the attempted homicide is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the attempted homicide occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the attempted homicide is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the attempted killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. Attempted first-degree premeditated murder applies to defendants Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. To prove the crime of attempted first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the defendant intended to commit the crime of first-degree premeditated murder. 2, the defendant committed an overt act toward the commission of first-degree premeditated murder that went beyond mere preparation. 3, the defendant failed to complete the first-degree premeditated murder. The line between mere preparation and an overt act is a question of fact for you to decide. Mere preparation consists of devising or arranging the means or measures necessary to commit the crime. An overt act consists of some movement toward committing the crime after mere preparation. An overt act need not be the last possible act toward completing the crime. To prove that a first-degree premeditated murder had taken place, the state would have to prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, the victim is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of the defendant. 3, there was a premeditated killing of the victim. A premeditated killing is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Attempted second-degree murder, lesser included offense in counts 3, 4, and 5. To prove the crime of attempted second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, the defendant intentionally committed an overt act that could have resulted in the death of the victim, but did not result in the victim's death. 2, the act was imminently dangerous to another and demonstrated a depraved mind without regard for human life. And 3, the overt act went beyond mere preparation. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. The line between mere preparation and an overt act is a question of fact for you to decide. Mere preparation consists of devising or arranging the means or measures necessary to commit the crime. An overt act consists of some movement toward committing the crime after mere preparation. An overt act need not be the last possible act toward completing the crime. To convict the defendants of attempted second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Attempted manslaughter by act, lesser included offense of counts 3, 4, and 5. To prove the crime of attempted manslaughter by act, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, the defendant intentionally committed an overt act that could have resulted in the death of the victim, but did not result in the victim's death. And 2, the overt act went beyond mere preparation. The line between mere preparation and an overt act is a question of fact for you to decide. Mere preparation consists of devising or arranging the means or measures necessary to commit the crime. An overt act consists of some movement toward committing the crime after mere preparation. An overt act need not be the last possible act toward completing the crime. However, the defendant cannot be guilty of attempted manslaughter by act by committing a merely negligent act. Every person has a duty to act reasonably and use ordinary care towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligent. To convict of attempted manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that could have caused death and was not justifiable or excusable attempted homicide, as I have previously instructed you. Aggravated battery, lesser included offense of counts 3, 4, and 5. To prove the crime of aggravated battery, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The first element is a definition of battery. 1, the defendant A, actually and intentionally touched or struck the victim against his or her will, or B, intentionally caused bodily harm to the victim. 2, the defendant in committing the battery A, intentionally or knowingly caused great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement to the victim, or B, used a deadly weapon. A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used or threatened to be used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a deadly weapon if it was used or threatened to be used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. An intentional touching or striking includes situations where a defendant knows that a touch or strike is substantially certain to result from his or her act. A battery may be found as a result of the intentional touching or intentional striking of something other than the actual body of the person. However, the object that is touched or struck must have such an intimate connection with the person that it is to be regarded as a part or as an extension of the person. Principal instruction as to counts 3, 4, and 5. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and two, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. For attempted first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of the victim occur. For attempted second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended to cause the death of the victim. It is not necessary for a principal to know every detail of how an attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter, or aggravated battery will be committed as long as the principal intended the attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter, or aggravated battery to occur and did some act or said something that was intended to help and did help the attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter, or aggravated battery to occur. To be found guilty of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm, attempted second-degree murder with a firearm, attempted manslaughter with a weapon, or aggravated battery as a principal, it is not necessary for the state to prove a defendant knew another participant of the attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter, or aggravated battery would be or was armed. Tampering with physical evidence, count 6, applies to defendant Sean Gathright only. To prove the crime of tampering with physical evidence, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, Sean Gathright knew that a criminal trial, proceeding, or investigation by a duly constituted prosecuting authority, law enforcement agency, grand jury, or legislative committee of Florida was pending or was about to be instituted. And two, Sean Gathright altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed any item with the purpose to impair its availability in such proceeding or investigation. Carrying, displaying, using, threatening to use, or attempting to use a firearm or weapon applies to Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. If you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter by overt act, or aggravated battery, you will then be asked to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, that defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or weapon. If you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter by overt act or aggravated battery, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or weapon, then you should find him guilty only of the first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery. Actual possession and discharge of a firearm. And that, I'm sorry, I left out attempted manslaughter. So let me read that again. Just to make sure it's clear. If you find the defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter by overt act, or aggravated battery, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant personally carried, displayed, used, or threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or weapon, then you should find him guilty only of first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter by overt act, or aggravated battery. Actual possession and discharge of a firearm applies to Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. If you find that the defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery, you will also be asked to determine whether the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that during the course of committing that offense, that defendant actually possessed a firearm and discharged a firearm. To actually possess a firearm means that the defendant carried a firearm on his person or had a firearm within immediate physical reach with ready access with the intent to use the firearm during the commission of the crime. Definitions that apply to 3.3a and 3.3d. A firearm is defined as any weapon which is designed to, or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon any
Scott
firearm
Harmon's
muffler or
probably
firearm
like-
silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. A weapon is defined as 1, any object readily capable of inflicting bodily harm if used in the ordinary manner contemplated by its design and construction, or 2, any other object that was used or threatened to be used, or attempted to be used, or intended to be used to inflict bodily harm. Criminal gang definitions applies only to defendants Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. If you find that defendant Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or attempted manslaughter by overt act, you will then be asked to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt whether the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense, and whether the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of the criminal gang. Criminal gang means a formal or informal ongoing organization, association, or group that has as one of its primary activities the commission of criminal or delinquent acts, and that consists of 3 or more persons who have a common name or common identifying signs, colors, or symbols, including but not limited to terrorist organizations and hate groups. Criminal gang member is a person who meets 2 or more of the following criteria. 1, admits to criminal gang membership. 2, is identified as a criminal gang member by a parent or guardian. 3, is identified as a criminal gang member by a documented, reliable informant. 4, adopts the style of dress of a criminal gang. 5, adopts the use of a hand sign identified as used by a criminal gang. 6, has a tattoo identified as used by a criminal gang. 7, associates with 1 or more known criminal gang members. 8, is identified as a criminal gang member by an informant of previously untested reliability, and such identification is corroborated by independent information. 9, is identified as a criminal gang member by physical evidence. 10, has been observed in the company of 1 or more known criminal gang members 4 or more times. Observation in a custodial setting requires a willful association. It is the intent of the legislature to allow this criterion to be used to identify gang members who recruit and organize in jails, prisons, and other detention settings. 11, has authorized any communication indicating responsibility for the commission of any crime by the criminal gang. Criminal gang associate means a person who admits to criminal gang association or meets any single defining criterion for criminal gang membership. The defendants have entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendants are innocent. The presumption stays with each defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome a defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendants are not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of a defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. Weighing the evidence. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6, has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? 7, had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? 8, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? 9, has the witness been convicted of a felony? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. It is entirely proper for the lawyers to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to the lawyers about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendants. It is not necessary for a defendant to disprove anything, nor is a defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove a defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendants each exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by this decision. No juror should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Eyewitness identification. You have heard testimony of eyewitness identification. In deciding how much weight to give to this testimony, you may consider the various factors mentioned in these instructions concerning credibility of witnesses. In addition to those factors, in evaluating eyewitness identification testimony, you may also consider 1, the capacity and opportunity of the eyewitness to observe the offender based upon the length of time for observation, and the conditions at the time of observation, including lighting and distance. 2, whether the identification was the product of the eyewitness's own recollection or was a result of influence or suggestiveness. 3, the circumstances under which the defendant was presented to the eyewitness for identification. 4, any inconsistent identifications made by the eyewitness. 5, any instance in which the eyewitness did not make an identification when given the opportunity to do so. 6, the witness's familiarity with the subject identified. 7, lapses of time between the event and the identification. 8, whether the eyewitness and the offender are of different races or ethnic groups and whether this may have affected the accuracy of the identification. 9, the totality of the circumstances surrounding the eyewitness's identification. You have heard testimony concerning a photo lineup conducted by a law enforcement agency. Florida law requires that the person conducting the photo lineup must not have participated in the investigation of the crime alleged and must not have been aware of which person in the photo lineup was the suspect. Also, before conducting a photo lineup, the eyewitness must be instructed that 1, the perpetrator might or might not be in the photo lineup. 2, the person conducting the photo lineup does not know the suspect's identity. 3, the eyewitness should not feel compelled to make an identification. 4, it is as important to exclude innocent persons as it is to identify the perpetrator. And 5, the investigation will continue with or without an identification. The eyewitness must acknowledge in writing that he or she received a copy of the photo lineup instructions. If the eyewitness refused to sign a document acknowledging receipt of the instructions, the person conducting the photo lineup must document the refusal of the eyewitness to sign a document acknowledging receipt of the instructions, and the person conducting the photo lineup must sign the acknowledgement document himself or herself. You may consider compliance or noncompliance with these requirements to determine the reliability of an eyewitness identification made during a photo lineup procedure. Defendant's statements. A statement claimed to have been made by a defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that a defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to 1, whether when the defendant made the statement he had been threatened in order to get him to make it, and 2, whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude a defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. Rules for deliberation. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits in evidence and these instructions. 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4, remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5, your duty is to determine if the defendants have been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find a defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. State of Florida versus Isaiah Chance, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. Check only A, B, C, or D. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Isaiah Chance guilty of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. Number 1, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Check yes or no. 2, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. Check only A or B plus any other specific findings. A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree, actually it should be first-degree premeditated murder as charged. B, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Isaiah Chance guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in count 2, you must then answer the following questions. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 2, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. So say we all dated this blank day of May 2026, and there are lines for the foreperson of the jury to sign and print their name. Verdict form, State of Florida versus Sean Gathright. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. Check only A, B, C, or D. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter in count 1, you must then answer the following question. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of first-degree murder or second-degree murder in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Again, check yes or no. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. Check only A or B. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged, or B, the defendant is not guilty. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards. Check only A, B, C, D, or E. The defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. Or E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 3, you must then answer the following question. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempted to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 3, you must then answer the following questions. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Again, check yes or no. And 2, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 4, victim Gino Norris. Check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 4, you must then answer the following question. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempted to use a firearm? Check yes or no. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 4, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. And 2, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 5, victim Camilla Bentley. Check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 5, you must then answer the following question. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 5, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. And 2, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 6. Check only A or B. A, the defendant is guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged. B, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this blank day of May 2026. And again, lines for the foreperson of the jury to sign and print their name. All right, verdict form, State of Florida versus Rashad Murphy. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. Check only A, B, C, or D. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 3, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of first-degree murder or second-degree murder in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. And 2, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, found as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. Check only A or B. A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged, or B, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in count 2, you must then answer the following questions. 1, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 2, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards. Check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 3, you must then answer the following questions. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. And 3, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery, you must then answer the following questions. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. 2, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 4, victim Gino Norris, check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 4, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 4, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 5, victim Camilla Bentley, check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. Or E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 5, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 3. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 5, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. So say we all, dated this blank day of May 2026, and again, lines for the foreperson of the jury to sign and print their name.
All right.
State of Florida versus Davion Murphy, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones, check only A, B, C, or D. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 3. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of first-degree murder or second-degree murder in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2. Victim Charles Jones, check only A or B. A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in count 2, you must then answer the following questions. 1. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards, check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 3, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 3, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery, you must then answer the following questions. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 4, victim Gino Norris, check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. Or E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 4, you must then answer the following of the offense. Check yes or no. 3, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 4, you must then answer the following questions. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 5, victim Camilla Bentley, check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 5, you must then answer the following questions. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Check yes or no. 2, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Check yes or no. 3, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 5, you must then answer the following questions. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. And 2, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. So say we all did this blank day of May 2026. And again, lines for the foreperson of the jury to sign and print their name. All right, separate crime is charged against each defendant in each count of the indictment. The defendants have been tried together. However, the charges against each defendant and the evidence applicable to each of them must be considered separately. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one or some of the defendants must not affect your verdict as to any other defendants or other crimes charged. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as email or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instructions I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats, where they will be guarded by the court deputy while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Okay, so a couple of things. First of all, from this moment forward, I'm only going to refer to you by your initials and your juror number, okay? Just so you know. So the following individuals, juror number 168, Mr. Initials M.N., juror number 213, Mr. Initials J.M., and juror number 220, Miss Initials K.C. Those 3 individuals are our alternates, so you will not be participating in the deliberations at this point. Do any of the 3 of those individuals, you have any items in the jury room that you need to retrieve? Yes. Okay, so what's going to happen is this. All of you are going to go into the jury room. If any of the other 12 that are remaining, if you have any smartwatches, phones, tablets, anything that has internet connectivity, you must give it to the bailiffs, all right? They will keep it out here, they'll keep an eye on it, they'll be fine. The 3 individuals that are our alternates, I'll need you to go into the jury room, retrieve your items, all of your items, including if you brought a bag, everything you brought, bring it back out here so I can talk to you a little bit further. The other 12 that are remaining, do not begin discussing the case until the bailiffs and the alternates have left the jury room, okay? Shortly thereafter, you will receive all of the evidence that has been admitted. You each have your personal copy of the jury instructions. However, I gave you copies of the verdict form, but the bailiff will also bring in the official verdict forms that the foreperson will use once you all have reached your verdict. Okay, so that's the form that the foreperson will actually, you all, the jury will use, and the foreperson will sign and date. Okay? Okay. Yep.
They're approaching. All right, so once they go into deliberations, we're going to replay just the clip of the arguments that seem to be the reason that Davion Murphy and Rashad are separated today. And then I have queued up from Alicia Andrews' trial as a rewatch, Sean Gathwright's mom's testimony, and then Alicia Andrews' testimony. So we'll be doing like replays
I
but
did
from her
catch one
trial
typo
while they
in the verdict
deliberate.
form, so I need to clean that up, and so that's why I'm going to send in the official verdict form to you all to use. But you had a sample to read along with, okay? All right, very good. So I need all of you to step into the jury room. Please give all of your electronic devices to the bailiffs, and then the 3 alternates, please step back outside with all of your belongings.
All right.
The printer.
Okay. Okay, you guys just have a seat real quick. I just have one instruction. Okay, everyone have a seat. Okay, I know that each of you would make an outstanding contribution during the deliberation process. I know that all 3 of you have been very attentive. Under our Constitution, however, no more than 12, but no less than 12 are allowed to render this unanimous verdict. So I cannot allow you to actually participate at this time during the jury deliberating process. However, I do not know if there's going to be another phase to this trial as we discussed during our jury selection. So what I'm going to do at this time is excuse you from the courtroom, but I will have to remind you that you would remain under the order of this court not to have any discussions with anyone concerning the case nor to read or listen to any reports about this case, because if the second phase is necessary, I will be asking you to return to participate in the second phase of the trial. Now, we do have that scheduled to begin, if it becomes necessary, the next Monday afternoon, okay? And I told you all that we will be done by Friday, May 15th, and we will. So if there is a second phase, it would begin probably around lunchtime-ish Monday and conclude no later than Friday of that same week. We have your telephone numbers. I believe you gave all of your contact information to my judicial assistant and the clerk. If for any reason those numbers have changed, then please let us know, because we will be in touch to let you know if you have to come back, okay? As soon as we know if the second phase is going to be necessary or not, we will contact you by the number you have provided to us. But again, I remind you that you remain under the order of the court. You cannot discuss the case with anyone, and you cannot read or listen to any reports about this case. And no one is allowed to contact you concerning the case other than potentially the clerk or my judicial assistant to tell you you will need to return. So you're being excused from the courtroom, but not discharged from your service yet as a juror. So at this time, we thank you very much. I'm very happy that all 12 jurors remain healthy and were able to participate. At this time, I will excuse you from the courtroom, but you are still a member of this jury and still under the directions of this court regarding reading about the case, listening to any reports about the case, or in any way discussing the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Your notes will be collected and they will be stored at this point. If we do not conduct a second phase, those notes will be destroyed. On a more personal note, I just can't thank you enough for the service you have done so far. As I stated, under the law, we have to have 12 people to decide these cases. And you all see how much work goes into these cases. If we had a juror that got sick, had a family emergency, and had to drop out, and we didn't have an alternate in place, then I'd have to declare a mistrial, and the whole thing would have to start over. So I hope you all do not feel that your time has been wasted in any way. You may be disappointed, you may be elated, I don't know. But that's why it's so critical that we have alternates, and that's why it's so critical that if we go into the penalty phase, we've got to have alternates again that are able to step in the event one of the other jurors has to drop out for some reason. So the good news is you're free for the weekend, right? That's the good news. You're free for the weekend. So we will be in touch if we need you, and thank you all so very much for your service to date. And if we do not go to the second phase and you do not need to return, again, on behalf of everyone, we thank you so very much for your service. We're so grateful for citizens like yourselves. You volunteer to serve on these cases. We really are. So, all right, very good. You're excused from the courtroom for now.
All right.
All right, let's see if they have motions still. And I think I said it in the chat, but I'm not sure if I said it out loud. But in this trial, we watched the YSL trial. Every time there was an issue, a motion was getting filed. But here, a lot of the motions were raised one time, and sometimes even initially just orally. And there aren't always things hitting the docket just because we're hearing them argued in court, right? When we hear, oh, I want to renew my motion, we are not seeing anything come through on the docket. It's only what they're arguing there, if they're allowed to make a proffer, if they're allowed to make their argument. And in this case, we heard yesterday that Nick Sinardi wanted to renew a motion for a mistrial because of the lack of severance in this case, that they're all being tried together. And they wanted Davion Murphy tried separately. All of the attorneys filed the same motion for severance, making their own respective arguments as to why for their own clients. They were all denied. But when you hear a renewal, it's kind of like sparking that back up. And yesterday, the judge said she would take that under advisement, and this morning she said she would address it after jury instructions. So we're going to get a little bit on that, I expect, here.
Okay, very good. So I need to get the verdict forms tidied up and sent back to the jury, and then, okay. Or may already be done for me. And then we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and I'm ready to roll on the motion for mistrial, okay?
Shout out to the clerk, had it ready. Let's see if they go to this break.
Can I borrow your stapler? Yep. It's up to you. They can waive, you can stay, you can go. It's completely up to you. Okay, you have, yep. Stapler?
All right, so we can jump ahead a little.
You guys ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, is there any additional argument on the motion for mistrial, Mr. Sinardi?
No additional argument, Judge, other than we were agreed to stipulate to the jail photos of Mr. Davion Murphy to avoid the testimony of a DOC individual coming in. We went to great lengths to avoid the jury being knowing Mr. Murphy had previously been incarcerated, and the detectives clearly said while in prison in the presence of the jury, and we submit that that's sufficient to grant Mr. Davion Murphy mistrial and have him separated from the other defendants, and would move for that.
Okay, very good. State any response?
Yes, Your Honor, just that during the course of this statement, the state agrees obviously that the statement itself was inappropriate, but not such rising to the level that it would vitiate the entire trial itself or support the need for a mistrial. The reference itself was an isolated incident, and in the context of the trial itself, it should not result in a mistrial. It was an inadvertent statement and certainly did not become the focus of the detective's testimony, and certainly not the intent of the state in my review of that testimony or that portion of that testimony to elicit anything about prison itself. In re-listening to that audio as well, there was no further reference to it, and it did not become a focus of the trial.
Okay, very good. So there's a case, in my opinion, almost directly on point, State versus Jenkins, 391 Southern 3rd 510. It's a second DCA opinion from June 12th of 2024. And in that case, it was an ineffective assistance of counsel claim, alleging ineffective assistance because defense counsel did not move for a mistrial. But in the context of that, the second DCA stated as follows. In that case, the witness was asked about the defendant's hairstyles for identification purposes, and the witness responded, quote, dreads before, he had little twists before, when he came home from prison, he had a short haircut, close quote. The second DCA in that case held that when a defendant moves for a mistrial based on the improper admission of collateral crime evidence, the motion is addressed to the sound discretion of the trial court. And while evidence of prior criminal activity is presumptively harmful, an isolated or stray reference to a defendant's prior incarceration is considered in context of the trial and does not necessarily result in a mistrial. The witness's statement was isolated, inadvertent, and not focused upon. And it is clear from the record that the state did not intentionally elicit the information from the witness, and that not everyone heard the witness's statement. Similarly, in Guzman versus State, the Supreme Court of Florida opinion 214 Southern 3rd 625 from 2017. The Florida Supreme Court stated the standard requires that a mistrial be granted only when an error is so prejudicial as to vitiate the entire trial, such that a mistrial is necessary to ensure that the defendant receives a fair trial. Even if the jurors might have inferred that the defendant in Guzman was jailed for a different crime, the reference to the jail was brief, isolated, inadvertent, and not so prejudicial as to vitiate the entire trial. A comment regarding a defendant's prior imprisonment that is brief, isolated, and inadvertent may not warrant a mistrial. In this case, I find that Detective Griffin, was it Griffin or Griffith? Griffin. He sua sponte just blurted it out when he was discussing Davion Murphy's tattoos, when he was discussing his knowledge of when Mr. Murphy got them or did not get them. He just blurted out these he got in prison. The state did not elicit that response from him, and I do find that it was a brief, isolated, and inadvertent comment, and that it is not so severe as to vitiate the entire trial. So I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial.
Thank you, Your
All right, and let's talk a little bit while we're all gathered together about sequestration. Okay. As I get this question every capital case I do. So this is what the rule states. And I'm reading Rule 3.370, regulation and separation of jurors, A, during trial. After the jurors have been sworn, they shall hear the case as a body and within the discretion of the trial judge, and may be sequestered. In capital cases, absent a showing of prejudice, the trial court may order that between the guilt and penalty phases of the trial, the jurors may separate for a definite time to be fixed by the court and then reconvene before the beginning of the penalty phase. Subsection B, after submission of cause. Unless the jurors have been kept together during the trial, the court may, after the final submission of the cause, order that the jurors may separate for a definite time to be fixed by the court and then reconvene in the courtroom before retiring for consideration of their verdict. C, during deliberations, absent exceptional circumstances of emergency, accident, or other special necessity, or unless sequestration is waived by the state and the defendant, in all capital cases in which the death penalty is sought by the state, once the jurors have retired for consideration of their verdict, they must be sequestered until such time as they have reached a verdict or have otherwise been discharged by the court. Okay, so that includes guilt and penalty phase. I get that question every time. Includes guilt and penalty. Jury must be sequestered unless the parties waive it. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, very good. Thank
Got
you.
it? All right. Okay, so we've got, let's see, they started deliberations at 10:25 local time. We started an hour late, so, they've been deliberating while we caught up. And then this is all just, nothing's happening. So I'm going to have this running in the background, so we'll hear any commotion if there's like a jury question or they take a lunch or like anything. But what we're going to do, first we're going to do a replay of this little squabble at the end of the day yesterday. And this, to me, it appeared to be a squabble between Davion and Rashad. Some people thought it was with the attorneys, but now the two are separated today, so I think we can draw some inferences there. I cleaned up the volume the best I could, but the judge is going to be very loud when she speaks. So when I hit play, don't raise your volume to try to hear it. It's quiet when it first starts because nobody's really getting picked up, but then everything's boosted. So don't raise your volume just because the initial part's quiet. The judge will be very loud, and we should be able to somewhat hear Davion and Rashad here. And just because I feel like I'll hear better, let me stop the banner ticking for a second. And I'm going to remove, I'll do this. That way the whole screen will be visible.
Okay, so just quickly, let's talk. Okay, I'm talking. I know, I understand, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Davion, okay. Okay, Mr. Davion Murphy may need to be removed if he can't stop talking. Okay. Okay. So, all right, Mr. Murphy, please stop. Okay? You're not helping your situation. Okay. Okay. So after I read the instructions,
And then he's walked out. And to me, it seems like it's the two of them saying something, and Rashad ends up saying, I'm a pray for you, right around this part. And I can't really hear much else. And I do think at some point he's like talking to this deputy. This deputy like tries to move and like place his hand on his belly, and it says like, I don't know you. It seems like Davion then says, I don't know you.
In your situation. Okay. Okay.
So yeah. But now today, this morning, we see that they're separated. So, okay, factual lie says I didn't have a choice. See, you guys are so good. I don't know. I can't hear. Let's see. Yeah, and the what the F you talking about? I'ma pray for you. You don't love an N-word. I'ma pray for you. Mavka says I heard fella. Yeah, and then Delicates of Life says I heard you don't love me. So there you go. 773 Pisces, like now you see why they had a deputy sitting right behind Davion. So there was that. That is uploaded as a standalone if you guys want to like control the volume and see if you can discern things. I'm just awful. Like once I hear one thing, I suddenly can't hear something else. It's the blue and gold dress thing for me with audio. So not my forte, but it is up there with some of the background noise toned down a little bit so you can hear the voices a little bit better. Next I have queued up for rewatches. I thought maybe it'd be a good time. I have Sean Gathrigh's mom queued up. She's about to take the stand right in this clip from day 7 of the Alicia Andrews trial. And then I've got Alicia Andrews' testimony queued up, which she was on the stand for quite a while. So if we run out of time with her, we'll figure something else out to watch or see what everyone's doing with their day. But if you guys don't remember, Sean Gathrigh's mom was a time when she testified during the Alicia Andrews trial. So if you have not watched the Alicia Andrews trial or you do not remember that part, we did not have her take the stand for the guilt phase of the Julio 4 trial. So she might be new to you. But if you remember her, I thought it'd be interesting watching a replay after we've seen everything go down for the Julio Foolio 4 trial. So here we go. And again, this is going to just be Alicia Andrews' attorneys. It was her trial. Miss Lyle. What day was Granny? Because the state called Granny. The defense called the mom.
Probably just wait now.
Day 5. Maybe.
Before you have a seat, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
Yes, her face is not to be broadcast.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
Oh, they're approaching. I gotta find where Grandma was.
Promise, just momentarily.
All right.
Okay.
All jurors out there.
Who's doing the cross for the state?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, what do you, have a seat. I think the state wants to
Oh,
talk
okay.
to you about any information you may have. Go ahead.
Ma'am, have you been watching the televised?
So, do you guys remember the state asked to voir dire this witness before direct started? So, it's the defense's witness. Defense would be the first asking questions. But the state's like, we think they've been not following sequestration orders and watching testimony.
Portion of this trial?
Yes,
And have you been relaying what you've been watching with your son?
a summary, yes.
And what is the name
Sean
of your
Guthrie.
son? You communicated to him what has been going on throughout the duration of the trial.
Yes.
Were you instructed by the defense not to watch the trial?
Well, I started that before, I wasn't originally supposed to testify. So once I got the subpoena, then I stopped that.
When was that?
I want to say late last week, early this week, something like that.
Well, when was the last time that you communicated with your son about testifying or what has occurred in court?
Probably about 2 days ago.
And was that after or before your subpoena was received?
That was after.
But you have not received any kind of notification or instruction not to watch what's going on?
I have
TV?
subsequently.
When?
It was a few days ago.
You don't recall
I have
when?
to, not the specific day, it was a couple days ago.
And thereafter, you did not watch anything?
Correct.
And whatever was being televised, was that the live stream or news media that you were
It was
observing?
news media.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with the defense team about preparing for trial?
I spoke with them on the phone yesterday.
And were you the only person present for that preparation?
Yes.
Have you talked to your daughter, Nevaeh Gathright, about trial?
Not really, no.
About what's happened in trial?
No.
And have you been present for three-way conversations where you and your son were discussing that with Nevaeh on the phone? Ms. Gathright on the phone?
No.
Okay. I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Now you know. Let's go. Bring the jury.
Just good. All rise.
Also, shout out to Kristen. Check your screen, guys. You might have just turned green. Kristen, that's so nice. Thank you for the 5
Very good.
gifted.
Everyone have a seat again, and you may proceed, Mr. McClement.
Good.
And all this muting is because the media pool is trying not to a name or an address getting out there.
All right. Could you tell us where you don't, not the address, but could you tell us where you currently live?
In Jacksonville.
All right. And do you know an individual named Sean Gathright?
Yes, that's my son.
Okay. You've known him his entire life?
Yes.
And did he live with you at any point in time?
Yes.
When did he stop living with you?
Prior to this incident, he lived with me pretty much the whole time, except for 1 year he was in California with his dad.
Okay. Do you have a military background?
Yes, I do.
With what branch?
Retired Marine Corps.
And how long were you in the Marine Corps?
16 years.
All right. And do you have any firearms trainings
Yes.
with the Marine Corps?
Yes. I have both. I'm a 7th Award rifle expert with the rifle, and I also am trained in the 9mm Glock pistol.
Okay. Do you own any firearms?
Yes, I do.
How many firearms do you own?
I own several. Do you want me to include the ones that were confiscated also?
Correct. So you can just
Alright.
list all of them and then we can identify what was
Okay.
taken.
So I have a shotgun, a 30-06 rifle, and a .45 revolver. What else? And then I had the 2 ARs that were taken and another 9mm. I also have a .380 And then I have since replaced my ARs that were taken with another AR and a SIG 9mm.
All right. So including the 2 that were taken, you have about 9 or so?
Yes, about that.
All right. And you've had these firearms for how long?
The new AR and the SIG I just bought in the past couple months. The other weapons I've had mostly since between 2012 and 2015 when I was stationed in Jacksonville, North Carolina.
All right. How long have you had the 2 firearms that were taken from your house?
Those 2, I got those at a gun show in Jacksonville, North Carolina, so I would say 10, 11 years, 12 years, somewhere around there.
And those that were taken, they were taken by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes, they were.
All right. Was there a search warrant conducted at your home?
Yes, there was.
And during that search warrant, did someone read the search warrant to you?
I don't recall.
All right.
They kind of,
Did the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office search your entire home?
as far as I know, they told me I couldn't go in.
Happy
or
birthday,
anything.
KP.
So you weren't actually inside when the search
No.
was conducted?
No.
All right.
They made me sit outside.
All right. I'm going to show you what's in evidence as States Exhibit 53, A through X. Do you see this image?
Yes, that's the sink.
Is that the sink in your house?
Yes.
The kitchen sink? And that sink, what's inside the sink?
On the left side are dishes, on the right side are cardboard.
Who put the cardboard in the sink?
I did.
For what?
I told the detective, I have a garden in the back where I have eggplants, tomatoes, and things like that. My mom said it's good fertilizer or compost. So I'm supposed to break it down, you soak it for like 2 or 3 days, break it down, and then use it as like fertilizer. Sometimes like carbon or something. She also grows a lot of fruit trees and stuff, so she has good ideas.
Understood. And you told that to the police?
They didn't ask me about it.
All right. The items, the cardboard, what is the cardboard made of? I'm not sorry, what is it not made of, but what is it of?
It was various different things, Amazon boxes, various boxes that were in the house.
All right. Did any of it include boxes of weapons that were purchased?
It is possible.
Do you know how long you had these items in the sink?
It was only like 2 or 3 days, I think. You're supposed to soak it for 2 or 3 days so it breaks down easier. But you gotta peel the plastic, the coating, if it's not all cardboard, you gotta peel that
Is
off.
there a question posed, Your Honor, objection?
Yep, ask a question, please.
Do you know what this is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Do you see any cardboard that came from either a firearm or a firearm cart?
I believe the mag tools, and I can't see. I don't know what that blue, can't really tell what that blue one is.
All right. The home, did the home have, other than just the firearms, did it have any ammunition in it?
Yes.
All right. And what types of ammunition did you have in the home?
I have ammunition for every single type of weapon that I have.
Okay.
So I have shotgun shells, I had 9mm rounds, 5.56s, 223s, 45, so on and so forth.
Where do you keep the firearms that you do have?
The firearms are in a safe in my master bedroom.
The safe, how do you get into it?
It's either a combination code or a key.
Showing what's in evidence as States Exhibit 54A through CCC. Is that a photograph of the master bedroom?
Yes, it is. It's right next to my chest of drawers.
All right. That safe, you said has a key or a lock?
It has a combination lock and you can open it with a key. I usually use the key because I can never remember the combination.
All right. Is the combination anywhere? Like, do you
No,
store it
it's not
somewhere?
written down anywhere. That's why I always forget it.
And the key, where do you keep the key?
The key's kept on my dresser in like an oval trinket box where I have like loose change, pens, old gift cards, like random things.
Does anyone know where you keep the key for your safe?
No.
Well, now we do. Hopefully she found a different spot.
Showing 54D. Is that the inside of your safe?
Yes, it is.
And how did the police get inside the safe?
I gave them the key.
Is this also the inside of the safe?
Yes, it is.
Are these rifles equipped?
That's without the, I don't think my ARs are in that picture.
Showing 54Gs.
Okay, yeah, I can see them.
Now, are these rifles equipped with brass catchers?
The ARs are, the brass catchers go on the ARs.
All right. And who purchased the brass catchers?
I did.
For what purpose?
For picking up, well, preventing me from having to police brass when I go to the range.
When you say police brass, what do you mean by that?
Well, when you go firing at a range, you're supposed to basically pick up all the brass that you've used in your lane and either take it with you or recycle it. And after all my years on firing ranges in the Marine Corps, you're picking up hundreds and hundreds of pieces of brass. So it's just, when I found out about the brass catchers, I was like, oh, that's heaven.
Okay. Now, did Sean Gathright own any firearms that you know of?
No,
Did you ever let him borrow any of your firearms?
no.
Had you ever taken him to the gun range?
Yes, he's been to the range with me once.
The one time that he went to the gun range with you, do you know what he fired?
We took the shotgun and we took the 45. I don't believe we took the ARs because it wasn't like a long distance range. So we mostly picked the short range weapons.
Okay. And what do you call short range weapons?
The handguns, the 9mm and the 45.
Showing 54 VV, is that also the safe?
Yes, that's all for the safe.
And showing 54 WW, is that inside of the safe?
Yes, that's also inside of the safe.
And
Sorry.
is that ammunition that we see there?
No, those are empty magazines right there.
Oh, they're empty?
Yes, those are empty right there. The ones on the right, I can't tell the ones on the left because they're not turned around where you could see where you put the rounds in, but the ones on the right that are stacked horizontally and then the two right there in the middle, those are empty.
Okay. Do you know Alicia Andrews?
No,
Do you know if Alicia Andrews has ever been to your home?
I don't, not that I recall, no.
So you're not aware whether Sean Gathright and Alicia Andrews are friends?
I wouldn't think so because my son is friends with a small group of people and they're the ones that are at the house. I don't believe I've seen her at my house before.
All right. And when your son was arrested, he was how old?
He was 18.
Do you know of Sean Gathright to be in a gang?
No,
Do you know of him to hang out with any gang members?
no,
And do you know who Isaiah Chance is?
yes,
All right. Does Isaiah Chance ever come by the house?
yes,
When he came by the house, will you ever bring a girl with him?
no,
Did Isaiah Chance ever date your daughter?
yes.
And you never met Alicia Andrews through Isaiah Chance even?
I really can't recall specifically meeting her. I believe she may have come over when I had like a barbecue or something,
Okay.
but I'm not really, it doesn't stand out in my memory having met her.
Okay. Do you know of Isaiah Chance as the name Gutter?
No,
You never heard that before?
no.
Do Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright call each other little or bigger bro?
Yes.
All right. Who is the bigger bro in the two?
Zay is the bigger bro, Sean's the little bro.
All right. The cars that you had at the home, could
Yes.
you describe what cars you had?
At that time, I had a 2018 Lincoln MKZ. I had a Nissan Altima, the Chevy Impala, and a Toyota 4Runner.
The 4Runner, was it always at your home?
The 4Runner goes back and forth. I've had it since 2004, and I usually let my mom, my mom goes back and forth between New York and Florida, so she'll spend maybe 6 weeks to 2 months in each place. So when she's down here in Florida, that's a vehicle I usually let her use because that's the one that she's most used to. When
Okay.
I was overseas, stationed overseas for 3 years, that's the vehicle that I left for her to use. So that's what she's comfortable with.
All right. For any reason, would you lie for Alicia Andrews?
No,
Do you know who she is?
no,
Do you have any sort of allegiance to her?
no.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, Cross? Please, Your Honor. Yes, I'm sorry, we do need to put the witness's name on the record, including spelling.
Ma'am, how long have you lived in the residence that you were in now?
10 years?
Did you always keep a gun safe just like that with your firearms in it?
We bought the gun safe in, I want to say 2017 or 2018.
You brought this gun safe in 2017 or 2018?
Yes,
And you have a problem remembering the code to that gun safe?
yes, because I can change it at any time. My ex-husband, when he was there, he used the code, but I can never remember the code. I don't like to keep the same code all the time. I change my front door code regularly. I can remember that because I come in and out every day.
Before you came to court here today, ma'am, to testify, did you have an opportunity to watch the trial and watch the other witnesses testify against the court's order?
No.
You did not watch this trial.
You said today?
Before you came here to testify today, had you watched the testimony of the other witnesses in this trial?
I had watched the testimony in the days prior to being told I could not or should not watch.
All week
The
last
trial.
week? So all week last week?
Yes,
What about this week at all?
earlier this week. Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to report what you were watching and seeing and the updates from the trial to your son?
Yes,
And that's Sean Gathright.
yes,
And that's the individual you said has a small group of friends.
yes,
You said he doesn't really get into anything,
yes,
doesn't get involved in anything.
yes.
He previously lived where?
He stayed in California for about a year with his dad.
Did he live anywhere else?
He lived with his dad.
You don't know where that was.
His dad lived in California.
He never lived in Mississippi.
His grandmother lives there.
Okay. And that's the same grandmother that we've,
No, that's not my mom. That's his dad's mom.
so you don't know that if he lived in Mississippi?
I know vacation in Mississippi.
Okay.
I don't know for how long. It was when he was staying with his dad.
Your mom is the individual we've heard from, Lorna Allen, is that right?
That is correct.
And you watched her testimony,
No, I
correct?
didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
So
I
you
was
just,
too anxious.
okay, so you just picked everyone else's to watch and not hers because you were anxious for her.
Yes, because
You didn't watch it after?
I watched the recap after,
Okay.
but I
And
didn't watch I didn't watch her entire testimony, no.
everyone else, though, you feel like you watched their entire testimony?
Not really, because it can get long. I mean, it's like, one's like 8 hours.
You were relaying back literal names of witnesses, though, to your son, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you said on direct examination that you do not know Alicia Andrews.
correct.
Do you admit that you've communicated with Alicia Andrews since her arrest?
Yes, I did.
Several times.
Yes,
And you coordinated for Alicia Andrews to make contact with co-defendant Isaiah Chance on a telephone call.
I don't believe I did, no.
Who is Ariel Chance?
I don't know.
You wouldn't have written a message to Miss Andrews telling her to call Ariel at the time that they've agreed to so she could talk to her boyfriend or co-defendant, Isaiah Chance.
I know I sent her a message telling her that I supported her and I was praying for her because during the hearings, I didn't see, maybe her parents weren't able to make it, and I felt sorry for her. She was facing, life in prison. So I sent her a supportive message. I
So-
know I definitely sent that,
Okay.
but
so
as
you know
far as
her.
other specifics, no, I can't recall.
Okay. All right. So you think she's facing a lot of time, and I've seen her parents, but you haven't.
Well, I'm talking about the previous hearings, the court
Oh,
hearings.
okay. So you're
And the
just being
status
supportive.
reports and stuff.
You're just being supportive.
Yeah,
And you testified that your son doesn't have any access to the safe. Nobody in your house has access, not your daughter, not your son.
correct.
And you testified that your son is not in a gang, and you don't know anything about his wrongdoings as far as a gang is concerned.
Well, according to the Florida statute, I'm a gang associate.
Why is that?
According to the
Is it because
statute.
you're testifying?
Because according to the
Stop,
statute,
wait, stop. One at a time.
according to the Florida
We
gang
don't need you to
statute.
tell us what the statute says. I didn't ask you what the statute says. I
Well,
just want you
you
to
asked
answer the
me why.
questions if you could, please, okay? I just said, did you testify in direct examination that you don't know anything about your son being involved in a gang,
That's correct.
and he doesn't have any access to your firearms because you're in the military and you understand the need that he not have
I'm
access?
retired military, but yes.
If I can just finish the question, just because the court reporter is writing down what we're saying, and she can't write it down if we talk over each other, okay?
Go ahead.
Are you employed now?
I was employed prior to this incident.
Okay, but not at the current,
Not at
this
the
current
current
time? And you testified that he doesn't have access to the safe that you've had for 10
That's
years or whatever?
correct.
Okay, all right. Did you speak to your son about what your testimony would be if you came to court to testify on behalf of Miss Andrews?
No, I don't believe so.
Ma'am, your testimony for certain is that you are the only person, or your ex-husband, both the adults in the house, are the only individuals with access to your guns.
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what I'm going to mark as State's Exhibit 115. Okay, would you please take a look at these extractions from your son's cell phone?
The drawer pockets. Is it the same thing?
No, ma'am.
821. Okay.
Show your defense counsel the same. Your Honor, at this time, the state would actually seek to admit state's amended exhibits, 115, 116, and 117.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
Ma'am, you would agree that 2023 is within the last 10 years, isn't that correct?
Yes. Would you like to know what safe that's
Ma'am.
referencing?
Listen, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You just need to wait and answer the question that's asked, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, in 2023, did the device identified as belonging to Sean Gathright send you a message, that indicated, hey, I'm on the way, OTW, to the spot. There was only $120 cash in the safe store pocket, so I grabbed that. Did he send you this message?
I can't recall the specifics, but yes, I guess it would.
115, on August 21st of 2023, did your device from an individual named Mom send your son a message that said, what's the code to the safe? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And in 2016, or in states 116, 2023, did you send your son a message indicating, hey, Shawnee, at 8:14 p.m.?
Okay.
Did you send the message to your son that says, hey, Shawnee, at 8:14
It
p.m.?
is possible. Yes.
Did you also send, I'm back at home for a few minutes?
Yes.
Does he tell you that he's on his way over?
Yes.
Do you then ask him, what is the code to the safe?
Yes.
Does he respond to you with a code?
Yes.
Do you respond to him, I'm about to leave, I'll get off from you later?
Yes.
And again, never mind, just hold on to it for now, at about 8:43.
Yes.
Does he say, do you want me to put it back in the box, question mark, to you?
Yes.
And do you respond, no, just hold on to it, but be safe?
Yes.
Ma'am, do you know your son to actually have been in possession of any firearm outside of when you have indicated you took him to utilize those firearms
No.
at the firing range?
No.
Do you recognize what was previously admitted as a photograph that was sent to one of the co-defendant's devices or on one of the co-defendant's devices, any of the firearms depicted in this photo?
They're ARs. Okay.
Do you recognize them?
They're ARs.
Do you recognize the specific firearms?
I can't recognize the specific firearms in the picture.
Do you recognize that shoe as one that your son wears?
I don't know if that's I can't tell you. It's a picture
If
of a
you don't know,
firearm
that's
on the
okay.
floor.
If you don't know, that's okay.
Yeah, I really can't tell you. Oh, snaps.
Are you familiar with what a Glock switch is?
Yes.
Do you possess a federal stamp required by law for which to possess a Glock switch?
No.
Do you have a Glock switch in your possession?
No.
Do you own a Glock switch to use with your guns?
No.
Can you please, for the jury to see, put your hands up so that they can see the front and the backs of your hands, ma'am? Please take a look at the photographs that I am handing to you.
Okay. I don't know who this is. Okay.
Do you recognize any of those photographs?
No, not really.
Do you
Just
recognize?
pictures of. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you recognize any of the guns depicted in those photographs?
No, because I don't see anything in reference to them that I would know.
Well, do you recognize any of them as being your guns or similar to your guns?
Similar to mine. Yes.
When you went to the gun range the one time, you indicated you brought 2 long guns to shoot?
No, well, yeah, the shotgun and I think one of the ARs and then the handguns.
Did you bring any handguns with a Glock switch?
To the range? No, I don't believe so.
Do you own any handguns with a Glock switch, ma'am?
No.
Please remove that, whatever it is. The purse needs to be removed from the courtroom. I understand, but please just take, no, she
Yeah,
never.
you can take it out.
Okay, yes, thank you. Just remove it, thank you.
All right, turn that off.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit and publish State's Exhibit 118, photograph extraction from the device of co-defendant Sean Gathright.
Okay, any objection?
I do have some objections to some of the photos. I know what those
Would the court like us to approach to address you? Ma'am, it's your testimony that you have not seen your son with firearms as well, right?
Correct.
I'm showing you States 118. Do you recognize this firearm?
I can't tell the serial number. It's on the wrong side.
Well, what's on the front of the firearm?
I'm sorry?
What's on the front of the firearm underneath the barrel?
It looks like a scope.
Do you have a firearm or a handgun with a scope that looks like that?
Similar to that, yes. But I can't tell if that's my weapon because I can't see the serial number.
Well, surely you can tell because it has a Glock switch on it, and you've indicated you don't have a Glock switch, right?
Right?
Okay. And this is not your... I'm
A
sorry.
handguard?
This is not your hand, is it?
No.
And this is an extraction from your son's device. Do you understand that?
If that's what you claim, it doesn't.
In advance of you testifying here today, did you ask your son whether there was anything incriminating on his phone?
No, I didn't.
Did you ask your son whether he had taken firearms out of your safe?
No.
You
I don't
surely
believe
didn't ask
so.
your... I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't believe so, no.
You surely didn't ask your son whether he had taken your firearms and used those in a homicide, correct?
Oh, correct.
How about in 118B here, do you recognize this firearm?
That looks like yeah, that's a Glock 9mm.
Okay. Do you recognize it as belonging to you, ma'am?
No, I can't read the serial number on it.
Surely you can admit that those are not your legs.
No, and I can't say that that's my gun either.
Okay. And lastly, we'll show you 118C. Did you teach your son how to dismantle an assault rifle?
No,
You did not?
no.
Okay. You don't recognize these pictures from his device?
No, I don't. I don't see any reference. I don't see anything to reference it to. It's just, it's a barrel on a sheet.
Sure, I'm just asking whether you recognize it, ma'am.
No,
That's
I
all. Okay. And you lastly have indicated that you do not know your, actually one more. Did you have an opportunity to, at least in your inventory of what was taken or seized by law enforcement, understand that several assault rifles were missing?
No, I never got an inventory from JSO.
Well, you said you replaced the 2 assault rifles.
I knew those were taken. I knew those were taken definitely because when I went home after the search was done, they were missing.
Okay.
And I know where they are.
Were they the only 2 weapons that were missing?
Well, I don't know what JSO took.
Which indicates you don't know what you had.
No. I know they took the 2 ARs and they took some of my 9mm. I think 2 of my 9mm actually.
The exhibit that I previously identified as having been a photograph on co-defendant Rashad Murphy's device. Do you remember me showing you this photograph?
Yes.
Certainly, if your son didn't have access to the firearms, or at least that's what your testimony is, you would not allow his friends to have access to those firearms. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Did your son explain to you that he sent a text message to Gutazay or Isaiah Chance on April 27th of 2024, but with that same identical photograph?
No.
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 Did you know your son or Isaiah Chance to have access to those assault rifles in March or April of 2024?
No.
I'm going to show you what I will identify as State's Exhibit 119. So it would be your testimony that you do not recognize this communication between GZ or Gutazay and your son.
These are not my devices and not my communication, so I can't be asked to identify who they are.
I'm not asking you to identify who they are. I'm asking you if you're aware of the communication. So the answer to that is no.
Well, they're not on my phone, so no, I wouldn't be aware of these communications.
But you are aware that you did not give either permission to access your safe or your firearms, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to go ahead and publish this photograph of of this message exchange. Dates 119. The state would seek to admit this exhibit, Your Honor, 119.
Any objection? No objection. Is it 118 or 119? 118?
119. Prior was 118. I can't. You've indicated you don't recognize this and did not allow access to these weapons on March 27th of 2023, correct?
Correct. I think that's 2024.
I'm sorry, 2024. Thank you, ma'am. So you would not have known anything about this same depiction being messaged between or on Rashad Murphy's device in the 2 days before the homicide. Do you know Rashad Murphy?
No, I don't.
Any reason for Rashad Murphy to have anything from your son's device? Never came around with your son?
No. I thought you said those pictures went to my son.
They did. They did. From
So why would they
Gutazay,
in my-
your son's best friend. Remember him? Do you remember him?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying if they're in my home.
Do you remember
why would,
him?
Why would the photo of my weapons in my home be sent to my son who lives at the home?
Yeah, I couldn't explain to you why your son and his best friend were sending photographs of the weapons around that you have. I'm just asking you why they
And
have
I don't
access
think
to
that-
them.
I'm not saying that those are my weapons. Like I said before, there's no context to it where I can identify where this was taken. You said it's on the phone, that's fine. But there's no context. There's nothing that I can identify as something from my home.
There's no question. The context is you've indicated your son, other than the one time you took him to that firing range, would not have access to all of your
Correct.
assault weapons.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Lastly, you've indicated that your son is not in fact in a gang. Is that right?
That is right.
But you admit that you yourself, you said today, I think, that you are a gang associate according to Florida statute.
Yeah, according to Florida statute,
So you're
because,
familiar.
yeah, I am familiar, I looked it up, because according to Florida statute, if you associate with a known gang member, which is only known to law enforcement, not to any individual person.
Is that extra bit that you've added there, the portion?
No, actually, that's the reality of it.
The statute
So
says.
if you willingly associate
Ma'am,
with a
ma'am.
known gang member,
Correct.
then you are considered a gang associate.
That's not a question. What's the question?
Well, she said I willingly admitted to being a gang member. I just wanted to clarify that.
That's fine. And Mr. McClimate will be able to clear anything up on redirect. So what's the next question?
You've indicated that you do not have any information about your son being a gang member
Correct.
or a gang associate.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits A through F. Please take a look at those photographs.
I do think it's a fair point that if it's supposed to be that you knowingly associate with, but you don't know that somebody is classified as a gang member because it's like internal Jacksonville Sheriff's Office checklist determinations. I do think that's a fair point.
Okay, what gang sign is this supposedly for?
Okay, well,
Have
just
you had
wait.
an opportunity to review the photographs?
Yes, I have.
Okay. it fair to say that your son is depicted in all of the photographs with the exception of one which depicts Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you watched the portion of the trial during which the detectives testified about what a 1200 gang sign would look like?
No, I didn't.
You did not watch the
I
detectives?
did not see that portion, no.
Ma'am, please. You did not watch detectives Dravick or Nieder or Griffin testify?
Not testify about gang signs, no.
You did not see the gang charts that were published in this case?
I saw the gang charts, yes.
Did you see anything on the gang charts that would have been indicative of a gang sign?
I don't believe so.
And it's your testimony that you cannot identify your son as being involved in any gangs, is that right?
That is right.
I'm going to may I please seek to admit Your Honor states 114C, A through F.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
Who is the individual depicted in states 114E, ma'am?
I'm sorry, it's 114,
A through F.
114?
114 A through F.
A through F, okay, thank you.
I'm not sure.
This is not Isaiah Chance. You're not sure?
Well, I can't see the face, I'm not really sure.
Sure. How about 114D?
Oh, that's Sean.
And who else is in the photograph that you know?
I know the other two people in the photograph.
Right, who are they, please?
I'm not going to give you their names.
Okay.
You're refusing to give the names?
Well, I don't think it's appropriate.
Oh, okay, well, you're under oath to tell the truth. so
I am, and I truly believe it's not appropriate.
Okay, well, I guess you're the judge now. Okay, go ahead, what's the next question?
They're not involved in this.
Ma'am, did you have an opportunity to see all three charts that were presented in court?
I believe I saw one chart.
Do you know which gang it was for?
It was the one that had my son on there as an associate. I remember that one.
Which one?
So I don't remember which name that was, but I remember his picture on there as an associate.
I'm showing you states 114F. Do you recognize the individual depicted in 114F, ma'am?
Yes,
Who is that individual?
that's my son.
How about 114B, ma'am? Is your son depicted also in this one?
Yes.
Which individual is your son in 114B?
He's the one with the hat.
Is he in the center of the photograph?
Yes, on
Is-
the left,
Is your daughter also depicted in the photograph?
perhaps.
Perhaps. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes,
No further questions, Your Honor.
okay, redirect.
Is there a reason why you don't want other people identified for
Objection, Your
this
Honor,
court?
relevance.
Wait, I'm sorry, what was the question?
Is there a reason why you don't want other people identified for this court?
Yes,
You can answer, good.
yes, because number one, the high profile of the case. Number two, I was directly told by law enforcement.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained as to hearsay,
Okay,
so.
it's a very-
No, ma'am, I sustain the objection, you can't keep answering, all right?
I'm
So
not-
you're not actually the judge in here, so, and I do appreciate the situation you're in, however, nonetheless, you need to do what I tell you to do. What's the next question?
I'm going to ask you the question, but you don't have to tell me what anyone told you. All right? Are there reasons why you don't want to identify people for the cameras?
yes, I believe that.
Okay, that, just a yes, thank you. What's the next question?
Well, I would like for her to explain her answer, Judge.
I'm going
Well,
to object as to
Yeah, I don't know where this is going exactly, so you can't repeat what anybody said to you, so what's,
I'm just telling you what I believe and the
Okay,
reason why.
go ahead.
So the reason why I believe it would be dangerous for other people to be identified in relation to this case is because of the high-profile nature and the fact that it involves supposed violent gangs in Jacksonville that we have never come in contact with. So I feel like it would be a violation of these individuals' privacy since they're not relevant to the case and they have no relevance to Alicia Andrews
all
as far
right,
as
now
I
we're getting
know.
into a narrative, so ask the next question.
All right. There's a couple things that you wanted to explain, and all we're asking for is the absolute truth.
Okay.
All right? You were trying to explain something about a safe. The absolute truth. Is there another safe at your home?
There is.
Okay.
My son has it safe in his bedroom.
All right. And you were trying to also mention on cross-examination something about a gang associate and you being a gang associate. Can you explain what your understanding of your title as a gang associate?
Okay, once my son was arrested, I found out he was being labeled a gang associate. In order to be labeled a gang associate, by my interpretation of the Florida statute, if you willingly hang around somebody who is a known gang member, then you could be considered a gang associate. However, nobody tells that person that they're a known gang member, and nobody tells anybody around them that they're a known gang member. So if you're hanging around somebody unknowingly and law enforcement has deemed them to be a gang member, then you theoretically could also be considered a gang associate.
All right. Alicia Andrews, do you have her phone number saved in your phone?
No, I don't.
All right. And what was the first time that you ever reached out to her?
It was during one of the status hearings. I've attended every single one of my son's status hearings, so there were some where I noted that there was not somebody there for her. So I reached out.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Had you ever communicated with Alicia Andrews prior to her being
No.
incarcerated?
No.
No further questions.
Okay, thank
So one of the reasons, like, I think this is the type of witness that you do need to make a serious credibility assessment for. And if you want to take certain phrases with a grain of salt versus a mountain of salt. But at the same time, some of the questions that the state was allowed to get into on direct examination with this witness, we had the judge say, well, oh, stop trying to answer. Alicia's attorneys can talk to you about that. Or sorry, I got the cross and direct messed up. Alicia Andrews' attorneys can clean that up when they get on redirect. So the state on their cross got to get into the subject matter, and her answers were cut off. And she was given the reason that, hey, you'll be able to clean that up on direct. And then aside from the hearsay objections, which were different, as soon as she tried to get into those very same questions, the judge herself, sua sponte, made the objection. So it's just the kind of thing, I think there is a different dynamic in this trial than there is with the Foolio 4, maybe because it's a death penalty case. Maybe because it's different people at the defense table. I don't know. But this was really snippy to me. To the point where when you have the judge yelling at a witness, who I think her own credibility could be questioned without the judge stepping in, it could elicit a little sympathy. Especially when you snip at the witness for saying, like, hey, why are these young kids, clearly apparently young kids, relevant? Why do you want me to say their names? When the jury for this day and the day preceding heard multiple times, don't say the name on the record, don't say the name on the cameras. Why do we all of a sudden want this witness to name these two faces that the state, we don't know why they're relevant? So I don't think that it's entirely off the wall for some of the pushback we saw here. The beginning pushback just seemed like she was being a difficult witness and would say whatever she needed to say to defend her son. But these other parts, it's like, all right, she actually kind of has a point. I don't know. That's just me. That's just me. And the gang statute thing, I think that's a really valid point, as I said earlier. It's broadly defined, and it's going to be used against you if you associate somebody who's in a gang, but yet you don't know that classification. It's like an internal tracking that law enforcement uses that a layperson wouldn't know. So, but yeah.
you. May this witness be excused?
They let her go?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Yep, so there was nothing else there. We're going to go back and watch the grandma, who was day 2. Grandma was called by the state. Grandma was called by the state. And right after the Uber driver. So they called the Uber driver, then they called Grandma in Alicia Andrews' trial.
Truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hey, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Corey Scheide.
Oh, I didn't get this right. She's somewhere here. They were all short.
Okay. This witness speaks.
Depicted or who used yourself in that exhibit 92. Identify yourself
Me and my car.
and is
Right, that's
this the
Uber
only
driver.
time you visited this?
Conducted on the vehicle.
Nice.
Okay.
This is the camera.
Okay, here.
Was he driving on that day, on June 23rd of
Was a
2020?
black-
What vehicle was he? 36B. Oh, staying 26 of 2024. Were you staying at that address at that time?
Yes.
Okay.
How do you
There we go,
know
Grandma.
Sean Gaithright?
He's my grandson.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 36B. Could you look to that screen behind you? Who's in that photograph?
That looks like Sean.
Your grandson that you just referred to?
Yeah.
And on June 26th of 2004, were there some detectives from the Tampa Police Department that came and met with you?
Yes, I think they were from Tampa.
Yes. And they asked you some questions and reviewed a video that was inside your house?
Yes.
Were they asking you I'm not going to strike that. Prior to that, had you seen your grandson Sean Gathright on June 23rd of 2024?
That was the Sunday before the police came, the 23rd, yes.
And prior to Sean Gathright, your grandson coming to see you, did he call you?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember approximately what time he called you on that day, June 23rd of 2024?
It was in the afternoon. I know it was after 12. It was over in the afternoon. The exact time, I don't remember.
That's okay. Do you remember what time he arrived at your home after that phone call around noon?
No, I don't remember the time.
All right. Was it still light out?
Yes.
What vehicle was he driving on that day, on June 23rd of
It was a
2026?
black car.
Is that a car that you had seen before?
No, that was a recent car he got. The one I knew wasn't working, so they got rid of that one.
Did you have a vehicle at your home?
Yes,
What type of vehicle was that?
it was a SUV that belonged to his mother.
Was that gold or tan in color?
It was more tan.
Tan. And at some point while he was visiting you on June 23rd of 2024, did he change vehicles? Did he leave the black car in your driveway or leave it at your house and switch to the tan SUV in the car, or I'm sorry, in your garage?
Yes, after I gave him permission to do it.
Did you see him unload that black car and take some bags and put it into the tan SUV?
Yes,
Do you remember how many bags that he removed from the car and put into the SUV?
either 2 or 3, I don't remember. But I know I was there talking to him while he was moving the bags.
Okay. Did you ever look inside those bags?
Yes.
Okay. What did you see inside the bags?
One of the bags had a camera, because we were talking about the camera, his photography that he was doing. And when he came outside, he said to me, "This is the camera." And when I looked at it, it was one of those professional camera, big one that professional photographer use. There was a light source, and there was something that I call it looking like an umbrella that you use to deflect the lights when they're doing the pictures.
Okay. And why did you look into his own personal bags?
I didn't take it from him because we were talking in the house, because when I asked him about school, about the photography, and about his power washing business, then we talk about that, and he said, when he passed me to put it in the SUV, he said, "Oh, this is the camera." And I looked at it and I said, "Oh, nice."
Okay. Were you out in the garage the
Okay.
entire time when he was at that black car in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see your grandson wiping down the entire car with a
Entire
cloth?
car.
No.
Okay. So you obviously weren't out in the garage?
No, I was there. What happened when he had loaded the car, the SUV, and I said to him, "Did you take everything out?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Make sure, don't leave anything that you need, and make sure the car is clean." He looked at me and he smiled.
Okay.
So he went back into the car, and I said to him, and he looked in the front area and he looked in the back, and I said to him, "Do you have your charger?" He said yes. And I did that purposely because they always buy fast food, eat it in the car, leave the wrapping and the container, and with the juice, and they're always leaving things back in my house. So I said, make sure you take everything that you need and make sure the car is clean. So he looked at me and he smiled. And I said to him, "You have everything, you have the charger?" And he did, and he said yes. So that was what happened. Then he said to me, "Do you want me to put the car in the garage?" I said, no, you put the car in, I will move the SUV. And I did not want to move the car.
Okay, so did he do that for you?
Yes, he did that for me, and I moved the SUV.
Okay. And so at some point, all of the stuff that he had in that Impala, that black Impala, he moved into the SUV, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I had asked him if he took everything out that he needed, and he said yes.
Had you ever said anything different to law enforcement with regards to whether or not you actually looked into the bags?
No, no, I don't remember. I don't remember that. I don't remember.
Okay. You don't ever remember saying that the bags looked heavy?
No, I did not say that.
Okay.
No.
All right. And of course, you love your grandson, Sean Gathright, is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Do you know whether or not your grandson, Mr. Gathright, whether or not he ever owned any firearms or used any firearms?
Did not, never.
He never owned or?
Never owned, never used.
Okay. I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
No,
She's not one of Sean's friends, right?
I don't know her, never seen that name before, never see her before.
All right. She's never been to your house before?
No, not that I know of.
And when Sean came to the house, you were standing in the garage?
No,
Talking
no, not when he came. When he came to the house, he came to the front door and he rang the bell. When I opened the door, he opened his arms and said, "Grandma," and he hugged me and I hugged him.
Okay. When Sean came to the house, did he tell you why he was switching cars?
He told me that the car that he had, he couldn't put the power washing equipment. It was difficult to get it in the car, in and out of the car. And then he asked me if he could, we were in that conversation, not just come up and ask me that. We were in conversation, and when I asked him about the power washing business, because I know he started that business a year before, and I asked him, how is it doing? And he said to me, it's doing okay. And then he said, we continue to talk because we were eating and talking at the counter. And then he said, Grandma, can I borrow the SUV so I can put the equipment in there because it's difficult to get it in and out of the car. And then he said to me, it's totally up to you, Grandma. And I said, it's okay.
Okay. All right. So he said he needed the truck, the
It's
tan
truck,
vehicle,
the SUV, yes.
to put power washing equipment in it.
Equipment in, because he had a job to do the coming up. There
All
was a job he had to do.
All right. And could you actually see what was inside of his bags?
I saw he showed me, we talk about the photographer equipment.
Sorry.
So when I was standing right at the back of the SUV was open. I was standing close to the back, and he took the bag up, and then he said, this is a camera. And I looked in the bag because it was open. So I looked in it and I saw the camera. And as I said, it was a professional camera, not the little small one that we all use. It was a big professional camera.
Okay. All right. That was that bag though, right?
That was that bag.
All right. But you didn't see any firearms,
No. No.
any ammunition, anything
No,
like that?
No.
All right. And then the police came to your home?
That was the Wednesday after. I think that was the 26th, I think.
Okay.
The Sunday he came to the house and the police came the Wednesday after. I think it was the 26th,
Okay.
something.
When the police came to your home, they wanted to view your surveillance footage?
They wanted to view it, yes.
All right. And you allowed them to view the surveillance footage?
I allowed them to view it, but then I realized that they downloaded the footage, and I did not give permission to download. I gave them permission to view because it was just a normal visit and there was nothing on there. You know.
Okay, so you're saying the police took the footage from your house without your consent?
Without my consent, yes.
All right. And I see that you have on a mask. Are you wearing that mask to conceal your identity today?
No, I can take it off.
That's fine. No further questions.
Okay?
Just brief redirect it.
Yep.
Ms. Allen, regarding when law enforcement detectives from the Tampa Police Department were viewing that video footage, you asked them to leave, right?
Yes, I did.
And that was after they were viewing that video footage, is that
After they
correct?
started to take footage from it.
You also got a phone call from your daughter, Damalie Lyle, during that time period, didn't you?
No, I called her.
You called her.
I was trying to reach her because I didn't know what was going on.
And specifically after that phone call, you asked those Tampa Police Department officers to leave, those detectives to leave after you received your daughter's phone call.
No, that was not the reason.
Okay.
I told
But I'm
them that-
asking you about the sequence.
Yes.
You called your daughter while they were viewing that video footage, is that correct?
I called her. I did not get her. I called a friend in New York and I said to her, there are some cops here. I do not know what is going on. Please pray for me, because she's a Christian. I said, I don't know what is going on. Just pray for me.
But regardless, after that call that you made, you asked those detectives to leave. Is that true, ma'am?
Yes, I did ask them to leave. And
All right.
my reason is
Go ahead.
they asked me if they could view the footage, and I said yes.
And did you watch over their shoulders?
No, I did not.
Well, hold on. So go ahead, were you done answering?
No, no, Dorothy.
Okay,
Pardon me?
I apologize.
No, I did not finish answering.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Where was I?
You were saying that what was the reason, I believe,
Okay,
for asking them
yes.
to leave?
While they pulled me over, I was scared, I was shocked, I didn't know what was going on. I could not use my phone because I said I could not use my phone. The phone was in the car. When eventually they allowed me to use the phone, there's a friend that lives in the neighborhood that I called and I said I needed some support because I'm just out of it. I didn't know what was going on. So he came over. After he came over and they asked me if they could view the footage, I said yes.
Okay.
So we went into the house. I was sitting at the table, at the breakfast table, while they were over in the den viewing. I was not paying attention to them. I was talking because I wanted to calm myself down. So I was talking to the friend. But then it dawned on me that they were there a long time ago, for a long time, and I realized that short time could not take them so long. So I turned around and I said, no, there's more going on. I need to speak to a lawyer because I don't know what is going on.
Okay.
And then he backed off.
All right. Thank
That
you. I
was-
appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Nothing further.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you so much.
All right, and then next we had queued up none other than Alicia Andrews herself. And this is, of course, quite a bit longer. And this was, right? This is all Halloween, right? Yeah, so remember, let's go back in time a little bit here to October 31st, 2025. Same day Alicia Andrews testifies, the jury gets the case. They get through closings and deliberations, and they say they want to stay late. And it's like 11 something at night when they come back with a verdict. And I remember because I'd just gotten pizza. And we did quite a long verdict stream going through the discussion of, they convict her on the lesser of manslaughter in the second degree when she was facing first degree premeditated murder through the theory of principal liability and conspiracy to commit the same. And so we had quite a long stream. And like when I got done with the stream, I looked over at this plate of pizza just sitting there all cold and bricked up. But yeah, they were there that late that night getting this verdict done. So let's get to her testimony. And they didn't get the case until I feel like 4 something that day, 4:30 maybe. Let's see when they go on the seal. Closing arguments. Well, maybe not, because it looks like they didn't close up in court until like the last hour and 20 minutes of the stream. So yeah, maybe they didn't get the case until real late. I don't remember. I'll have to go through old tweets.
All right, let's bring in the jury.
Is Andrews the next witness?
Oh, who's going to be your next witness?
Ms. Andrews.
Okay, very good. Let's get her on the witness stand.
Also, again, shout out to KP. It's his birthday today, and also 19-month anniversary being a member here, so big thanks there. Kristen came in with the 2 to wish KP a happy birthday as well. Always love the shared birthdays in the chat. I mean, the shared birthday wishes, not shared birthdays celebrating at the same time, but it's like everybody is like, oh my gosh, happy birthday, and shares in the moment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, very good. Let's bring in the jury.
Yes, Judge.
And they had to do that because they didn't want the jury to see that she was shackled up or any sign of being restrained in custody in some manner. KC Dog, also thank you for the 5. I didn't know this, that Julio's mom was shot. And then this idea that maybe she, going back to Sean Gathwaite's mom, maybe Sean Gathwaite's mom was concerned with her and her other children's safety if she were to give names and put names to a face in court when a lot of people are watching this trial.
All rise.
So I didn't know that, but that's another good point.
All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat. I apologize for the delay, but we are ready to proceed. Defense, call your next witness.
This time, the defense calls Alicia Andrews for the stand.
All right, Ms. Andrews, I need you to raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, very good. You may proceed.
Ms. Andrews, can you please turn to the jury and introduce yourself by name?
My name is Alicia Andrews.
All right, Ms. Andrews, you're charged with 2 counts. One is first-degree murder, and the other is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Did you know that Charles Jones was going to die on June 23rd of 2024?
No, I did not.
Did you have any involvement in Charles Jones's murder?
No, I did not.
Did anyone tell you anything about a plot to kill Charles Jones when you went to Tampa?
No, they didn't.
I want to take a step back. How old are you, Miss Andrews?
22,
And at the time of this incident, how old were you?
21.
Did you go to high school?
Yes.
Which high schools did you go to?
I went to Rains High School in Andrew Jackson.
How long did you go to Rains High School for?
I think it was like a year, I believe.
It was a year. Do you know what year that was?
I think maybe 2017, 2018,
All right.
one of those.
And on what side of town is Rains?
I think that's considered the north.
That's the north side?
I think so.
All right. And did you live on the north side of that town?
I'm like on the north/east.
Okay. And why were you going to Rains?
My sister was going there, so I wanted to go to a school where I knew somebody.
When you were at Rains High School, did you hear of a shooting that happened at Rains High School?
Yes,
All right. Was this shooting big news at the high school?
yes.
Why?
I mean, everybody talked, and it was at a football game, so police came. It was all over the media.
And was it made known to you who was involved in the shooting?
Yes.
All right. Who do you know was involved in the shooting?
I just would always hear the name Robert Howard, but I didn't really know him.
You didn't know him personally?
No, I would see him though, but I didn't know him.
Where would you see him at?
He would be at the football games or like the Christmas tournaments, and they would have like these track meets that everybody go to called Bob Hayes.
Okay. Did you leave Rains High School to go to another school?
Yes.
Why did you leave that school?
I mean, it just really wasn't for me, and my sister had already graduated by that time, so.
All right. Where did you end up going?
Andrew Jackson High School.
And where is that school?
I don't know what side of town it's supposed to be. North, I guess.
All right. When you left Rains High School, did you have any friends still at Rains High School?
Yes.
Did you still communicate with those friends from Rains?
Yes.
Did you also have friends that went to the new school?
Yeah.
And do you maintain any friendships from either of those schools today?
Yes.
When did you meet Isaiah Chance?
It was like towards the end of 2021.
Towards the end of 2021?
Yeah, I think it was.
Well, tell me this. Were you in high school when you met him?
Yes.
And when did you graduate high school?
May 2021. I don't remember the date though. It was
Okay.
May.
All right. So, when did you start to date Isaiah Chance?
I would consider that like in the summertime.
Summer of after you graduated?
Yes.
All right. Did you know him before? Did you know him before you started to date him?
I knew of him.
All right. What did you know of him?
He had a sister that I was close with well, not close with, but like cool with at Rains High School.
Okay. And when you started dating in May or after May of 2021, how long did that relationship last for?
It wasn't very long. We were on and off.
Did you ever live with Isaiah Chance?
No.
Where did you live?
I stayed with my parents.
All right. And did Isaiah Chance ever come over to your parents' home?
He never been inside, but he's picked me up.
All right. Did you, at any point in time, ever stay the night at Isaiah Chance's home?
Yes.
Who did he live with?
His mom and family members, like sisters.
All right. How long would you stay, just generally, how long, or typically, how long would you stay at Isaiah Chance's house?
Sometimes it would be a week or two, or days. It depends, like, what I'm doing.
All right. Did you have a job?
It depends what year. I did have a job.
Well, what jobs did you have?
I worked at Amazon. I was a substitute teacher. I had a lot of jobs. Ulta Beauty, worked at Victoria's Secret. What else? I think that was all of them.
All right. When you were growing up at Rains or any of the Andrew Jackson High School, did you see any of the gang activity or the gang back and forth while you were in high school?
I saw it online.
All right. What types of things did you see online?
They would go on Instagram, and go live, and everybody would be sending it to everybody, like, are y'all watching? Like, we're young, we don't have nothing to do, so we would be kind of tuned in, just watching.
All right. And when you say they are going live, who is they?
The victim in this case, he would go live, and I guess the other people that didn't like him.
All right. And who are the other people that didn't like him at that time?
The individual that goes by Young and Ace.
Okay. So they would go back and forth on social media?
Yeah, along with other people.
Was this popular conversation in school?
Yes.
And would people send these lives and these different things to each other?
Yes.
Would people text about these things?
Yes.
And would people talk about these things?
Yes.
Would they talk about it at school, like at lunch?
Yes.
Would they talk about it during practice and for sports?
Yes.
Would they talk about it at football games?
Yeah.
All right. This was common knowledge to everyone in the schools?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, again, we were young, so everything that's going on in the media, everybody just talked about it.
Did you have any personal connection to Robert Howard?
No,
What about to Spaz?
no,
All right, did you know Spaz?
no, I heard of him.
All right, and when I say Spaz, I'm referring to Gerard Adams.
Yeah, I don't know him. I heard of him.
Okay. Did you have any personal connection to this individual, Bibby?
No,
All right, did you know of him?
yes.
And how did you know of these individuals? Spaz, Bibby, how did you know of these people?
When one individual died, some people would post it, so I would see it.
Okay. When you started to date Isaiah Chance, how was your relationship with him?
In the beginning, it was good, I would say. And then he changed over time. I mean, once we got comfortable with each other.
What did he change? What had changed about him?
He started to be a little more controlling. Like as I got older and I would want to go out, he didn't like that.
In what ways was he controlling?
Like he would tell me what to post, what not to post, or if he didn't want me to take something down, or don't wear this, don't wear that, like little stuff like that.
And when he was having these controlling ways, would you listen to him?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, I didn't know no better at the time.
Other than just having controlling ways, did Isaiah Chance ever put his hands on you?
Yes.
How many times?
I wouldn't say I was counting, but it's been a few times.
Do you remember the first time that it happened?
Yes.
When was the first time that it happened?
Back in like 2021 at his house.
What happened in that situation?
We were arguing over the phone. Like he wanted my phone and I wouldn't give it to him. And that was the first time he ever like snatched it and he ended up hitting me.
Hit you how?
With a closed fist. And I was kind of like just blocking myself and saying stop.
All right, were you standing up? Were you on the ground?
I was on the bed, the edge of the bed.
And how did it stop?
His mom came in. He was telling him like to back up off me. And he was like, no, she good. And he closed the door.
All right, that was the first time?
Yes.
Did you have any bruises?
Yes.
What happened? Did you go home when you had the bruises?
No, he wouldn't let me go home.
Who would not let you go home?
Isaiah.
Why would he not let you go home?
I think it was because he didn't want my parents to see it, and he probably thought they would make a big deal, which they would, so.
So, were you, I guess, hiding the bruise that you had?
At the time, yes.
Did you eventually go home?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody what happened?
Yes, my friend.
Who?
Jewel.
All right, were there any other times that you can remember Isaiah Chance putting his hands on you?
It was a few more times after that. I don't remember the specific date, but I know it was around my birthday in 2024. And then it was another time in 2022. It was a few times.
All right. Did he ever, outside of your house and in the car, did he ever put his hands on you?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that situation?
Well, the one in the car was before we went to Tampa. It was a couple of days before that. Somebody called me and I ended up telling him it was someone that he didn't want me to talk to, like one of my guy friends. And he assumed the guy liked me, so he got mad. And he came to my house, insisting that I come outside. So, I go outside, I look in the car, I'm like, what? He said, get in the car. I said, for what? And then he gave me a look, so I got in the car.
When you got in the car, what happened?
He drove me to like a park, and then he stopped and he was like, "Let me see your phone." And I said no, but he ended up grabbing it. He was telling me to unlock it, and I wouldn't unlock it. And that's when he repeatedly hit me to unlock the phone.
How did he hit you?
Like on the side of my face. So if I'm in the passenger seat, somebody hits you from the side, you're hitting the side of the seatbelt thing. It was like on the
Okay.
side. I don't know what they call that.
Where the seat belt comes out of?
Yeah, like
Where
I
it
was-
retracts?
Yeah, my head was hitting on that.
All right. And how long did that last for?
I believe we were sitting there for like 20 minutes because I get frustrated and I just start kicking and hitting back, and then he told me to stop.
All right. After that, did you go back home?
Later on that day I did. Well, once we sit there for a minute, he ended up talking to me, apologizes, then we go out to eat.
Was that his way of making up to you?
Yes,
All right. Did that happen more times than one?
yes.
I'm going to show you something, and I want you to tell me if you recognize it. Do you recognize what you see?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's me sending my friend a picture of
Well,
my...
just tell me how you recognize. Don't tell me what it is.
Oh, well, I see my face.
All right. And did you take these photographs?
Yes,
All right. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the photograph you took?
yes.
At this time, defense would move what's Defense Exhibit 7 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Admitted.
I apologize, Judge. The computer is frozen. All right. Miss Andrews, what is this a photograph of?
My face.
And why, what is on your face?
That's when he bruised my eye.
Who is he?
Isaiah.
Do you remember when this was, time frame?
I don't remember the exact date, but I recall sending her a picture though.
Who is her?
I think that's Jewel.
All right. Now, why did you send this picture?
Because I was already telling her about the other incident, so when I sent it to her, I'm like I'm fed up, kind of like just telling her, like, what do I do?
All right. All right. What is this photograph?
Of my eye that he bruised.
Exhibit
Same exhibit.
for the record, correct?
Yes, same
Are they
exhibit.
marked, are they different photos within one exhibit?
It's a composite exhibit,
So
yes.
do you have them identified for the record?
There will be exhibit 7. It'll be A through D.
So what is this? You showed her A initially,
Well, the first one was D.
and what is this one?
This is going to be B.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
What is this a photo of?
Of my eye that he bruised.
Is this a separate incident or the same?
It's the same day.
All right. And why did you take another picture?
I was just showing her closely.
All right. Showing 7A. What is this a photograph of?
One of my phones.
All right. What is the phone showing? What are you doing in this photograph?
Showing her that the screen is cracked.
Who is her?
I believe I sent it to Jewel.
All right. And how did the screen get cracked?
He broke it.
How?
I think he threw it to the ground.
All right.
I don't remember exactly how he threw it, but
And while that exhibit is still up, hold on. How often or how many times did Isaiah chance to break your phone?
from 2021 to 2024, maybe 4 times.
Was it always the same way?
No.
What other ways did he break your phones?
I think one time he threw it to the wall, like repeatedly threw it to the wall over and over so that it wouldn't turn back on. And then the very last time he bent it some kind of way. So like this, I don't know what they call it on the iPhone. It had like a dent in it. I don't know how he broke it though, like what kind of way he broke it.
All right. And when he would break these phones, who would get them fixed?
My parents, or if I had a job, I'll get it fixed. Isaiah only ever paid for one to get fixed.
What is this a photograph of?
Showing her my eye.
Who is her?
Jewel.
And again, is this a new part
Yes,
of the composite?
this is 7, Exhibit 7, and this is going to be C.
Okay, thank you.
So this goes to that.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Andrews, I'm going to show you something. I want you to tell me if you recognize it. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
All right. What is it? Without telling me what it says.
A message from Isaiah.
And are these messages that you see here, are they accurate representations of the messages that you received from Isaiah?
Yes.
How do you recognize these messages?
The messages that he sent me, I think on iMessage.
At this time, the defense will move Exhibit 8 into evidence.
State, you renew your objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, same ruling, overruled, you can admit it.
Do you recognize this email address here at the top?
Yes.
All right. And whose email address is that?
Isaiah?
And do you see where it says message sender?
Yes.
All right. Do you see the body of the message here?
Yes.
What does it say?
He said, stop fucking posting yourself, goddamn.
All right. Do you remember this message?
Yes.
This message went to who?
Me?
Do you see this second message here?
Yes.
What does the message say?
He said, the fuck you keep advertising yourself for?
All right. And this is from Isaiah Chance to you?
Yes.
What was he talking about when he says you keep advertising yourself?
I don't remember what picture I posted, but I posted a picture on Instagram that he didn't like.
Now, this third message, what does it say?
I said I'm not advertising myself.
Can you read the fourth message?
It say just say delete it.
That message comes from, you know if you sent that or did he send that to you?
It say his name at the top, so I think he sent it.
The fifth message here?
He said delete it.
When he says delete it, what is he talking about?
He told me to take the picture down.
And what did you respond and say?
Okay.
Why did you take the photograph down?
I didn't really have a reason. I don't like to cause conflict between us, so I just took it down.
And that was in October of 2023?
Yes.
Yes?
When you said earlier that you just didn't want to have any disagreements between you and Isaiah Chance, if you do get him upset, what typically happens?
He'll probably end up hitting me or biting me or something. It depends if I'm around him.
It depends what?
If I'm around him at the time.
All right. Was Isaiah Chance a jealous person?
Yes.
And did he get angry when he was jealous?
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you stayed with him throughout the abuse and throughout him being angry and jealous with you, of you?
It was kind of like he was manipulating me. Like I did want to leave, but I didn't want to leave. And I mean, you really wouldn't understand unless you're in the situation. It's not that easy to leave all the time. And then I'm young, and he'll tell me, you know, nobody wants you, nobody gonna want you, and like he'll make statements like that, and I'll kind of just like, okay, so I settled.
During the interrogation, you make a statement about you being pregnant before. Do you remember that statement?
Yes.
Have you been pregnant before your most recent pregnancy?
Yes.
All right. And what happened during that pregnancy?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevancy.
Sustain the objection.
Do I answer it?
No, hold on.
Sustain the objection. It means you cannot answer, okay?
Okay.
All right. I want to talk about this trip. Well, let me first talk about the Airbnb. At a certain point in time, did you send an Instagram message to someone inquiring about an Airbnb?
Yes.
That Instagram message was sent from your phone?
Yes.
Isaiah Chance was not using your phone at that time.
No.
Why did you send that message?
He called me and said, can you text the girl that do the B&Bs? Let me know what she got available.
All right. Did you know why you were asking for the Airbnb at that point in time?
No.
When you asked the individual for the Airbnb, for the inquiry about the Airbnb, did they respond to you?
Yes.
Did they respond immediately?
I think the first message was fast, but the last message, she took a minute.
All right. Did you ultimately book an Airbnb through this individual?
No.
Was this individual that you sent the message to, was that Rashad Murphy's girlfriend?
No.
All right. Did that person that you sent that message to, do you know if she even knew Rashad Murphy?
No, but I knew her, so I knew she had a, he told me something, he was like, how do you know it's not Rashad's girlfriend? But I knew the girl, so.
Hold on. When you say he, who is he? You're talking about the officer?
Yeah, the detective.
All right. We'll get to the interrogation. But the question is, did you know, or do you know whether this woman was Rashad Murphy's girlfriend?
No.
All right. All right. Did you ultimately book an Airbnb in this case?
No.
When the Airbnb, did somebody book it?
Yes.
Did anyone tell you when someone else booked the Airbnb?
When I called him back about the message I got, he told me, oh, it's already booked, it's okay.
When you say you called him back, who is him?
Isaiah.
All right. And so when you called Isaiah Chance back to tell him that you received a message back from Instagram, the woman on Instagram, he told you what?
He said it's already booked, it's okay.
All right. So someone else booked the Airbnb.
Yes.
Do you know who booked it?
At the time, I didn't know.
All right. Did he tell you that Rashad Murphy booked it?
No.
Did you ask any questions about it?
No.
All right. At what point did you figure out that Isaiah Chance was going to Tampa, Florida?
That's the next day I called him on the 22nd.
All right. This is the day of?
Yeah, the day
The
we
trip
leave.
down?
Yes.
All right. And how did you learn that he was going to Tampa?
I called him early that day like we always do, and I'm like, what you doing today? He said, I might be going out of town. I said, I wanted to go.
Did he tell you what he was going out of town for?
No.
Why did you want to go out of town with him?
Well, we were supposed to go to Atlanta, and we ended up fighting, so I didn't go.
You said you were supposed to go to Atlanta, and what happened?
We ended up fighting, so I didn't go.
All right. When were you supposed to go to Atlanta?
It was beginning of June.
All right. So, did he tell you where he was going?
What the...
Like the city?
temp- Yeah.
All right. So, what did you know about the trip?
Nothing much.
All right. Did you know who was going?
No, at the time he just said me and him. He told me to pack my stuff.
Where were you at when you had that conversation with him?
I'm at home.
Do you know where he was?
No.
Did you come to find out where he was? All
Yes.
right. Where was he at?
He referred to him as his little brother. He said his little brother's house.
All right. And how did you find out that he was at his little brother's house?
When I arrive and get in the car with him, he drives to someone's house, and I said, why we here? He said, we're going to rob my little brother,
All right. When you say little brother, who is that? You know what I'm
Sean Gathright.
saying? Okay. And so you get to Sean Gathright's house by Isaiah Chance picking you up and taking you there?
Yes.
All right. Where did Isaiah Chance pick you up from?
It was a club that we met at.
All right. Did somebody take you to the club?
Yes, my sister.
All right. Is that because you do not drive?
Yes.
All right. So after your sister takes you to a club, are you actually partying at this club?
No.
Is it just a drop-off location?
Yeah, it was closer, and he told me to just meet him there.
All right. So Isaiah Chance picks you up from this club, and you go where?
To his little brother's house.
All right. When you get there, what do?
I just sit in the car.
You were waiting?
Yes.
Was the little brother with Sean Gathright there when you arrived?
No.
All right. Was there a car in the driveway when you got there?
Yes.
Do you remember from the video, do you remember what color car was in the driveway?
It was a white car.
All right. And the brother was not there yet?
No.
When the brother got there, did you communicate with the brother at all?
No.
All right. Is there a reason why you don't communicate with individuals that Isaiah Chance is friends with?
Well, he tells me not to talk to his friends, so I just got in the car.
Why does Isaiah Chance tell you not to talk to his friends?
Because he'll think I like them or something like that. He just makes up stuff.
All right. So you get in another vehicle, and where do you sit in the vehicle?
Backseat.
And what happens next?
We drive off to a gas station.
What happens at the gas station?
I get out and get snacks.
All right. And do you know if there's anyone at the gas station? Anyone else?
No.
All right. What happens after you get snacks from that gas station? You all go to Tampa?
No, they drove to some, I guess, apartments.
Apartment complex?
Yes.
And what happens at the apartment complex?
They get out the car and they dap two bigger guys up, but they had the windows outside.
So let me back up. You said they. Who is they get out the car?
Sean and Isaiah get out the car and they dap two bigger guys, two dark-skinned guys.
Explain what you mean by dap.
Like shaking hands, acknowledging each other.
What happens after they get out, they being Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright, after they get out and they acknowledge these other two individuals?
They get back in the car and drive off.
Who's they?
Sean, he drives off because he's driving.
All right. So what happens after you all leave this apartment complex?
We head to Tampa,
And are there any stops on the way to Tampa?
another gas station.
What happens at this second gas station?
They get out of the car, they're talking, but I'm sitting in the car.
All right. Who's they?
Sean and Isaiah get out of the car.
All right. And they're talking amongst each other? All
Yes.
right. Do you know what they're saying?
No.
All right. Do you ask what they're saying?
No.
At the time, do you care what they're saying?
No.
All right. After you go to this second gas station, what happens?
Then we go to the Airbnb.
All right. When you arrive at the Airbnb, who all is in your vehicle?
Just Zay, me, and Sean.
Who gets out first?
I think they both got out at the same time.
All right. And were you paying attention to where they went when they got out of the car?
No.
What were you doing as they were getting out of the car?
I'm on TikTok.
On your phone?
Yes.
And when you got out of the car, where were they at?
I didn't see them no more.
All right. When you didn't see them, what did you do?
I mean, I did what he told me to do. When he got out of the car, he said, when you're ready, it's the first door.
All right. So did you go to the door?
Yeah, I just knocked.
And what happened when you knocked? Initially.
He didn't open it.
Did you use an access code to get into the Airbnb?
No.
Did you have an access code?
No.
Do you have the Airbnb app on your phone? Or did you have it on your phone?
No.
When you arrived, are you on your phone?
Yes.
Do you call anyone?
I was calling Isaiah to see if he gonna open the door.
Did you see a Ring camera in front of the door?
Not at first.
All right. Do you care if there was a Ring camera in front of the door?
No.
Why not?
I mean, it's a camera.
When you get to the door and you get inside, how are you able to actually get inside?
Isaiah lets me in.
All right. And when you get inside, is it just yourself, Isaiah, and Sean Gathright inside?
Yes.
And where do you go?
Upstairs.
Are there any rooms downstairs?
No.
And upstairs, what's upstairs?
2 beds in the bathroom. 2 bedrooms in the bathroom. On it.
Did you choose to occupy one of the bedrooms?
Yes.
All right. What did you do while you were sitting in the Airbnb from the time you got, well, let me ask you this. Did you get there around 8 a.m. or 8 p.m.?
Yes.
And what did you do for the next few hours?
I was in the bed.
What were you doing in the bed?
Scrolling through Netflix, trying to find a show. Then I was on my phone a little bit.
At any point in time while you were upstairs, did Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright leave?
Yes.
Do you know where they went?
No. Isaiah told me, be right back real quick. He left.
All right. Did you ask him where he was going?
No.
Did they include you in their travel plans?
No.
All right. At the time, were you hungry?
Yes.
All right. Were you looking for something to eat?
Yes, on DoorDash.
What were you looking for?
Some Pizza Hut.
All right. And is that the Instagram post that we've seen throughout the trial?
Yes.
All right. Did you ultimately order Pizza Hut?
No, they were high.
When you say they were high, what do you mean by that?
I was trying to get like 10-piece wings and a small pizza. I didn't want to buy it. It was too high.
Okay. Would you expect Isaiah to be buying food for you while you're away?
Yes.
When you didn't purchase the Pizza Hut, what did you decide to do?
I texted him and said I was hungry.
And then after you text him, what happened?
I think he said, I don't even think he responded. I think he just came back and asked me, he was like, what do you want to eat?
Did you make a decision about what you wanted to eat?
I said, I'll get McDonald's.
Okay. And what happens next?
He told me to hold on. He went downstairs.
And what happened?
He comes back and say, come on.
And what did you do?
I mean, I got up and went.
Did you get in any particular car at that time?
Yes. It was the gray car.
All right. And did he tell you to get inside of that car?
Yes.
And you got into which seat?
The passenger seat.
The front or back passenger?
Wait, what you mean front or back?
Front seat or back seat?
Oh, front seat.
Okay. And when you got in the vehicle, who was in the vehicle?
Isaiah comes outside and Davion.
And who sat where?
Davion gets in the front seat and Zay gets in the back seat.
Why did Davion get in the front seat as opposed to Isaiah Chance?
I mean, I wouldn't know what they said before they came out, so I don't know why he got in the front. But I assumed it was because he wanted food too, so he came.
At the time, did you know Davion Murphy?
No,
Had you ever seen him before?
no,
And when you got in the car, did he say anything to you?
no.
All right. Did you think that it was weird that he was sitting in the front seat next to you?
Yeah, I didn't know he was going.
Do you ultimately make it to McDonald's?
Yes,
When you get to McDonald's, do you order food?
yes.
And who pays for the food?
I think it was Isaiah. I think he paid half and I did the other half. I can't remember.
There's a point in the McDonald's video that we've seen where Davion Murphy is lighting some sort of cigarette or blunt. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember, not just the video, but do you remember the actual event in the car?
Yeah, I remember.
And when he was doing that, what did you do?
Nothing.
Why did you do nothing?
I mean, I don't know him. It's his car. And I'm not really I don't talk much, so I was kind of scared to say something.
When you left McDonald's, well, you did leave McDonald's at some point, right?
Yes.
All right. And then at some point, does Davion get out of that car?
Yes.
And is it just you and Chance?
Yes.
Do you know, at the time, did you know an individual named Kyla Enright?
No.
Did you know that Sean Gathright was talking to an individual named Kyla Enright?
No, I do not.
Did you know that Sean Gathright was texting an individual named Kyla Enright?
No.
At this time, had anybody told you anything about Julio Foolio?
No.
Were you searching Julio Foolio's Instagram account that night?
No.
Did you even know he was going to be in Tampa?
No, I did not.
After you leave McDonald's, do you go to a club?
Yes.
Do you know the name of this club?
I mean, I know the name now. It's Teasers.
At the time, did you know the name?
No.
Why did you not know the name at the time?
I mean, it was kind of irrelevant. I didn't remember. We didn't go in it, so.
You did not go in the club, but why did you go there?
Was you thinking about going in there?
Whose idea was it to go to this place?
Isaiah.
And did you follow his idea?
Yeah, he said he was taking me out.
Did you have any reason to think that he was doing anything wrong or illegal?
At the time, no.
When you got to this club, did you all park?
Yes.
And where did you park?
I believe it was the back of the parking lot.
Was that the only space available at the time?
Yes.
And were you driving?
No.
Right. Well, let me ask you this. At any point in time during that night, did you drive the vehicle?
No.
When you get out of the vehicle, what happens?
You start walking, then he stops me and say, "Let me see your phone."
Do you give him the phone?
Yes.
At the time, do you think anything of it?
No. I mean, he always has it.
Did he ask you for a code to get in?
Yeah.
And did you give him the code?
Yeah, I did.
Right. Do you know what he did with the phone?
He tried to make a call, I guess. He had it up, but I didn't hear what he was saying.
All right, so let me talk to you about this. Is it weird or strange, anything out of the ordinary, for Isaiah Chance to use your phone to make phone calls?
No.
Had he done that before in the past?
Yes.
Had he spoken to Robert Howard using your phone before?
Yes.
Had he spoken to other individuals using your phone before?
Yes.
Do you know why?
No, but I assumed it's maybe because he don't want to have his number.
When he would speak to individuals on your phone, would he always speak around you?
No.
Would he sometimes leave the room?
Yeah.
All right. And do you question him about why he's using your phone or why he's leaving the room?
No.
Why not?
I mean, it wasn't really a big deal to me at first.
So back to the parking lot at Teasers. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 41. And this is 41B, I believe 7. 8. All right, do you recognize this parking lot area?
Yes.
Do you recognize the car the silver car there, the top of the screen?
Yes.
What car is that?
That's the car we were in.
At this time, do you know where the other 3 boys are at?
No, I don't.
Do you care about where the other 3 boys are at?
Your objection to calling co-defendants boys.
Stand the objection.
Do you know where the other 3 men were at?
No.
And do you care where these other 3 men were at?
No.
All right, do you remember what's happening inside the car at this time?
I think we were just sitting there talking at first.
All right. And again, you're not driving this vehicle?
No.
Is there a reason why you have on a mask in this video?
Yeah, I was pregnant at the time, so I didn't want to smell any smoke and prevent like any health issues.
Why did you think that you might inhale smoke?
Because usually the clubs in my city, like the lounges, as soon as you go in, they let you smoke, so it'd be a lot of smoke in there. I didn't know how it was down here, but just in case I wore one.
All right. Did you wear a mask to conceal your identity?
No.
Did you have on a hoodie?
No.
What did you have on?
Some blue jeans, a blue jacket, and a regular shirt.
All right, what type of shoes did you have on?
Some like regular Crocs I designed.
Crocs, almost like slippers?
Yeah.
Those are not boots or anything that you could use to run in?
No, they're like the fancy ones where you get to put the things in them. I don't know what they call them.
When you say things, you mean the pins on the top of the shoe?
Yeah, like you get to put what you want to put on them.
Okay. Are you and Mr. Chance getting out of the car now?
Yes.
Does Mr. Chance tell you that he's going to this club so he can find Julio Foolio?
No, he didn't.
If you can remember sort of what's happening in this moment, can you tell the members of the jury?
I was walking, then he stopped me and said, "Let me see your phone."
At this time, are you trying to conceal your identity at all?
No.
Are you ducking or hiding or crouching behind any vehicles?
No, I'm just walking.
Are you stopping when he stops?
Yes.
And are you following him?
Yes.
Do you know what he's doing with your phone?
At the time, I just assumed he was trying to call someone and they wasn't answering.
Did he talk to anyone in that clip?
No.
Do you ultimately leave this location?
Yes.
Do you go somewhere after that?
Yes.
Where do you go after that?
It was another club called Players Club.
At the time, did you know the name of that location?
No.
And who decided to go to the second spot?
He picked it.
Did you know of any clubs in Tampa?
No.
When you got to the second location, what happened?
We get out, walk across the street, and he walked up to the guy that they work at the front door, and he asked him how much was to get in.
So at this second location, you said, who asked how much it is to get in?
Isaiah asked the bouncer.
And what happened when you asked?
I don't remember the exact words, but he told him a price, and I guess he didn't like the price, so he just walked off.
Did you all stay there for any period of time?
Yes.
Was it a short period of time?
Yeah.
And when you didn't go into the second location, what were you thinking?
Nothing much, like maybe he just didn't want to go in.
Were you also wearing a, were you also wearing a mask at the second location?
Yes.
Did you go somewhere else after that?
Yes.
Where'd you go next?
Truth 18.
At the time, did you know what Truth 18 was, the name of it?
No.
Did you know who was going to be there?
No.
Did you ask Isaiah Chance to go to Truth 18?
No, he picked that.
Did he ask you for permission to go there?
No.
When you get to Truth 18, what do?
We sit there first, then we get out. He just starts to walk. He still has my phone, so I just walk after him.
Okay. Do you know if he talks to anyone while he's on your phone?
Yeah.
Do you know what app he's using to communicate with individuals?
No, at the time I didn't know.
Do you know if he's talking on FaceTime with anyone?
I believe it was FaceTime at that club that one time.
At Truth 18?
Yes.
And do you know who he was talking to at the time?
No.
When he's talking to the individual at Truth 18, there's a photograph that you've seen in evidence of the downstairs at Truth 18. Do you remember that photograph?
Yeah, I remember it.
All right. At the time that the photograph was taken, did you take the photograph?
No.
All right. From looking at it, what can you tell about that photograph?
I remember him flipping the camera because we came to a stop, and he said, like, man, he said that, man, this shit crowded. And he flipped the camera and was showing somebody on the phone.
Okay. Do you know who he was showing that on the phone?
No.
And when you say he was showing it on the phone, this is like he's showing it live?
Yes.
All right. And do you know how that live viewing became a screenshot photograph in your phone?
I think he just took a screenshot of it.
At the time, even though you didn't know exactly who he was talking to, did you, I guess, figure that it was one of the three men?
Yes, because he also said, where y'all at?
Did he say anything about Julio Foolio?
No.
Did he show you a firearm or anything like that?
No.
Did he say anything about wanting to kill Julio Foolio in front of you?
No.
Showing what's in evidence in State's Exhibit 44. Do you see this video?
Yes.
All right. Do you see yourself?
Yes.
All right. What is happening right here?
He's walking with the phone up.
Okay. And what are you doing?
Just walking behind him.
All right. And do you know where he's going at this point in time?
No, I'm just following him.
Do you know why he's walking where he's walking?
No, I never asked.
All right. Is this, where you all are at, is this kind of like in direct eyesight of the top of the staircase at Truth 18?
I don't know if right there, but I don't really remember that.
All right. And you see you walk towards the sign and then back towards the right?
Yes.
All right. When you were standing anywhere in that parking lot or on the sidewalk, were you able to see Julio Foolio?
No.
Do you know that he's even inside?
No.
And is Isaiah Chance saying anything on the phone that would give you an indication that Julio Foolio is inside?
No. I only actually heard him say two things. He said that it was crowded and where y'all at?
Okay. After you leave from off the screen here, do you know what you're doing next?
We walk back down. He stops on somebody's car, still holding the phone, and I'm kind of just leaning on him talking.
When you say he stops on somebody's car, like whose car was it?
A random person.
So not like someone that he knew?
No.
And when you say he stops on, he's leaning on someone's car?
Yeah, like leaning back with the phone.
And you and Isaiah Chance are talking at this point in time?
Yes.
All right. Do you ask him why you're not going inside?
Well, I think I did, yeah.
And do you want to go inside at this point?
Not really.
Why not?
We already been in two places. It was getting late, so I didn't really care to go nowhere else. He chose that place.
All right. At this point, what do you want to do?
Get some food.
Even though you just ate maybe 3 hours earlier?
Yeah, it was McDonald's. Just some nuggets and fries.
All right. So were you still hungry?
Yes.
And at this time, you're still pregnant?
Yes.
After you leave Truth 18, do you go somewhere else?
Yes.
Do you know where you're headed after you leave Truth 18?
No, I mentioned food, so I assumed he was going to go get me food.
All right. What does he do when he leaves Truth 18? Does his behaviors change anything at all?
Yeah.
In what way?
I mean, he started to act weird. I'm like, where are we going? He drive off to, I believe it's a college campus.
Showing, or about to show what's in evidence in State's Exhibit 24. Do you recognize this exhibit from earlier?
Yes.
You ever been to this location before?
Yes.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. Before this incident.
Oh,
had you
well,
ever
no,
been there
that
before?
day, yeah.
And did you recognize this area when you were in that area?
No.
All right. From this view, do you know which direction you came from?
I think he was straight ahead.
It's like at the very top of the screen?
Yeah, I think so.
And again, who's driving at this point in time?
Isaiah.
When you come from the area where the top of the screen is at, which direction does he go in this intersection? Pause it. Pause it.
I mean, that's him turning right there.
Space bar. All right, so you came from the top. How did you end up on this corner making this right here?
That's where he turned.
Well, how did you get on that street?
I mean, that's where he just went. I don't know.
Let me ask you differently. When you came from the top area of the screen, did he make a right at this intersection if you're actually in the vehicle?
Yeah.
He made a right there?
Yeah, like he went straight and turned.
All right, and then did he make a U-turn to get to where he's at now?
I believe so.
All right. And for sure, that's the cruise that you were in?
Yeah.
Just let it play. All right. Now, the cruise is off camera right now. Is that correct?
Yes.
What happens when the cruise goes off camera?
He makes a stop in USF parking lot.
What does he do when he makes a stop?
He hops out of the car.
And when you say USF parking lot, is it in an actual parking lot that he stops the car?
No, it's like in the middle of the lot.
All right. So it's not in an actual space?
No.
When he hops, you said he gets out of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. What does he do when he gets out of the vehicle?
He gets out my phone and he walks away.
He had your phone still?
Yes.
And you said he walked away from the vehicle?
Yes.
What did he do when he walked away from the vehicle?
I mean, I don't know what he's doing when he walks away, but he has the phone up. He just walked down.
All right. At this point, did you follow him?
No, I'm still in the car. He left the car on.
Why did you not follow him?
I didn't know he was getting out. He just came to a complete stop and hopped out.
All right. When he did that, did you think that that was strange?
Yeah.
Did you know at that time that he may be trying to kill someone?
No, I didn't.
Did he tell you that?
No.
After he hops out of the car, how long is he out of the car for?
I think it was like a couple minutes. It wasn't very long though.
Does he get back in the car?
Yes.
When he gets back in the car, do you say anything to him?
Nope.
Why not?
I didn't know what to say.
All right. You see the cruise?
Yes.
And you see the red light?
Yes.
When he ran the red light, what was going on in your head?
Why is he driving crazy?
Did you say anything to him at that point in time?
Yeah, I'm like, where you going?
Did you look at him?
Yeah.
And what was he doing?
He just holding the phone up driving.
Was he talking to anyone?
No.
When he, so why was he holding up the phone?
I think he was looking at something on the messages.
All right. When, did you see the car go into that lot to the right?
No, I didn't see it.
All right, you see the car go into the lot to the
Yes.
right? At that time, did you know what he was doing?
No,
Did you know where he was going?
no,
All right, did he tell you to look out for anyone?
no, he didn't.
Did he tell you to identify where Julio Foolio was at?
No, he never told me that.
All right. And how long are you inside that parking lot there in that
He
hotel?
he was very quick. He just turned around.
Did he get out the car and talk to anyone?
No,
Did you get out the car and talk to anyone?
no.
And then after you leave that parking lot, what happens?
He drives off to like 2 streets over.
Well, okay. Do you hear anything?
Yeah, I heard shots.
All right. Tell me about the shots that you heard.
It was like a lot, and I looked at him like my mouth open, like you heard that? But he didn't really pay attention to me. He like, what? So I didn't say anything.
After that, what happens?
He waits a little bit, and he drives off back to the Airbnb.
All right. At this point in time, what's going on in your head?
I mean, I heard a lot of shots, so I didn't know what went on. Somebody shooting in the air, somebody got shot at. I didn't know.
Did you know that somebody died?
No,
Did you know that someone got shot?
Hey, Judge?
no.
Yes, of course. Okay, I'm sorry it is. It's 5 to 11, and I know I had a lot of coffee this morning too. So, okay, so let's go ahead and take we'll come back at 11:05, okay? Very
All right.
good.
What time is it?
Do you guys remember this part? Look at the gallery.
I'm sorry, sir.
I forgot about this.
That's Mr. Brandon. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Strickland. I apologize. And is that Mr. Brandon? That's Mr. Brandon. Okay, and Mr. Coffee, yes, okay. All right, very good. Okay, so, anyway, hello, everybody. That's fine. You can, I tell you what, why don't you guys have a seat? And is it Mr. Fusco?
Yeah, Mr. Fusco.
Fusco, I apologize. Okay. So there's been some representation made that there potentially someone was taking photographs. Okay, and sir, what is your name?
My name is Shamar Mitchell.
Okay, Mr. Mitchell, and so was someone taking photographs of
I
you?
was just notified, and brother had said, like, I think he just took a picture of her.
Okay, what is your brother, wait, hold on one second. And what is your brother's name? Trenton Mitchell?
Alfred.
Pardon me? I can't hear you. Alfred, okay, I apologize. Okay, my hearing's not all that great. So, Mr. Alfred, did you see someone taking your photo, or what you believe was someone taking your photo?
Yes.
Okay, and who was the individual?
That dude right there.
Which dude?
No, right here, not you first.
The one that's sitting down, got his head down.
The white male?
No, the black gentleman.
Both of them, actually.
Both of them. Okay, and that's is it Mr. Bethea?
Bethea.
Okay, and then Mr. Brandon?
Yes.
Okay, so you believe they were taking photographs of
I
you?
know he did. I seen him.
The one on the,
Okay, one at a time, because the court reporter, okay, so Mr. Alfred, what did you see?
I was sitting right there, and I just looked over there, he was right there, taking pictures.
What you thought was surreptitiously taking photos of
Yes.
you? Okay,
and then when I looked again, I seen him do it again, and I went like this, like, shoot my head up, like, how you doing? You know?
okay.
I just want to let everyone know, like, we don't know either, like, we don't know no one.
Sure, I understand. No
I called
one's,
the courthouse this morning, it says open to the public.
Yeah.
And I said, can we come? They said yes.
yeah, no, it is open to the public, and nobody, and I mean nobody other than the authorized media, is supposed to be taking any video or audio recordings of the proceedings, or any of the participants, or any of the audience, or the jurors, or anybody. Okay, so, thank you all very much, I appreciate it. Okay, Ms. Bethea, were you taking photos of any of the people that were watching?
Yes, they're confirmed with Mr. Fusco, and I am concerned with the safety of our client.
Okay, but you understand, you're not allowed to do that. You're not.
Outside. Put outside.
So it was outside?
Outside, yes.
Okay.
Seen that, I know business, I noticed that. I looked curious, it was suspicious, I said, look, that's it. Now, look about it. Yes, so you come see it, take a photo of me, it's off space, you're more than welcome. And then I got really upset, so. There's a question, why?
Okay, well, do you understand, due to the nature of this case, why people might be upset that they're being photographed, particularly members of the public that have nothing to do with this? Okay, hold on, wait, just one at a time. So, and Mr. Brandon, did you take photos outside?
I have to be totally honest. Ever since the beginning of this trial, Mr. Fusco has kind of been making some suspicious.
Listen, I didn't ask you that.
No.
The question I asked you was, did you take photos of these gentlemen or anybody during the course of this trial, either in the courtroom or outside of the courtroom? Okay. So, listen, due to the nature of this case, no more photos. Don't take photos, particularly of members of the public that are just showing up. Like, just don't do it. I've gone at great lengths to accommodate both sides when they've had witnesses who didn't want their identity publicized. I've instructed the media, really against the First Amendment, not to broadcast their faces. And so I would ask everyone, if you're going to take photos of anybody in this courtroom, or either in the courtroom or outside of the courtroom, you got to ask me first. No more photos of anybody, okay?
Yeah, additionally, while I'm sitting over there next to Mr. Fusco, he's moving around, causing attention to himself, breathing very heavily for the jurors to hear him. It's very distracting while Ms. Andrews is testifying.
Okay, well, I'm not going to limit what Mr. Fusco does, and
Are they mad that someone's breathing heavily? What? I don't remember that specific part.
While I'm sitting over there next to Mr. Fusco, he's moving around, causing attention to himself, breathing very heavily for the jurors to hear him. It's very distracting while Ms. Andrews is testifying.
Okay, well, I'm not going to limit what Mr. Fusco does, and I would just notice that throughout the course of the trial for both the state and the defense, you all are constantly moving around as far as getting exhibits and helping the attorney that's doing the questioning or the cross-examining, and I haven't limited that in any way. I'm not going to tell Mr. Fusco where he can or cannot sit, okay? Okay, are we ready to go?
Yes, ma'am. Just so the court's aware, Your Honor, I do not represent Ms. Mays. I'm here as just an observer. I did represent Mr. Jones during some entertainment law matters that he had in the past, and a case in Duval County. I was sitting right up front supporting the mother of the victim. For whatever reason, the attorney decided to come and sit right next to us and the victim's mother during the witness's testimony. I'm not certain why. So there was some uncomfortable movements by all parties over there, being that he decided to come sit with the victim's mother. But,
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, very good, let's go.
Yeah, so there's like 3 attorneys that are in the gallery, and that guy just clarified he's there with, like, he's sort of music management, but he also seems to be there in support and sitting with Julio Foolio's mom, which would be on like the state side of the courtroom. But then the attorneys that are sitting on the side behind the defense, it seems like maybe they're there documenting something for the other 4. I don't really know. But they already have, like, issues with like, the attorneys seem to have beef with each other that are sitting in the back of the gallery. like, what was going on? And unfortunately, I don't know more than that, beyond just what's here. And they had beef with the heavy breathing person. And then this deputy, I feel like I noticed, like, he was, like, on the guy's side. Like, he was like, calm down, I feel you. A mess. Yeah, if they don't reach a verdict, they're going to be sequestered and we'll continue to deliberate tomorrow. And there's no guessing when there will be a verdict.
Oh, and I'm sorry, while I'm at it, I'm sorry, before you bring the jury, 1 second. Mr. Bethea, please delete those photos, okay? Of just members of the public.
Keyshawn says, Lawyer 1, I'm not touching you. Lawyer 2, oh my God, stop not touching me. That's what it feels like.
Bring the jury.
Yes, sir.
What a throwback.
All rise.
All rise.
All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. All right, everyone have a seat, and you may continue, Mr. McClymonds.
All right, Miss Andrews, I think we left off where you heard gunshots. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. After that happens, what happens next?
He drives back, but I did make a reaction, but we didn't get the same reaction, so I left it alone.
And again, at that point in time, did you know that anyone had been shot?
No.
Even though you heard gunshots, you didn't know that anyone had been actually shot?
No, they could have been shooting in the air or something.
All right. Did you know that it had anything to do with Isaiah Chance?
No.
Were you suspicious of anything at that point?
Yes.
All right. And what happens after you leave the Home 2 Suites?
He was like 2 streets over, and he stopped and waited.
Stop and wait for what?
I don't think anything particularly. He was just on the phone.
Was he saying something on the phone?
No, like he was on an app, like Twitter or something, just scrolling.
What happens after that?
We go back to the Airbnb.
When you get back to the Airbnb, is anyone there?
Yes.
Who's at the Airbnb?
It was the other guys was there downstairs.
And did you go inside the Airbnb?
Yeah, I did.
And when you went inside, what did you see them doing?
I mean, they were just sitting around. One was on the couch, one was sitting at the dinner table, I think. And they were just sitting there, looked tired. They were stink. I just went upstairs.
All right. Did you see any guns when you went inside?
No, I
He
didn't.
said they were
Did you
stank.
see any rifles at all, anything?
No.
They got to the house before you?
Yeah.
When you went upstairs, what did you do?
I changed, got back in the bed.
And what happened after that? Did you go to sleep?
Yeah.
In the morning, I assume you woke up.
Yeah.
And what happened when you woke up?
Well, he wasn't right there, so I texted him. I told him I was hungry. What happened? I know we ended up arguing about something. It was kind of petty, though. I just wanted food, and he takes so long to get me what I wanted. So I was just waiting there, and I took a shower. And eventually he come in there, he shows me outfits, what he want to put on today. And then that was pretty much it.
At some point during that day, did you all leave the Airbnb?
Yes.
All right. Where did you go?
Back to Jacksonville.
Was it your decision to go back home?
I mean, no, but I didn't mind. I was ready to go anyways.
Why?
I'm there with other people I don't know. It wasn't a trip that I thought it was going to be, so I was ready to go.
Did you take an Uber back?
Yes.
And whose idea was that?
Isaiah.
Why did you not take the Impala back?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't ask him. He made the decision to go on Uber.
Did Sean Gaswright, the one who was driving the Impala, did he leave before or after you? Do you remember?
I think he was after.
Did he offer a ride to go back to Jacksonville in the Impala?
No, I remember him saying he had somewhere to go.
When you get in the, well, let me ask you this. There's a pink bag that the state's referencing, seeing you walk
Yes.
out of the Airbnb with it. You remember that?
Yes.
Whose pink bag is that?
Isaiah's.
And why does he have a pink bag?
I mean, it's his mom's bag. He just had clothes in it, though.
And were there any rifles in that bag?
No, it was just clothes.
You've seen the rifles that have been in this trial?
Yeah, I seen it.
Can those rifles fit in that pink bag?
No.
And the bag itself, was it heavy?
No.
What was inside the bag?
It was his clothes.
Did you look in any of the bags, any of the other bags that were there?
No, I never even seen those bags in the Airbnb. Unless when I was upstairs, they could have brought it in, but I didn't see them when I was down there.
When you get in the Airbnb to go home, what are you doing?
Just in the back seat, listening to music.
All right. Are you talking to the Uber driver?
We exchanged a few words, but nothing much.
At any point in time, do you tell the Uber driver to slow down?
No,
Are you worried about the Uber driver speeding?
no,
Do you have any guns on you?
no,
Did you commit any crimes?
no.
You get back to Jacksonville that day,
Yeah.
and what happens next?
We get out the car. I just get in his car, and then he drops the guy that was in the back, Rashad. He dropped him back off to the place he was at.
All right. Did the Uber driver help you all with your bags?
Yeah.
All right. That day, the day after you went to these nightclubs, did you go on social media at all?
I went on there, but wasn't doing nothing.
All right. When you say you weren't doing it, what do you mean by that?
I wasn't making any posts.
Okay. Yeah, so that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you went on social media.
Yeah, I did.
Did you see anything on social media?
Yeah, TikToks. I was on Instagram.
All right. And did you see that Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, had died?
Yes, on TikTok.
And what did you see, if you can remember?
I think people were outside recording, like the hotel.
All right. Did you recognize the hotel?
Yeah.
And when you saw that on your social media, what did you think?
I mean, I was confused. I'm like, that's probably what I heard, but
All right. And did you ask Isaiah about it?
not necessarily asked him, but I showed him the video.
And what happened?
He was like, dang, and who page was it on?
Did he at that point tell you anything about him being involved in anything?
No, he didn't.
Did you think it was strange that you were in that area?
Yeah.
At a certain point in time, do you think that the individuals who were there, who were at the Airbnb, that they had anything to do with this?
I mean, at that time, I mean, I could say they were being weird, but I didn't think they would know. I don't know them personally to say, oh, they're a killer. Like, I don't know.
And when you say they were being weird, what do you mean by that?
Like, I remember I walked downstairs to get some ice. It's like everybody stopped talking. So I'm like, I didn't know what for.
At some point, do the police come to talk to you?
Yeah.
And when the police come to talk to you, what do they come to talk to you about?
He asked me like what I did that weekend. Was I in Tampa?
So they're questioning you about the shooting?
Yes.
The first time you talked to the police, is it in the interrogation video?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 59. I'm going to publish to the jury. Is that you in the interrogation room?
Yes.
All right. And what do you have on?
Blue jacket, some Adidas, and I believe Crocs.
Can you back it up just a little bit? Do you recognize the two individuals?
Yeah.
Judge, the sound is not working on any device, so I'm unaware of what's going on. So I'm trying to fix it.
Okay?
Understand that? You may use any of these rights at any time, before or during questioning, and you may...
Just so you know, again, like you said, you want to see some stuff and you want to answer some stuff.
Is there a question?
There's about to be one. I'm about to ask you a question. So, Alicia Andrews, we're watching this video. I want you to tell me what you hear from Detective Ramos.
You can answer if you don't want to answer some stuff. You don't have to answer if you're...
What did Detective Ramos just tell you?
He said I can answer if I want to answer. If I don't want to answer, I don't have to answer.
This is, you're in charge of what happens to you and your future starting right now, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that? You have the, anything you say can be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand that? You have the right to consult with an attorney before you make a statement or answer any question, and the right to have an attorney present during question. Do you understand that? If you want an attorney but cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you before during questioning, free of charge. Do you understand that? You may use any of these rights at any time, before or during questioning, and you may stop this interview at any time. Do you understand that? Do you understand all the rights that I've just read you? So you understand at any time. Up to you.
Ms. Andrews, had you ever had your rights read to you before?
That would have been the first time.
And when he's reading the rights to you, are you paying attention to him?
Sort of.
I want to show you a video here. Do you have any questions about your rights before I show you this video?
No.
Do you remember him asking you any questions about any facts prior to showing you the video?
No.
Can you see that?
What is Detective Ramos showing you?
A video of me at the Airbnb.
Had you ever seen the video before?
No.
Is that you in the footage?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell?
Does he have to beat that out of you?
No.
Judge, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Going on here?
Waiting on the door.
Okay, where are you at in this video?
I see him.
You remember what time you were in?
Yes.
Okay.
Was it difficult for you to tell him that you were in Tampa?
No.
Can you tell us what you're doing down Tampa that week? Here's be honest.
I had to wait for another month before that, so he asked if I'm concerned.
Who's he?
It's my boyfriend.
Got him?
Yeah. What do you call me?
Well, what do you call him?
Zay.
Zay?
When the detective called Isaiah Chance gutter and you laughed, why did you laugh?
I mean, I thought it was weird. Like,
What?
they're detectives. I thought they were going to at least use his real name.
Were you trying to say that you didn't know who Gutter was?
No.
In fact, did you tell them that your boyfriend was Gutter?
Yeah.
So does he go back? You don't call? You never call him that? No.
That's not like the
Okay. Zay, you can call him Zay, if that's what you know about.
When you told the detective that you don't know the people, was that true?
Yeah.
Do you know, or did you know Davion Murphy?
No.
I mean, today, do you know Davion Murphy?
Yeah, now.
All right. Do you know, or did you know at the time, Rashad Murphy?
No.
And Sean Gathright? What communications or contacts had you had with Sean Gathright at the time?
None at that time. I just told him I met him maybe one time.
Okay. You're saying none at that time, then you said you just met him one time. So I just want the jury to be clear. At this time of this interview, how many times had you met Sean Gathright before?
That would be 2, including Tampa, so that would be the second time.
Okay. The first time you met Sean Gathright, what was that at? Where was that at?
His house.
All right. And was he the only one there?
It was him and the other people I didn't know, but I think it was some of his family members.
All right. Was it a gathering?
Yes.
All right. With multiple people at the house?
Yeah.
And what did you do at the house?
I walked in and Zay introduced me to them. He was like, this is my second family. He was like, what do you want to eat? So he fixed me a plate.
All right. How long did you stay there? Do you remember meeting Sean Gathright's mother there?
No, I don't remember that.
Do you remember if she was even there?
No, it was a lot of people.
All right. Do you, if you were to call out the people that were there, would you recognize them?
No.
All right. While you're inside this interrogation room, do you feel any pressure
Not in the beginning, but later on, yeah.
Why?
I mean, he was talking over me and yelling, and I felt like I was just closed in by 2 men.
The detective, was he cursing at you?
Yeah,
In your view, was he threatening you?
yeah.
What types of threats did he make to you?
He said I was never going to see my baby. I was going to spend life in prison. He said you were never going to get to go out again, do your nails, your hair, something like that. He said a lot of stuff.
All right. When they asked you about other individuals like Davion Murphy or Rashad Murphy, at that point in time, did you feel comfortable talking about these individuals?
No.
Why not?
I mean, I don't really know them, so I didn't want to talk about them.
Did you tell the detective that you were the one inside of the cruise
Yeah,
at McDonald's?
yeah, I did.
Did you tell him that you went to clubs?
Yeah,
You told him that before he showed you any video of a club?
I think so, I did.
You also pointed out Isaiah Chance as being in the car at the McDonald's, right?
Yeah,
Did the detective know that Isaiah Chance was in the car at the McDonald's?
no,
But you gave him that information?
yeah.
Getting an Instagram message to somebody to rent an Airbnb for you guys down here?
All right. What did Detective Campbell just ask you?
Did I DM a girl on Instagram?
When he asked you that question, did you remember what he was referencing immediately?
No.
You don't? You did, and you sent a message from your phone.
Oh, that is something.
Yeah. Tell what happened.
Yeah, she did like have-offs in the video though.
She does what?
She does have-off. Like you can bring something for whatever person.
Okay. Who did you send a message to? Do you remember?
I don't know her name, it's a Mexican girl. Like she do promos, she posts on Instagram.
Okay. Did she end up booking the Airbnb that you guys stayed at? Do you know who
She
booked
texted
it?
me on Facebook.
Do you know who booked the Airbnb that you guys stayed at?
I just asked and when I was like, what's going on?
Was the guy who was driving the cruise while you were at McDonald's, okay, who you hadn't met before, was he at the Airbnb when you guys left the Airbnb? You don't know?
Like I'm good person. Like when you got in the car. Like her.
When you say that you left first, are you referring to when you left to go back to Jacksonville?
Wait, I gotta hear what he said again. I'm sorry. I gotta hear what he said again.
When you guys left the Airbnb? Was the guy who was driving the cruise while you were at McDonald's, okay, who you hadn't met before, was he at the Airbnb when you guys left the Airbnb? You don't know?
Like I'm good person. Like when you got in the car.
When you're making that statement, are you referring to after, like when you all are leaving the Airbnb to go back to Jacksonville?
I think I was.
The person that he's mentioning, he says the one that's in the driver's seat at McDonald's, you know that person to be Davion?
Yeah, now.
All right. And did Davion ride back with you?
No.
What is 24?
Did you go back?
24 flat.
Well, it can't be you and him because you're the only one who goes in the front door. Nobody else can do that front. Were you there by yourself at Airbnb? Well, it can't be you and him because you're the only one who goes in the front door. Nobody else can do that front.
That's fine.
Because they don't come in at the same time.
Was there some confusion about you letting people in the back door of the Airbnb?
Yeah.
Did the detectives believe that you let people inside the back of the Airbnb?
Yeah, that's what he thought.
And you thought that you were doing that to conceal their identity?
Yeah.
How did they get in?
I don't know, I'm a good friend.
Yeah, but this camera goes off every time somebody passes it, and in order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code, you get strike on the app. I spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. Nobody else went in. How did they get in?
I'm not sure.
Did you let them in another door? Is it possible you could open the back door?
No. No, I
Were you there by yourself in your Airbnb?
didn't.
Well, I can't get you mad because you're the only one who's in the front door. Nobody else comes in that front door. Every single person that comes in that front door and uses that code. When you guys went out to McDonald's, did you go out the front door? You don't know? Where did you go out the back door? Which door did you go out?
I'm not sure. Russian.
Do you understand what I'm talking about? That you're the only one that went in the front door? Nobody else went in the front door? So how did they get inside if you were the only one in the front door?
I did not.
Huh?
I don't know. I did not.
No, I understand how you got in the front door.
Yeah,
How did anybody else get in? Because nobody else is on
Anybody
camera.
else?
He stayed with you. He stayed there,
I
right?
did.
He didn't go in the front door.
I don't know. I did not.
He didn't go in the front door.
When he's asking you the question repeatedly, you understand what he's asking you.
Yeah.
Is he accepting what you're saying?
No.
When he does not accept what you're saying, do you get frustrated with him?
Yeah.
Are you showing that frustration?
No, I'm kind of doing like
Now,
a,
Mrs. Stang, don't leave the witness. Ask the next, rephrase your question.
Are you showing the frustration?
no, I'm just doing a nervous laugh.
What do you mean?
Was he inside with you?
Yes, of course. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but he didn't go in the front door.
Well, I don't. There's no accident. I don't know.
Why did you say, did y'all ask him that? Who is him?
Isaiah.
Why did you say that?
Because I mean, it's about him. Like, go ask him.
I'm going in for myself then.
Now, Judy, I want one honesty from you. You ready for my one honesty?
Are they back at this issue with the Airbnb door?
Yeah.
Did you open the back door to let other people in the Airbnb? That's an easy question. Then how did they get in the Airbnb? Because they did not go in the front door.
What they gotta do with me?
No, it's asking you for one honesty.
All I did was walk up and knock. You see me type anything in. What they gotta do?
You opened up the front door and you got it.
I didn't open nothing.
You didn't open up the front door of that place?
No.
How did you get in?
I'm just saying it's open.
Nobody else went to the front door by you. I'm just asking one thing that I know is 100% truthful. And you can't answer that.
Yes, give me the code over there.
Was it 100% truthful that you went to the back door, that you let people into the back door?
No.
That reading, it's actually just audio, so that you have to get the code to get in. He gave you the code to open. It's audio recorded, it's on
I
audio.
have the code.
You got to
I
use the
know it to me.
code.
I have my code. I don't have.
Did you hear Detective Campbell say that the guy gave you the code to go in?
Yeah, he did.
Is that accurate?
No.
It's on audio.
Go back and listen. What code you need me say?
I can tell you this. How many women do you know?
have the
Hey,
Airbnb.
how many women do you know that have been in prison?
I don't know.
Go to 38 flat. Or you could just let it go. I didn't realize it was so close to stuff.
Did you know any women that's been in prison? You should know that. I can tell you this, you're young and you're small. And where you are likely to end up without a truthful statement right now is a horrible place.
I gave you two.
No, you have not.
I have. Whether you believe it or not.
Let me ask you something. Do you think I'm probably good at my job or probably bad at my job?
I don't know you.
What was your response?
I said, I don't know. I don't know you.
So, when you say that you don't know him, does that mean you don't see him in front of you?
No.
What does it mean when you say you don't know him?
I don't know him personally.
Is that the same sort of response you gave about whether you know Davion and Michelle Murphy?
Yeah.
All right. There were some things during this interrogation that you said that were not accurate, were not truthful. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. What were those things generally about?
I mean, everything I didn't answer was about them.
Who's them?
The other co-defendant?
Did you have any concerns for your safety at this time that if you said something about another individual, it could come back on you?
Yeah.
Did any of the detectives at any point in time, whether it be on this video or otherwise, did they tell you that they would make sure that you were safe from anyone?
No, they didn't.
Obviously, were your parents present?
No.
Was anyone there to assist you?
No.
At the time of this interview, do you know where Isaiah Chance was at?
No.
Do you know whether if he got pulled in by the officers at the same time?
No.
This ain't no shit you get to walk away from. The problem is you can't even say that you heard it all. You just weren't, it's in the passenger seat, in for the passenger seat. You talking to two grown men who've been in this street too long. Like how, does that make sense to you? Does that make sense to you? If somebody told you I'm in a car with somebody, and he's talking on the phone the whole time, and I ain't hear nothing, you know what I'm saying? That makes sense to you? How does that make sense? I'm here, I am. I'm right here. Come on, just sit down. Come on. Hey, he just pulled up to the hotel. No. We'll drive around over time. Hey, park real quick. He's in the passenger seat. Aim for the passenger seat. Are you hearing that?
First of all, was Isaiah Chance saying anything like that to you?
No.
Was he saying anything like that on the phone?
No.
Is that just the officer's assumption about what was happening?
Yeah.
When the officer here gets in your face, what do you feel?
Aggravated?
You hear me say that? You didn't hear me say that?
What did you tell him?
I said, no, I'm kind of zoned out.
It's a game changer. It's a game changer. And it's sad, man. It's sad because this isn't a game. This is real life. It's happening right now. This is real life. This ain't no TV shit. This ain't no shit you need to walk away from. The problem is you can't even say that you heard it all. You just weren't part of it. You can't even say that to us.
When the officers asked if you went down to Tampa with anyone other than Isaiah Chance, did you tell them that you went with his little brother?
Yeah.
All right. And at the time, did you know his name?
No.
Did they show you a photograph of the little brother?
Yeah, they did.
Did the photograph look like him initially?
No, not at first.
Why not?
I mean, I remember him having bushy hair, and he showed me a whole different picture, so I said no.
And you drove down with this individual, Sean Gathright, from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yeah.
All right, were you staring at his face the entire time you were driving down?
No.
Where were you at?
In the backseat?
And were you trying to look at his face while you were driving down?
Not really.
When you got to the Airbnb, did you and him hang out inside the Airbnb face to face?
No.
Did he go to McDonald's with you?
No.
Were you at Teasers with Sean Gathright at any point in time?
No.
And Sean Gathright, did he ride back to Jacksonville with you?
No.
Do you believe if you told the officers, these detectives here, if you told them what they wanted to hear, do you think they would have let you out?
No.
All right, Miss Andrews, are you still in a relationship with Isaiah Chance?
I mean, you may think that. I never broke up with him.
When you say he may think that, what do you mean by that?
Like, we just got arrested. Nobody broke up with each other. None of that.
All right. Are you personally in a relationship with Isaiah Chance?
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, very good. Members of the jury, it's noon. We're going to go ahead and take a lunch recess, okay? Is 45 minutes good enough for you guys? Okay, 40.
Some stuff on your table. I didn't want to touch it while you guys were at lunch, but can I get some of the, no, the one you're at council table? I was at the other one getting exhibits. Yeah. Thank you. Or is that yours? Okay. All right. Thank you. That was it. Thank you.
I just realized we were missing a rather important jury instruction, 3.7 regarding burden of proof. So I'm going to print that up and include that. All right, we were also missing 2.7, the instruction on closing arguments. I'm going to print that one up as well. Yes. I'm going to print a couple things up and then we'll be done.
Yes, ma'am.
So, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. No, it's not what I wanted to print. Ay, caramba. Okay, let's see if I got it right. I did. Okay. Are you all going to want me to instruct the jury before, on the elements, before closing arguments or after? Judge, I would like it before.
Okay, so I'm going to review these one more time. I'm going to put them in the order that they're going to be given to the jury, and I'll read them to the jury before closing arguments. All right, we need, Ms. Andrews is on the stand, defense counsel's present, state's present, everybody ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring in our jury.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good, thank you. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat. State, you may proceed with cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Andrews, you've testified about your on-again, off-again relationship with the co-defendant, in this case, Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Yes.
fact, you told this jury about some instances where you had been hit by him. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've dated Isaiah Chance for over 4 years. Isn't that true?
Not over 4 years.
How long?
It's about just 4 years.
Just about 4 years, okay. And it's been on again, off again, is that correct?
Yes.
And during that time period, you have dated other young boys, is that correct?
Maybe.
Does Kamari Outing sound familiar?
Yes.
He's a boy that you had dated, and you still were talking to him, in fact, up until the time of the crime, June of 2024. Is that correct?
We never dated, but yeah, I was talking to him.
Okay. And in fact, at some point, Isaiah Chance got upset and made phone calls to him, right?
Yes.
And you had conversations on your phone with Mr. Kamari Outing, where you two discussed that. Isn't that true?
I believe so.
And they were still on your phone. They were backed up. They were saved on your phone, and they were on your phone on June 23rd of 2024. You never deleted these messages that you had with Kamari Outing. Isn't that correct?
I mean, I have to see the message. I don't know. What is that message?
Okay. Your Honor, I'll approach the witness. Would looking at those messages help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Ms. Andrews, if you'll take a look at this.
Same one.
Ms. Andrews, you recognize these messages from your phone?
Yes.
And Kamari Outing, he was a member of 1200, isn't that correct?
No.
No? I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 75C12. That's a photo of you with Kamari Outing that was still on your phone. Isn't that true, ma'am?
That's not Kamari.
That's not Kamari?
That's my cousin.
Okay, what's your cousin's name?
Marcus.
Marcus, okay. And in this messaging with Kamari, he's upset because Isaiah Chance has called him and basically told him that you're with him and that you're pregnant, and you're still trying to get Kamari Outing to talk to you, right?
Hearsay and relevance. Several.
Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, that's my best friend.
And he doesn't want to because of Isaiah Chance, correct? In fact, you're the one that keeps on insisting that he not block you and that you and him continue to talk. Is that correct?
Yeah, but the messages behind that, that's my best friend. And Isaiah called him and was just going on and on about, he didn't want him to, he was giving him a reason to not text me back, to not talk to me. That's what that was about.
And so despite the fact that Isaiah Chance doesn't want you to have anything to do with him, you're fine with disobeying what Isaiah Chance wants because this is your best friend, right?
Yeah, and at the time I sent that, I was at home in my bed. I was not with Isaiah.
But all of these messages are still saved and on your iPhone, right?
I mean, I guess so.
They were, not you guessed. They're on your iPhone, right?
They're my iCloud.
Yes. And so your iCloud backs up your iPhone, ma'am. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure how that works, but I think so.
Okay. You don't recognize these messages? Something that you typed and you received on your little pink iPhone?
I believe so.
Okay. And your phone is also password protected, right?
Yes.
Because certainly when Isaiah Chance is using your phone that night on June 23rd of 2024, at some point when you're walking in that parking lot, your phone locks up, right?
Yes.
And you have to enter in your password.
Yes.
And so that's what happens with an iPhone. After your iPhone is not being activated over a lengthy period of time, a couple of minutes, 5 minutes, it does what?
It locks.
And so what do you have to do every time that happens?
Unlock it.
And obviously Isaiah Chance didn't know your password because you're standing there right next to him, and what does he have to do?
He asked for the password that first time, but he's looking at me.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 34. You know who this is, right? Charles Jones.
Yes.
You have known who he was since 2021 when you were at Rains High School, right?
I knew of him, yes.
You were well aware of him, right? This is something that you discussed a lot with your friend Jewel Jordan.
I only discussed him maybe 2 times.
At the time when you were doing that, did you date somebody by the nickname K Shorty?
We weren't dating.
You didn't date him either, right?
No.
You weren't upset talking about Jewel Jordan and Julio Foolio, Charles Jones recruiting all these young men that were getting shot up in this gang war?
I wouldn't say upset. I was just gossiping.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. But this is State 75C13. This is a photograph with you and K Shorty.
Yes, that's Therese.
Okay. And do you see what he's doing there?
Yeah.
He's throwing up like 12?
I don't know what the sign means. I
Have no idea what that means. But you're posting this on TikTok, right? You love TikTok. You've talked about, right? You posted on TikTok. You're both posing together.
Yes, ma'am.
And despite the fact that you intimately know a lot of people who are associated with these gangs, you have no idea what it means when he's throwing up that sign.
No, I don't.
No idea whatsoever.
Overrule, go ahead.
You followed Charles Jones on Instagram, isn't that correct?
Maybe back then.
Did you ever unfollow him?
Probably.
You were still following him when this crime occurred, right, on Instagram?
I don't remember following him.
You don't remember? You never looked and you never saw any of these advertisements that Julio Foolio was going to be in Tampa on June 22nd?
No, I never seen those.
You did not like Julio Foolio back in 2021. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, I wouldn't say a personal issue. When you say like him, didn't like him.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 75C2, conversation that you had with Jewel Jordan. So I want you to read what you texted to her back on January 19th of 2021.
I said, but if you think about it, everybody dissing everybody. People from out east diss they side, so of course they're gonna say something, but it don't even be proper like that what? Like that for real. Fully will be the one talking shit, then all his little niggas come, then other extra people.
Okay. So you are talking about out east, correct? That is a territory of 1200.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're talking about how the people in 1200 dish they side, correct? And then you're also talking about Papa, that's little Papa, right?
Yes.
And who's little Papa?
He's a rapper.
And you know that he also has a gang affiliation, is that correct?
I mean, he doesn't claim it, so I don't know.
You know your boyfriend Isaiah Chance is in a gang, isn't that true?
I don't know that.
That's something you've told your best friend since you were little, Jewel Jordan, that you knew that he was in a gang and that he was in it.
I never told her that.
You never
I said
said
I've
that?
heard allegations of it. But when I asked him, he denies it, so of course I took his word.
In this particular conversation, you then say, again, talking about Foolio, let's go down here. I want you to tell the jury what then you texted in response to Jewel Jordan saying that they keep killing each other. And we're talking about the gang war in Jacksonville, right? 1200 against 6 Block. ATK against 6 Block, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's see, what did you text her?
I said right, so it's gonna go on.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Andrews, if you don't mind, you speak very quickly, so if you could just speak slowly, because I'm seated next to you and I'm having trouble hearing you. So
Okay.
thank you very much.
I said right, so it's gonna go on, and they keep saying let leak rest, but I'm sure the other side be feeling like that, so it's gonna keep repeating, and yeah, they know what come with it, so charge it to the game, go retaliate or something. They sitting up there rapping, but that's y'all homeboy. Just do what y'all have to do. They don't be in Jacksonville, so I doubt they care about anybody here or the upcoming rappers.
So Leaky is another person that has died in this gang war, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're well aware of that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. He went to middle school with me.
So you have somebody who went to middle school that died in this gang war, and you had somebody who went to Rains High School that died in this gang war, is that correct?
Yeah, I heard of it, but I'm not friends with him.
Well, you say you're not friends with Spaz, right? Joe Rod Adams, correct?
Yeah, I'm not friends with him.
But he wasn't the only one that got shot in that Rains High School shooting, was he?
I mean, I think so.
Will also got shot in that high school shooting. Will Go Crazy, the person who you communicate with on your phone, right? You know who Will is.
I wouldn't say like that. He texts me and he tries to talk to me like I'm cute. People are going to start talking to me like that.
He's who Jewel Jordan was talking about when she said that you two had a friend that was injured at the shooting at Rains High School, correct?
Yeah, when she says friend, she means associate.
So I didn't ask you that, but what her wording up there was friends, right?
Yes.
And he got shot in the arm. His name is Will Royal. He went to high school with you at Rains High School, right?
I believe so.
You believe so or you know so?
I don't remember his last name being Royal, so that's why I said I believe so.
Okay, let's not call him Will Royal. Let's call him Will, who got shot in the left arm the same day that Spaz, Joe Rod Adams, got killed at Rains High School when you were attending there.
Yes.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yes, Will.
So what are you texting your friend Jewel Jordan on 1/21 of 2021?
You want me to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
I said it was deleted by the time I got up, but Foolio had said Foolio had said it, but everybody kind of knew that. It was just once that time he got shot, and I forgot the boy that died with him at the Rains game, but the boy Robert ain't even do that, even though he on the 6th side. It was Bibby, and Will knew that, but Bibby died like 3 weeks later, so that was crazy.
Okay. And so who we're talking about right now, that you claim not to know his last name, is the very person you are texting Jewel Jordan about, right? Will?
Yes, ma'am.
So you knew him well enough to be texting to your friend, Jewel Jordan, after the high school shooting at Rains, correct?
Yes, he was known.
And the other person that you are mentioning in the same sentence is Robert. You're referring to Robert Howard, the person who actually went to prison for manslaughter for that shooting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also mentioning Bibby, is that correct?
Yes.
Bibby is a nickname. It is a gang nickname, isn't it, Miss Andrews?
I didn't know his real name. I'm just referring to him as Baby.
Okay. Because Bibby is the way that the people who you hang out with refer to him, right?
No, the people on the internet refer to him as Baby.
That's right. And that's how they know him, by his
Yes.
gang name.
I mean, I wouldn't know if it's his gay name.
Do you think Bibby is his legal name?
I don't know him personally to know, so.
And then Jill Jordan responds, OMG, LMFA, what does that mean?
Laughing my fucking ass off.
Everybody kind of knew. They all had comments to calling. You guys are also watching what is going on social media between these warring rival gangs, aren't you?
Yeah, that day we're actually referring to a post, so we're reading the comments, but instead of putting it in the comments, we're texting it to each other.
Now I want you to read to the jury what you texted your friend Jewel Jordan on January 21st of 2021.
I said, girl, I don't like Foolio, laugh my fucking ass off, ugly ass bitch. He need to die. And shit, that was Will friend, fuck the cold shit. Then I said, bitch, he shot me and my friend died. Yeah, I'm pointing out who did it.
And so you don't like Julio Foolio. That's fair to say back in 2021, you didn't like him.
Yeah, that was my opinion when I was 17 years old.
And your exact words were, he need to die, correct?
Yeah, but I didn't mean it literally. I'm 17 just gossiping.
Okay. But you really are talking about your friend Will, and you're saying, fuck that code shit. If he shot me and my friend died, you're referring to Will and his friend Spaz that died.
Yeah, I was saying he knew probably who killed his friend. He should have spoke up. I'm saying if it's my friend, I'm going to tell who did it.
So you were upset that 6 Block, and you believe 6 Block and Julio Foolio's group were responsible for your friend getting shot, correct?
I mean, that was what was on the internet, and I wasn't upset. I mean, I'm just gossiping. I really don't care, honestly.
And then you emphasized it, right?
No, she emphasized
She
it.
emphasized it. Then I want you to go down here and say what you said, 1/22 of 2021.
I said, bitch, hold on, because I think Julio talking about Therese and his friends left my ass off. I do not like him.
Okay. And tell us again who Therese is.
Therese is the person I'm in a picture with.
And then what did you say?
I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together. I was reading the comments.
And then what did you say here?
No, that's her talking.
Oh,
At
I'm
the
sorry.
top.
What did Jewel Jordan say in
She
response?
said, that is Julio, though. He recruit a bunch of dumbass niggas who willing to die.
And then what was your response to that?
I said, right, and he started to realize. But first time I saw him, that shit clicked on. When Julio called, we all in the garage, he talking about, nigga always want me to ride with him when he down here, so I could be the one that died, not him. I ain't nobody guard. I said, bitch, I was dying.
And what do you mean when you texted that?
I was in the garage with Therese one day, like just chilling, and one of his, I think that was his cousin or somebody older, and he gets a call from Julio, and he, I think, asked him to ride somewhere, and he tells the friend, like, after the phone he goes, he said, I'm not riding nowhere with him. I'm not finna die. And I just sent it to my friend. I'm like, well, I'm over here laughing about it.
And you said Isaiah Chance, you did not know he was in a gang. Is that correct?
I mean, I heard people say it, but when I asked him, he says he's not.
You also were aware of what happened at the town center. Is that correct?
Yes, it was on the news.
Tell us what happened at the town center.
Some people died in a car leaving Wasabi.
Okay. Young and Ace, correct?
He didn't die, but he got shot.
Young and Ace's group, is that correct? They were in that car.
His cousin and brother, I believe.
And he was the only one that survived, correct?
Yes.
His brother was killed.
I think that was his brother, yeah.
Person named 23, Royal Smith, was
yeah.
killed.
Yes, ma'am.
And Isaiah Chance, he was upset about that, wasn't he?
I mean, I don't know if he's upset, but he would say, like, he's heard about it sometimes.
That is something, a moment that he has shared with you intimately about what happened at the town center. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, I already knew what happened, but he's explaining to me like he don't like to go out there.
Correct, because 23 died at the town center.
Yeah, he believes there's violence out there. He don't want to go out there.
And he was upset about it, right?
I mean, I guess so.
You had a conversation. You don't remember the conversation you had with him on your phone where you wanted to go do something at the town center?
Yeah, I believe I showed him a restaurant I wanted to go to.
That's you here, right? You want to go one day, question mark?
I think, is that him?
Oh, that's him, you're right.
That's him.
That's one of his old phone numbers, 904-575-7534.
Yes, that's his old number.
And he's like, you want to go one day? And you said, yeah, it's in the town center.
Yes.
And then what was your response?
I sent him a TikTok. I was responding to the TikTok saying, laugh my ass off, bro.
And then what was his response?
He said, I hate it here. I hate it there.
Why would he hate it there?
I guess he's traumatized about it. Somebody you know died out there. You don't want to go out there.
And his next response to you?
He says, I don't like the town center.
And then what did you say?
I said, you hate everywhere. We don't got to sit in.
And then what did he respond to you?
He's telling me 23 got killed in the town center. That's why I don't like it out there.
And then what was his next
He said, I
response?
don't like thinking about it for real. So when I do switch moves, like an MF.
And what was your response to this texting conversation?
I said, well, we don't have to go there if it's gonna bother you. I forgot about it. It's some other places we both ain't tried yet.
So this is a conversation that you have had more than once with Isaiah Chance, isn't that true?
I think that's is it the one time?
You said
I
you
don't
forgot
know.
about it, right?
No, I'm saying I forgot that it happened in the town center because I've seen it on the news.
You knew who 23 was, right?
So when he referred to 23, yes, I knew of the person.
Knew that 23 is associated with Young and Ace, is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, I knew that.
He has confided in you about more than one death that occurred in this gang war. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I don't know of more than one. Which one you referring to?
You know, Antonio Tilley died between October 6th and October 7th of 2023.
Yes, he told me his friend died.
He was traumatized by that, correct?
I mean, I wasn't around him to know if he's traumatized, but he
Didn't you-
said he was sad, yeah.
Didn't you have a texting conversation with him October 7th of 2023 when he said that he was traumatized and that he was mentally not well, not right in the head?
I think I remember that conversation. I asked if he wanted me to be around him for, just more support. Yeah, but he didn't want me to come.
And you remember that conversation. He didn't want you around because he was not in the right headspace the day after his friend Tilly died, correct?
Yeah, I remember. I mean, who would be in the right headspace after their friend died?
And so much so that you agreed not to go see him, right?
Yeah, if he don't want me there, I'm not going to go.
And you were worried about him, right?
Yeah, but I know if he doesn't want me there, I'm not going to just go.
And that was October 6th and 7th of 2023. Are you aware that Charles Jones, his life, there was an attempt on his life that occurred on October 7th of 2023, the day after his good friend Tilly was killed?
I've heard about it.
You heard about it from Charles Jones, right?
Yeah, I believe he went live or something.
Yeah, and in fact, not only did you hear about it from Charles Jones, You had conversations on your phone about it, and you assured him you would delete it, right?
Delete what?
Delete. I'm sorry. You had conversations with your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, about it, and you deleted the conversations, didn't you?
About what?
About what he had done.
He never told me he did anything. I don't remember.
Well, then let me ask you, would looking at your messages with him on October 7th of 2023 refresh your recollection? See that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've been in this trial, correct?
Yes.
You heard that the shell casings that was taken off of your boyfriend's best friend's Toyota 4Runner, that the ballistics matched the casings that were used to shoot at Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, on October of 2023, right?
Yes.
It's been tied to that ballistically, right?
Yeah, I've heard it.
And it occurred the day after Tilly was killed.
Yes.
And he was torn up, and you guys had conversations about it. You and your boyfriend Isaiah Chance had conversations about that. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, he's telling me he's not himself right now. He needs space. He never told me he did anything.
Then what is it that you're referring to after he tells you to stay loyal, right? He tells you that. He texts that to you after that, after he said he needed some time, on October 8th, now that we're talking, the
Yes.
day after Charles Jones, where they tried to take his life, right?
I mean,
He says to you, don't go run off normally, what you normally do, be loyal, stay loyal. That's what he said to you, right?
yes, and you're misinterpreting what he's saying. When he says stay loyal, he means don't go cheat. Because, I mean, I talk to who I want to talk to at times. When he's not paying me no attention, I feel like you ignore me, you're doing what you want to do, I'm going to go talk to other people. So that's why he's telling me stay loyal, don't do what you normally do.
So when he's devastated because his friend died, and then he and his friend tried to kill their rival, what he's worried about is you staying loyal to him?
I mean, I guess so.
Okay. And so what are you referring to when you say in direct response to that, you're saying, it's fine, you're all right now, it's somebody close to you, not a random person, so I mean it's normal to feel how you feel. I'm not bae, we're straight, we're just together, we're good. I deleted what you said, and I'm not texting nobody, even if you don't want to talk about it at the moment. So what exactly are you referring to that you deleted?
He told me to delete a message with somebody's texting me. It was a different guy.
So again, he's worried about you cheating. He didn't make any sort of confessions and confide in you as to what happened on October 7th?
No, he didn't.
Overruled. And so when you are with law enforcement and they are interviewing you, and they bring up Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, and they specifically talk about this beef. You lie to them and act like you don't know nothing about that, right?
Yeah, he asked me if I had knowledge, like if I had, like I knew exactly who did what. Like, no, I don't have no direct knowledge. I know what's on the internet, but I didn't assume that's what he was asking me, so I said no.
You know nothing about Julio the big rapper, right?
I said I know what's on the internet. I don't know personally if it's true, who did what.
You know more than what is on the internet. Isn't that true, miss?
No, I actually don't.
You have just read to the jury about different deaths.
That's on the internet in our city. I don't know if it would be in
And-
Tampa, but Jacksonville is on the internet.
And also a person you know that's been shot, Will.
Yeah, I went to school with him, so I know.
Okay, so that's not just on the internet, that's something that you lived through, right?
I didn't live through it. I mean, that's his situation. I just know about it.
And you're dating Isaiah Chance Gutta, right?
Dating him when at that time?
And you know that his best friend, 23, has been killed.
I mean, okay, that's his friend. That's not my friend.
Okay. But you're aware of it, right?
Yeah, I'm aware.
And you know that Tilly has been killed.
Yes, that's his friend. That's not my friend.
But again, you are aware of it, right?
Yeah, it's on the internet.
Overruled.
And you know that Bibby has been killed.
Yes, just like everybody else knows.
And you yourself know about it.
Yes, it's on the internet.
And law enforcement are informing you that they are asking you about the death of Charles Jones in Tampa, right?
Yes.
And they are talking to you and they are mentioning that they know the beef between these two groups, right?
Yes.
And your boyfriend Isaiah Chance is connected to many of the people who have died in this rival gang war.
Yeah, he's connected, not me. So,
But you know about it.
yes, I know.
And you lied to law enforcement and withheld all of that information knowing that they are investigating another death in this rival gang war, right?
I mean, in the beginning, they told me to talk about what I want to talk about. I don't have to talk about what I don't want to talk about, and I didn't want to be in the middle of that. I don't know for sure if any of these deaths for real. I looked on the internet. I don't know, so I didn't answer it.
They read you your Miranda rights, right? They told you that before they read you your Miranda rights, right?
I don't know if it was before or not.
You didn't just watch this video?
Yeah, I don't remember if it was before, though.
They read you your Miranda rights and told you you had the right to remain silent, that you were in the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
They also informed you you could have an attorney present with you if you wanted to, right?
Yes.
And you chose to speak with them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what I was there for, so I didn't have a problem speaking to them.
You didn't know what you were there for? They told you multiple times that you were there for the murder investigation of Charles Jones, right?
I'm saying as soon as it started, when I got arrested from my house, they said I had a warrant for resisting arrest. So that's what I was assuming I was going to jail for. I later ended up in a room with two guys. So I did sit there and talk.
Who told you what you were being questioned about?
Yeah, and I had no issue. I can answer the question.
And then multiple times in that interview, they were trying to impart to you the seriousness of what you were being questioned about.
Yes.
You would agree with that statement. Multiple times they tried to reach you and let you know how serious these charges were.
Yes.
And they asked you for details about who was involved, and they started showing you evidence.
Yeah, they did.
And in that moment, you chose to protect your boyfriend. Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say I protected him. I literally pointed him out, so that's not protecting him.
You never said that he was involved with a homicide, did you?
I didn't know if he's involved in it, so why would I tell them that?
You never said who or gave descriptions. If you truly believed he had nothing to do with this homicide, then why wouldn't you just share information and tell them and give them descriptions, even if you didn't know their name, what they look like, and where they came from?
I mean, again, I didn't know for sure, so I didn't answer that. And I'm not about to do that job for them, put my life on the line, to be in the middle of that, so I didn't answer it. I answered everything pertaining to me. Anything about them, I didn't answer.
You didn't seem like you were afraid in that interview. Were you afraid in the interview or not?
I was, but I handled myself well.
Okay. You weren't afraid of Isaiah Chance?
No, he's not even in there, so why would I be?
So, well, then I don't understand. Were you afraid to give up their names because you're afraid of them? You're afraid of Isaiah Chance and Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy? Or are you protecting them in that interview?
I wouldn't say I'm doing any of that. I mean, you understand it's about a gang. I'm a female. I don't want to be in the middle of it, so I didn't answer it. And I don't know for sure if they did anything at the time of that, so I didn't say anything.
Then why are you up here testifying about how Isaiah Chance hit you?
Because, I mean, that leads up to why I act the way I act out of town.
You were afraid of him or not? Are you afraid of him? Does he beat you? And are you afraid to stand up to him?
Yes, at times.
And you said, I think you said in your direct examination, that people can't really understand because they don't know when you cannot leave. Is that what you said? Something to that
I
effect?
said people wouldn't understand a domestic violence relationship because you'll think, why don't you leave? Why don't you walk away? It's not that easy unless you're in it.
But that's not exactly true, is it?
It is true.
You say cannot leave. You did not live with him, did you?
No, I didn't.
You never lived with Isaiah Chance.
No, I didn't. But he knew where I stayed. He would pop up at my house, ring the doorbell all times of night. So I couldn't go nowhere. So
He never had financial control over you. He never paid your rent, did he?
I don't pay rent, so no.
You live with your parents.
Yes.
You live with two loving parents in a safe home. Isn't that true, Miss Andrews?
Yes, I do.
And you never mentioned to your mother or your father that Isaiah Chance was hitting you or abusing you ever, did you?
I did.
You never reported it to police?
No, she asked me, but I didn't want to cause any problems with him or his family, so I left it alone.
So you had choices, didn't you?
That was the very last time, so I told them.
Are you afraid of him and do things because you are fearful of him? Is that what you testified to on direct?
Yes.
So fearful of him that you have to do everything he says. Is that correct?
At times, yes.
And you are claiming to this jury that you're not in a relationship with him anymore. Is that true, ma'am?
I'm not. I said he may think that because I never broke up with him, but I'm not.
You think that he thinks that because you still talk to him even though he is locked in jail, right?
Yes, I do still talk to him, and that's because of my issue. I don't want to cause any safety issues in his jail. He sends me verbal messages in where I'm at, so, I mean, I just keep him at ease. There's nowhere for me to go.
What safety issues? He is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot get to you. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, you do know his ways in a jail. You can send messages to people. People look at me sideways. Oh, that's your boyfriend? He said this. He told me to tell you this. Like, it's safety issues. Like, literally before I came to trial, a deputy told me one of my co-defendants were trying to have me jumped. So I just do what I have to do.
You were also safely in jail. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I wouldn't say safely. You can get in a fight at any time.
Okay. There are all kinds of deputies. Is that correct?
Yes, all of them don't do their job also. So.
And we're not talking about your safety from other people. We're specifically talking about your safety from Isaiah Chance, someone you claim to be so afraid of that you will go along and do anything for him, right?
I wouldn't do anything for him, but
You wouldn't go along with a murder plot for him?
no, he never told me anything about a murder plot.
And you wouldn't try to call him multiple times incorrectly from the jail, right?
What do you mean incorrectly?
You're not allowed to phone another inmate, can you?
I don't call him like that, so what do you mean?
You're right, you don't call him like that. You have to break policy of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and do some kind of three-way call involving Isaiah Chance's mother. Isn't that true?
Yeah, we do that.
You do it all the time, right?
Yes, when he asks for me, I do it.
As for you, you have to initiate your own phone call. He can't call you in the jail either, can he?
I said when he asks for me, I do it. If he tells me to call, I'm going to call.
It's not just that he answers for you. You can't call him directly. Isn't that true, ma'am?
No, I can't.
You have to coordinate and you have to make arrangements with some third party who is not in jail so that you can talk to him. Isn't that true?
Yes, and like I said, it goes back to me keeping him happy. I don't want to cause any issues while I'm sitting here. If he gets mad, if I don't call him, it's no telling what he's going to say. They can all, I'm the odd one out of this. They can all turn around and say, oh, it was Alicia, and I'm not getting in the middle of that. So I keep him happy while I'm here. If he wants me to call, if he wants to talk to me, let him know about the baby. He lets me know, I let him know I'm okay. That's what I do.
You call him 5 to 10 times a day in there.
Yes, when he says, call back, I call back.
And you also do messages. There's a kiosk system where you can kiosk with him. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he texts me and I text him.
And you have intimate conversations about your case, don't you?
Yes, when he asks, I let him know.
And he sends you messages which could be called sexting, right?
Yeah, he do. I keep him happy, like I said.
And you're no longer in a relationship with him, correct?
No, he thinks that.
And you call him multiple times a day, every day, for several months. Isn't that true?
Yes, like I said, I'm doing what I have to do. I'm not going to let him know. I'm not going to get on the phone and act like it's a change. I'm acting the same. I'm doing what I have to do.
Ma'am, you understand you're on trial for first-degree murder, right?
Yes, I do.
And it's for hanging out with him.
I do.
And you are still protecting him, right? To this day, you're protecting him.
I'm not protecting him.
You are still calling him and communicating with him, aren't you?
Yes, it's not protecting him, though.
So much so that you call his mother, right?
I do.
And you have been advised, and you report to his mother that you don't care that your attorneys tell you not to talk to him. You're going to do it anyway, right?
Yes, because I feel like that's the best way to do it.
So you are so desperate to talk to him and have communication with him, you don't even care if it may be hurtful to your case.
I wouldn't say desperate, because when I did disappear and listened, he texted me from another person and said, why are you not listening to me? Why are you not responding? When are you going to get it through your big red forehead? And all these other things. So I started back talking to him.
So now again, you're talking to him because you're still afraid of him, right? Even though he is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot go near you.
I didn't say physically come to me. I'm talking about other people.
You take advice from him, don't you?
I listen to it.
He discusses the case with you many, many times. Isn't that true?
Yes, because he knows I don't know, so he tries to make sure I know everything.
In fact, he tells you to kind of stay strong because the state thinks you're the weaker link. Has he told you that before?
Yes, he told me that.
Have you responded to him on, let's see. What's the date? Recently as June 27th of 2025, did you tell them half the witnesses are dead, you're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't solve shit, I'm just lost because this is all pointless?
Said what?
Did you say to him, half of their witnesses are dead, you're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't solve shit, I'm just lost because this is all pointless?
Yes, I told him, and that's my opinion. I don't understand why I'm here. It's really about them.
So you're still talking about what you're charged with him?
Yeah, he's aware, so I can say that.
And he tries to tell you what you should do in your case, right? And he tries to tell you what is the plan about the Airbnb. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, and I don't control him, so he talks about what he wants to talk about.
Don't you say in response to him telling you all that, you don't got to say all that. Don't walk me through those stops. You said that, right?
Yeah, I stop him when he talks about the case because I already kind of know that. So he tries to let me know, and I already know.
It's not because you've already discussed what you two are going to say that you're on some kind of vacation to Tampa.
No, we haven't.
That's not what you're referring
talked
to?
about that, no. He's talking about the girl in the Airbnb.
On July 5th, 2025, you didn't tell his mother that you made the defense attorney's investigator so mad because you told him you're not going to leave until you want to, and that they can't tell you who you can talk to, specifically referring to him. Isn't that true?
I was referring to other people too, but him too.
Because you are not going to give him up. Isn't that true?
Like I said, I'm doing what I think I should do to keep him happy.
And that is calling him hundreds of times, multiple times a day.
Yes, you don't see the other messages when he asks us. He says, can you call? I need you to call. Are you okay? How are you? How's the baby?
So at some point, when I say you guys are off and on, there are times where he doesn't want to talk to you. Isn't that true, ma'am?
At times.
And there are times that he blocks you, right?
Yes.
And right before, let's talk about June 17th of 2024, right? This is
Yes.
within a couple of weeks of this happening, right?
I think a couple of days, yeah.
June 17th, 2024, he blocked you. So you got to resort to a text now chat, right? That's not a normal means of texting on an iPhone, right? This is a special app.
Yeah, that's the app, but pertaining to him, I always text on text now when he blocks me.
So he's blocked you before, right?
Yes, whenever he's mad, he blocks me.
So sometimes he's ended communication and broken up with you, right?
Not broken up, he just goes off for a day or two.
And so can you read to the jury what it is you texted this person that you're afraid of?
Oh, I said, bitch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate, trying to act like you mad, and I make people comfortable.
You need to speak, I'm sorry, Ms. Andrews, the court reporter's got to take down what you're
My
saying,
bad.
so you got to speak real slow, okay?
I said, bitch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate, trying to act like you mad, and I make people comfortable. I didn't do shit to make nobody feel comfortable. It was out the fucking blue. Why the fuck are you acting like it's my problem? You just wanted to have a reason to talk. I messed up when I was typing. To talk to ugly bitches you talk to. Everybody you come across and you touch, you fuck them up. You're not even mentally there and stable in the head for no relationship. Even when I didn't do shit to your ass or start a conversation, you still fucking mad. The fuck. And then I said, and you acting like I'm not pregnant. You gonna talk to me one day, so I don't give a fuck about your attitude. And I said, bye, bitch.
So this reconciliation that you're talking about, this is what he is trying to stop communication with you, right?
This is one of the things he do. So when you say stop communication, he just disappears for a day. He doesn't even really mean it. He's gonna pop up the next day and be like, what you doing?
So you weren't trying to make this jury think when you first testified that there was domestic violence in your relationship, and this reconciliation was you trying to get back with him and him trying to reconcile with you because of something he did, right?
Wait, can you repeat it?
Yes, I can. You're not trying to make this jury believe that he was the one trying to reconcile with you after he hit you or something, are you?
I don't know what you mean by that pertaining to the message. I'm just cursing him out.
No, I said when you guys get back together, I thought you told the defense attorney on your direct that this was some kind of reconciliation trip. You guys was trying to get back together, right?
It was. After I sent that, he did eventually end up texting me, not on there, but he texted my phone and we're back cool. We always do that.
And why is his little brother coming on this reconciliation trip with you?
I mean, I don't know that. That's something you have to ask him. I didn't know he was even going.
But you know why you were going, right?
Yes, he invited me and I thought it was going to be us two.
And it wasn't, right?
Yeah.
and you get to an Airbnb and you're only there for a day.
Yes.
And you go nowhere except for 3 clubs, is that correct?
Yeah, in McDonald's.
And again, not with him and Davion Murphy, right?
Yes.
So what exactly was planned for this trip where you two were going to get back together after fighting?
It wasn't necessarily get back together. It was just to spend time. I didn't have a plan. Oh, if we get down here, go here, go here. If we go out, we go out. If we don't, I would be fine with that too.
So now it's not a reconciliation trip.
No, we are getting back cool, but I'm saying it wasn't a big deal to go out nowhere. That was his decision.
You kind of just testified that he didn't spend any alone time with you that entire night, right?
He was up there, but eventually he would go his own way.
Okay. You said that he didn't go with you anywhere, and you did not go with him to when they first checked out teasers around 10. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was still in the bed at that time.
And you lied to law enforcement in that interview when you said it was just the 2 of you, right?
The 2 of us went, because I mentioned Sean too.
You did, but that wasn't until later on in the conversation. When they first asked you about the Airbnb and the door, you specifically said, it's just me and him. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes, I did say that, because I meant like when we first came in, it was just me and him.
So again, there was no planned story that if the 2 of you got caught, that it was just going to be you and him on a romantic getaway.
We never talked about caught. There's nothing to get caught about because I didn't do anything.
So again, no conversation ahead of time if you were to get caught about what your story would be.
He never told me nothing about getting caught. When he got interrogated, he came back and told me that's what happened. And then he said, you don't have to worry about that because we didn't do anything.
When did you have the conversation with him about his interrogation?
When it was the first time they searched his house.
Okay. Before you were interrogated by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
So there was some discussion about what it is that law enforcement was going to be questioning you about in that interview, right?
He didn't mention the guy. He just said our trip out of town.
Okay. Such a coincidence, right? He mentions the trip out of town. You still aren't suspicious. You have still no idea a murder happened. But after he's arrested for not a homicide, just for what?
It
a
was
resist?
Resisting arrest.
You guys are talking about the trip to Tampa.
I mean, not in detail. He just said the trip.
But he wasn't arrested in Tampa, was he? He was arrested in Jacksonville by Duval County Sheriff's officers. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes, but I'm saying after they arrested him, he let me know what it was for.
For leaving the scene, right?
No.
So what? Oh, for resisting arrest. Nothing that had to do in the charges of Tampa, right?
No, they left a search warrant and it said the conspiracy thing on there and something else.
Jacksonville, Duval County left the conspiracy and murder charge up there for
I don't
him?
know if it was Jacksonville, but it was on one of the papers.
And so that's what led to a conversation of you all being down in Tampa, is that correct?
Yeah, he just said it was about the trip to Tampa.
So when you testified to this jury that you had no idea why Tampa officers were pulling you in for that interview, you were lying up there on the stand?
That's not what I said. I mean, he didn't go in full detail about what they were coming to about Tampa. He just said the trip in Tampa.
You said you had no idea why these officers were pulling you into that interview room. Isn't that what you just testified
because when
to?
they came to my house, they were coming for resisting arrest. So I didn't know why Tampa was coming to talk to me.
But that's not what you just said, because you said after the resist charge, before your interview, you and your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, were talking about what happened in Tampa.
That was way before. I mean, like when he got arrested.
So let's talk about some more lies that you told law enforcement. You said that you could not remember how it was you got through the back door of the Airbnb, right? You have any memory issues?
No, I'm not slow.
Overruled, go ahead. I'm sorry, what was the answer?
I said no, I mean, I'm not slow. What do you mean, memory issues?
Well, they're talking to you within a couple of months of you coming to Tampa, right?
Yes.
You don't come to Tampa every day, right?
No.
And you were with your boyfriend at this Airbnb, correct?
Yes.
And you saw those videos of you at this front door. Can you take a look at the photo behind you?
And for the record, what are you showing her?
I'm showing her State's Exhibit 60. You recognize this Airbnb?
Yes.
And you saw the other video, State 61, where you are on the Ring camera, right?
Yes.
You're only on that Ring camera entering this front door 2 times, right?
Yeah, I think it was 2 times.
On June 22nd of 2023.
Yes.
And then you are not on that front door Ring camera at all, correct?
No.
And they don't just ask you about the front door. They ask you, you leave. You leave 2 times and come back, right?
Yes, I did.
You left and you went to the McDonald's with Davion Murphy and your boyfriend Isaiah Chance, right?
Yes.
And you didn't go out this front door and you didn't come back this front door, right?
Right.
Can you take a look at the video, ma'am? We're going to show you how it is you get to the back door of this Airbnb. This is the back door, right? This is how you would have to get in when you're going to the back door, right? You got to walk through this grass pathway. And then open this door, this gate, right? And then it takes you to the sliding glass doors, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They didn't just ask you about the front door. They asked you what door you got in when you came back from the McDonald's, right?
Yes, they did.
And you didn't tell them, if you have nothing to hide, and we're just talking about an Airbnb, you didn't just say, I went through the back door, right?
Yeah, I didn't say that.
You lied, right?
I don't think I answered it.
You said, I don't remember.
Yeah, and I probably was aggravated at the time, so.
But it's a lie nonetheless, right?
Yeah.
Because certainly you're not going to make the jury believe that you going through some dark pathway in the middle of the night to leave and then get back is something that you're not going to remember, right?
I mean, not necessarily. It wasn't a big thing to remember that day.
Even though you're being questioned on a first-degree murder charge, you can't even tell them that you just left the back door to go to McDonald's?
Yeah, but I'm saying I didn't really remember that, so, and I was aggravated, so.
It's a lie. You lied to law enforcement knowing they're investigating a first-degree homicide.
Yeah, but he was just asking about a back door, so I didn't see any relevance.
So it's okay to lie to law enforcement if you don't think it's relevant, right?
No.
You have no clue what they're planning, right?
No.
You see the 2 spots here?
Yes.
They're open, right?
Yes, they are.
Where's the Impala?
It's parked on the side.
Where on the side?
In one of the other parking spots they had on the side.
Close to where that back door is, that side parking lot where the back door is?
I don't remember if it was close. I think it was like in the middle.
They had some bags, right? You have a bag right there.
Yeah, my bag.
So when all of those bags and stuff are unloaded, except for yours, they have to go through that back pathway to load all of those heavy guns, right?
I mean, I can't answer that. I didn't see them carried in there.
And you didn't see Davion Murphy in there either, did you?
Not when I first got there, no.
But eventually you did see him, right?
Yes, later on.
State's Exhibit 38A. So again, you saw him at the Airbnb?
Yes.
He's staying at the Airbnb?
I mean, if you consider that stain,
You lied to law enforcement about there being any other individual at that Airbnb other than you, Isaiah Chance, and his little brother, right?
yeah, I didn't answer anything about the other people.
So that's a lie, right, ma'am? You lied to them about Davion Murphy, a member of 1200, or an associate of 1200, being at that Airbnb.
Yeah, I didn't want to answer anything about them, so I didn't answer.
Also not relevant, right?
I mean, I wouldn't know, so.
36A. You don't know who this is, right?
At the time I did, but I do now.
You rode in a car with him for 3.5 hours, right?
Yes, I also went to sleep. I didn't really look at him like that.
You have been to his house for a barbecue. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes,
He was introduced to you by your boyfriend of over 3 years of his second family, right?
yeah.
He introduced you to all of his family members, right?
I didn't say all of his family members.
You said he introduced you at that barbecue and said, "This is my second family," right?
Yes, but I don't know if that's his real family members.
So you're suggesting to this jury that when you are being introduced by your boyfriend to his second family, that he posed some fake people next to him?
I'm saying I don't know if he was talking about everybody that was standing there. Could have been talking about particular people.
But certainly Sean Gathright was there, right?
Yes, ma'am, he was there.
And he's one of the people he's saying, "This is my second family," right?
No, he said little brother to him.
Part of his family. And then the rest of the people was his second family, right?
Yeah, he considered them second family.
And you care about Isaiah Chance?
I did.
And you would have us believe that after he introduced you to his little brother, his second family, you went off in some second room and never looked at his face?
I didn't go off to the second room. I just got a plate and went back to the car.
You hid in the car, right?
Yeah, I don't really talk much, so I got back in the car.
Oh, so you never had a conversation with him?
No, I just said hey and bye.
And you can't tell that this person in 36A is the same person in 36B?
I mean, at the time, it didn't really look like him. I just glanced at the picture. I said no.
And in the entire 3.5 car ride, you never looked at his face either?
I'm not staring him down, so I mean, no.
And at the entire time that you're at the Airbnb with him, you never looked at his face or had one conversation with him?
I didn't have a conversation with him, but I maybe glanced.
You were walking next to Isaiah Chance at Teasers. You were walking next to him at that parking lot when he was at Truth 18. I'm not going to play the videos again. You saw that. You guys were walking right next to him.
If you consider that right next to him, yes.
Some points you were a little behind him, is that correct?
Yes.
And some points you were right next to him, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And there were points when he has that phone, your phone, up to his ear.
Yeah, at certain points.
And at one point, when he has it up to his ear, he has to give it to you so you can do what?
Put the code in. That was at the first club.
And that's right, put the call in, right? There is a call that is happening. And
I said the code.
The code. But there is a call happening. He's actually on the phone, right?
At the first club, he attempts to make a call, yeah.
Attempts, right? It's literally up to his ear.
Yeah, I don't think it went through.
Oh, because you're right next to him, you would know, right?
No, I mean, he didn't say anything, so that's why I said I don't think it went through.
And at some point, he hands it to you so you can do what?
I mean, I didn't put the code back in after that.
Just the one time?
Yes.
It didn't go off any other time that you were with him from the entire time to Teasers, to Truth 18?
I mean, later on, I think, yeah. At the next club, yeah.
What about in the car?
No, in the car was still unlocked.
And you never heard him utter one word on that phone while you were next to him in the parking lot at Teasers?
Teasers just the first club, right?
Yes, ma'am.
No, he didn't say anything.
And he never said one thing the entire time when you guys are sitting in that parking lot at Teasers at the same point when Charles Jones is there.
He said something, but he didn't say anything about him.
What did he say?
He just was saying how all the people are just standing there, standing around.
He never had one phone call?
I mean, he tried to call, but I don't know. Again, I don't know if he went through.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 94C1. You see this when he's on the phone actually sharing a live location with Sean Gathright that's occurring at 2 a.m. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
He does that multiple times. So he has your phone a lot in that car, right?
Yes.
And so anytime there's inactivity on the phone, you got to do what for him?
Unlock it, but he never locked it back. If he didn't respond, he just went and got on something else.
He doesn't lock the phone, right? That's something that happens automatically based on time, right?
Yes.
When that phone locks up in the parking lot, it's not because he locked it, it's because there's a timing mechanism on your iPhone that makes it go dark, right?
I mean, yeah, but the first time we got out the car, it's my phone. He stops me and asks for it, so it's not unlocked when he asks for it.
And then at some point, he starts texting NIGGA, pick up the FNO. He says that he doesn't text it just once at 2:31. He sends this text again at 2:31 and 24 seconds. So he wants somebody to pick up that effing phone. Are you claiming when he's texting that, he's not saying anything to you?
No, not about that.
Do you see him desperately going like this?
No, not like he rushing. He just regularly typing.
He just casually texts,
Yes.
pick up the effing phone, twice.
Yeah.
And that was something that if he had done it very erratically, you would have noticed, right?
Yeah, but he wasn't.
That might have tipped you off that something pretty important was happening, right?
I mean, if you say so.
So he's just casually typing that in, and then he's sharing the location again later, 2 hours later. But after this exchange, he never gets a phone call. There's no conversation in that car.
I don't remember him having a conversation there.
But he's not sending one other text after he desperately texts that twice, right?
I don't think he did.
You don't think, or you're not willing to tell?
What he texts, so.
And you don't remember or hearing him have any conversation in that car?
Not right there, no.
And you remember Detective Ramos when he was sitting next to you and he was kind of acting out what he thought happened after he saw the video footage and some of the messaging, that he's right next to you in that car and he's saying, he's sitting this close to you, right? He's in the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
And you are in the passenger seat, right?
Yeah.
Remember that exchange? And he kind of imitates and acts out, hey, get here, get here. He's going into the club now. You better get here now. That you're claiming something like that never happened.
No, I told you what he said.
Okay.
Only time he said something was when he flipped the camera and said it was packed. And where y'all at?
Do you also remember, oh, so now they said where you're all at, right?
I'm talking about when he took the picture on the screenshot. That's what I said he said.
Okay, did you know who he was talking to?
I mean, no, but I assumed it was his friends.
Do you remember when law enforcement specifically asked you about the black Chevy Impala?
Yes, ma'am.
That black Chevy Impala happened to be at the Home to Suites, correct?
I mean, yeah, but at the time I didn't know that.
You didn't see the black Chevy Impala when your boyfriend was circling around the parking lot, not once, but twice?
No, I didn't see that car.
That was a car that you had ridden down to Jacksonville with Sean Gathright, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't recognize that car in the parking lot?
I mean, I'm not gonna know if it's them though. I don't know if it's them.
So just a coincidence that you happened to be at Home to Suites, right?
I mean, I'm not driving, so I can't tell you why he went there.
You got out of the vehicle with Isaiah Chance at both of those clubs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said on your direct examination that you went up to the bouncers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a lie, right?
I wasn't referring to those clubs. I was referring to Players Club.
The detectives never mentioned the Players Club to you in that interview, right?
No, he showed me a video of a parking lot, so I just assumed it was that club.
He showed you the video of the two of you walking out of that club, correct?
No, he showed me a parking lot, the first video when I said that.
He also showed you Julio Foolio, is that correct?
He did.
At the front door.
I believe he did.
And they specifically asked you at Teasers and at Truth 18, the two clubs that you went to, whether or not you had talked to the bouncers, right?
I think he did ask me.
And you said that you had spoken to them at both and that the price was too high, correct?
Again, I was talking about Players Club. I had the clubs mixed up at the time. I didn't know the names, and I didn't say specifically that. I said I talked to the bouncer, the guys that be at the front door.
And there's no at Players Club, right?
No.
Overruled that she knows.
I said no.
You know that there's no video footage at Players, right?
I mean, if he would have investigated it, he would have found it probably.
And there is video footage at Teasers and Truth 18, correct?
Yeah, because that's all the detective went and looked for.
And you admit that you never went to any of the bouncers at Truth 18, right?
No, again, when I bring up the bouncers, I was referring to Players Club.
So you and your boyfriend on your reconciliation trip just went to walk in the parking lot of Teasers, right?
Teasers is the first club?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all you did, right? You just walked in the parking lot. You didn't even come close to the front door.
I mean, yeah, we were standing there, but it's his decision. He didn't want to go in there, so.
And you have no say in the matter on your reconciliation trip, whether or not you actually get to go into the club?
I mean, I didn't have an issue with it. If he didn't want to go, he didn't want to go.
So you're just happy on this trip to get back together with just walking in the parking lot?
I wouldn't say that.
Well, then you go to the second club, Truth 18. That's the club with the second story on the second floor.
Yes, ma'am.
And that same thing happens. You just walk in the parking lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm following him.
Yeah. You don't even really walk up to the door. And it's at the same point when Charles Jones is at that location.
I mean, I didn't know he was there, so.
Okay. But you're okay just walking in the parking lot, right?
No, actually, I was irritated. I didn't really care to go in that when he chose the last club. After he took me to 2 locations, we didn't go anywhere. At that point, I am aggravated, so.
Well, you said they didn't go in because it was packed, right?
That's what he said.
Well, there was, at the time when you're walking on that video, there aren't tons of people in that parking lot, right?
It was people parked on the side as well.
You don't even walk up those stairs to see how many people are inside, right?
We went by how many cars are outside.
Oh, so that's the definition of how a car is, or how a club is packed, by the cars, right?
I mean, to young people, yeah.
You said the next morning that that Isaiah Chance, the one time he did come in, it was to what? So you could look at his outfit, give an outfit check?
Yeah, he was showing me various outfits, laying around the bed. He said, should he put back on what he had on because he didn't take any pictures? And that's what we were talking about.
Because he cares how he looks like, right?
Sometimes.
He got into a war with Julio Foolio online because Julio was making fun of him wearing fake designer clothes, right?
I didn't know of that.
You had no idea about that?
No.
But he is doing an outfit check with you because he's concerned about it, right?
I mean, not really. He's just saying, what do you think I should wear? Like a regular person.
And the two of you, you said you're going clubbing, right?
I mean, supposed to be.
Right. And how do you up when you go clubbing?
I mean, this will be our second time going clubbing, so he wears whatever he wants to wear. When I go, I just wear whatever I want to wear.
You just kind of just said that he's very controlling about what you wear on your direct examination. And as a young woman, when you go clubbing, you get dressed up, right?
Yeah.
In fact, on your phone, you had hundreds of photographs on your phone and videos of yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He was wearing, it's June in Tampa, right?
Yeah.
He was wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt with the hoodie all the way pulled up and a COVID mask
Okay.
to go clubbing.
Yeah, he don't really go out, so I don't know what he would typically wear.
And you were wearing what?
I put on a jean jacket. I think I had on the blue pants and a regular shirt.
Is that how you normally go when you're going out for a night on the town to go clubbing?
I mean, no. Eventually, when I first arrived, I had a dress on, but once I realized other people were there, I took that off. So what you see me wearing is what I had on to McDonald's, and we stayed in the car, so I didn't go change. So I mean, I just kept what I had on.
Because when you go clubbing, you normally look like 75 C9, right? You like to get dressed up, wear a nice dress, right?
Correction, I'm not clubbing in that. I'm out of town with my family.
Okay. And where are you going when you go out of town with your family?
Nowhere, I just put that on to take a picture.
Okay. But there are literally photo after photo, Instagram video after Instagram video of you going out with your friends, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not dressed in a jean jacket and what, were they sweatpants or?
No, they're just regular pants.
And when law enforcement asked you about Gutta, and I think the defense attorney played that for you, again, you specifically asked them, why are they calling him that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you are just surprised because they're law enforcement and you feel that they should be talking about his real name or mentioning him by his real name, right?
I mean, I didn't mean it like that. I'm saying I would have thought they would have came in a different way. We're starting the interview and you just say, oh, Gutta, and I'm like, what? Like, I'm just confused.
But you didn't say what. You said, why do you call him that, right?
Yeah, that was my response, but I'm saying in my head, I'm thinking like, why are two detectives coming to me saying a nickname? Like, what is this about?
And then they laughed, and then they said, do you or you don't call him Gutta? And you shook your head no, right?
No, I don't call him that.
And it wasn't just you shaking your head no, you said that's not a thing, right?
I mean, it's not a thing for me to call him that. That's what I meant.
But you just said that's not a thing.
I said it's not a thing or something.
I'm going to show you state's exhibit number. And Gutta, that's his rap name. That's the name that he uses for the gang, right? For those drill rap videos he makes. Gutta,
I
Gutta
wouldn't
Man.
necessarily say a drill name. It's just a nickname on Instagram.
But it's something you know, and you do call him that, don't you?
No, I don't call him that.
You just have it tattooed on your body, right? You have it tattooed down the middle of your chest. Gutta, right?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And that's not the only place. I'm also going to show you State's Exhibit 75G. It's there. It's a long tattoo, and it goes all the way down your chest, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're familiar that he calls himself Gutta.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that you have that tattoo on your body, you have never referred to him as Gutta?
No, I still call him by Zay.
That's not the only place on your body that you have that Gutta tattoo, is it?
No, I have another one behind my ear.
I'm going to show you State 75C11. That's it right there. So
Yes.
not once, twice,
Yes, ma'am.
referencing Isaiah Chance,
Yeah.
someone who you're no longer in a relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it wasn't a lie to law enforcement when you said that you don't call him that.
No, it wasn't a lie.
Let me have one moment.
Yes.
At the time when that photo, you said your Isaiah Chance took that photo in the parking lot of Truth 18?
Yes, ma'am.
That is, at that timing, that is when Charles Jones and his party are still up on that second floor. And you're saying you never saw that?
No, I didn't look up there.
Where are you looking at?
I mean, at him.
And you're looking at him taking the photo?
I don't think I was.
What?
I don't think I was. I seen the picture after because it was in my phone.
Are you looking at him when the photo was taken, or are you not looking at him?
I don't think I was.
So what are you looking at?
I think I was looking at him.
At
Not
Char-
like physically like what he's doing. I'm just sitting there just staring.
You're not looking at the club that you're supposed to be going to?
I can't remember if I was or not.
Okay. Well, you said that you can tell if a club is packed based on the cars in the parking lot, right?
Yeah, but we were parked on the other side. It was more cars.
Right, because there were parking spots available in Truth 18, right?
I don't remember that.
You could have driven through the parking lot and not even got out of the car if you could tell a club is packed just on the parking spots, right?
I mean, that's not my decision. Again, he's driving, so.
No. You said how young people determine whether or not a car or a club is packed is by the parking lot, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Both at Truth 18 and Teasers, there were cars in that parking lot. You didn't need to get out of the car to go up to the door to know that Teasers was packed, right?
Yeah, it was. But again, it's not my issue with the bad places this is.
Well, what the issue is, you keep on giving us another reason why it is that you're in that parking lot. You understand that, ma'am?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just following him.
No, you said that you believe that you didn't go in because it's packed, right?
Yes, because that's what he said.
And you don't have to go into the club itself to know it's packed because of the parked cars in the parking lot, right, ma'am?
That's what I said. I don't know what he's thinking, though.
When you are at Teasers, you guys have to go around more than once to park because you can't find a parking spot, right?
Yeah, and then we see somebody coming out, so he just waited.
So it didn't matter that it's so packed, you gotta wait for some parking spot to open up?
Well, we did get out, but, I mean, all the people in the front, that's when he decided he didn't want to go in.
So it's not the parked cars in the parking lot that tells you if the club is packed?
It is, but I'm saying once you seen all the people up there and nobody was going in, he changed his mind.
Judge, I don't have anything further.
Okay, redirect.
Ms. Andrews, do you want to answer any more questions?
I can.
I'll ask you one more question. There's a tattoo that's missing that hasn't been described on your arm here. What does that tattoo say?
Psalms 46, God is within her, she will not fail.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
No
And
further
is there
questions.
another motion?
Judge, we would move to strike that from the record.
Granted, stricken from the record, jury's not to consider it. Gentlemen, just step out momentarily. Okay, we'll be right with you.
All rise.
I totally forgot about that redirect. Let's jump to closings. Let's see what was argued.
All jurors are out there.
Okay, very good. Let's have Ms. Andrews walked back to the defense table, and do you anticipate calling any other witnesses? Oh, okay, very good. I'll have you rest in front of the jury. State, do you anticipate any rebuttal?
It's sort of like a way to get into character evidence, Sirach, so that's why it was objected to. And also probably outside the scope, outside of it being a tattoo.
Members of the jury, Charles Jones was a prominent drill rapper out of Jacksonville, Florida. He was known as Julio Foolio, Six, the Big Rapper. He had drill raps on Instagram, on YouTube. He had millions of hits and followers. He was well known in Jacksonville. They hunted him, they stalked him, they found him, they targeted him, and they gunned him down. That is the only reason all 5 of those individuals were here in Tampa, Florida on June 22nd, and then the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024. The defendant, Alicia Andrews, seated over there, along with her fellow co-defendants, her fellow co-conspirators, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, Sean Gathright, and her boyfriend Isaiah Chance. That is the only reason they came down to Tampa, was for that one specific purpose: to hunt and gun down Charles Jones. This was a rival gang war that has been going on in Jacksonville for years and years. You have seen those drill rap videos. You have seen the type of videos that they are. And Charles Jones came down to Tampa to celebrate his birthday with friends. Charles Jones had posted online drill rap videos disrespecting the other side, disrespecting ATK, disrespecting members of 1200. And the other side did the same thing. You saw those videos from Young and Ace, and the ones produced from ATK, and the ones produced by 1200. Both sides made fun of other members that have been gunned down in this horrific gang war that has been going on in Jacksonville for years. And one of the songs that Charles Jones made was When I See You, specifically making fun of the town center shooting where Young and Ace was shot and his little brother killed, and 2 other members of their group were killed, including someone who went by the name of 23, who was close to Isaiah Chance, the defendant's boyfriend of over 3 years. They had had intimate conversations about this rival gang war that had occurred.
Overruled.
They had had, the evidence shows, her messaging on her phone shows that she had had conversations with Charles Jones where she had been told by him about these deaths. They discussed the town center and how he could not go there anymore because what had happened at the town center. That is where 23 was killed. That is where Young and Ace was shot multiple times. There had been conversations on October 8th between her and her boyfriend Charles Jones. You know what happened on October 7th. Charles Jones was shot. There was an attempt on his life in Jacksonville. And you have seen ballistic evidence in this case that ties the people in this murder and this conspiracy directly to the attempt on his life in October of 2023. Sean Gathright, who is the arms person, who is the arms supply person, who supplies the weapons, who has the weapons and takes them away and transports them in the Chevy Impala and then transports them in the Toyota 4Runner and then eventually to his house. When he gets stopped in that Toyota 4Runner, there are rifle shell casings that are tested and compared to the shell casings that are collected from the October 2023 attempted murder, aggravated battery of Charles Jones that happens in Jacksonville, Florida. And it is the same gun that fires those shell casings, the one that are found in Sean Gathright's vehicle and the ones that are found at the attempted murder scene of Charles Jones in October in 2023. They tried to kill him before and were not successful. And you heard that Charles Jones got on the internet and posted a video on the internet and taunted them after it happened, saying that they didn't get him. They planned to murder him, and this time they were not going to miss. This is a well-orchestrated, planned, first-degree, premeditated murder. State's Exhibit 22. This is at the Home to Suites, and we put many clips together, but this is Charles Jones, and this is his black Dodge Charger parked in front of the Home to Suites, and his girlfriend is behind him in her car. And you can clearly see that he is seated in the front passenger seat of that Dodge Charger. In the second clip, you're going to see at this location, this is the first time that black Chevy Impala carrying 3 armed and covered gunmen pull into that parking lot, and they don't go in front of where Charles Jones' vehicle is. You see them turn to the right. They are avoiding the line of sight of Charles Jones. They want to make sure that they get him. They never pull into the line of sight of Charles Jones and his party. Charles Jones now is laying in that front passenger seat with his feet up. The next clip that you see in State's Exhibit 22 is of the car pulling up of his friend. That's Typhon McCrae, and in his vehicle is Camilla Bentley and Aaliyah Albritton. They pull up next. That's the next thing that happens in the sequence of events. The black Chevy Impala has already pulled in. It is now circling the parking lot so it can stay out of view. The next clip you're going to see is Typhon McCrae and his girlfriend, Aaliyah Albritton, get out and go to the bathroom. Camilla Bentley gets into the front passenger seat. The next sequence is the silver Chevy Cruze. We all know who is in the silver Chevy Cruze. It is the defendant along with her good boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. They circle, they don't go to the right, they directly go by the cars of the victim and the victim's party. These are cars that they are very well familiar at this point, because they have seen these cars at 2 other locations. They saw it first at Teasers, and they saw it at Truth 18. It is not a coincidence that the silver Chevy Cruze followed them to this location and then pulls off into another parking lot while it waits for that black Chevy Impala with the 3 armed and masked gunmen to get there. They are waiting for the gunmen to get there. And when the black Chevy Impala gets there, they come and they directly look for the victim and the victim's vehicles. Again, State's Exhibit 22. You're going to see that silver Chevy Impala with the defendant and her boyfriend circle around, and they are going to the exact area where the black Chevy Impala is. The second clip. After they have gone to where that black Chevy Impala is and the black Chevy Impala has parked, they then are now leaving, and they again are going for a direct line of sight where the victim and his friends are parked and sitting in their cars. State's Exhibit 22, you're going to see At this very moment, they can see where the victim is. That silver Chevy Cruze is passing where the victim is seated in that passenger seat. They are the eyes. They are the surveillance tracking team of this mission. And make no mistake, this is a mission. The assault hit team is the black Chevy Impala with 3 armed and masked men. 2 of the men are having assault rifles. Their faces are covered. One of them has all black. The other has a white ski mask. And then the third shooter has a Glock with a switch that makes it a fully automatic gun and a weapon. You're going to see in this next clip that the first person to fire is the person with the firearm. And it's very clear what person they are shooting at, what person they are targeting. They are targeting the victim, who is the passenger in the black Chevy Impala. They don't care about any of those other cars that flee and crash. In this next clip, you're going to see that they are specifically targeting the victim. They follow his car. They continue to fire upon his car. That is the only car that they are interested in, because the person who has taunted them, the person who they unsuccessfully tried to kill months ago, survived. And now they are going to ensure that he dies. State's Exhibit 22. They are heavily armed. They are prepared. They are masked. They brought artillery with them. They are ready to kill Charles Jones. They didn't just kill Charles Jones. When they came to Tampa and they shot up that parking lot, there were many victims. There were 2 people that were in that car with Charles Jones. Xavier Edwards was shot. You see his injuries in this photograph. Gino Norris was shot, not in a gang. Law enforcement very clear on that. Another victim in this crime. Camilla Bentley, also shot, not in a gang. They didn't care who they hurt. They just wanted to kill Charles Jones. They weren't the only victims in this case. They shot up a public parking lot in a hotel that had guests, that had families, that had people that were dropping off their children at University of South Florida, that is just across the street from Fowler Avenue, the other road that intersects McKinley where those hotels are. They shot up hotel rooms that had families in it, husband and wives and children. They didn't care who they hurt. Their focus was on Charles Jones, and they wanted to make sure that they killed him. In order to prove murder in the first degree, the judge just read to you what those instructions are. This is what the state has to prove, that Charles Jones is dead. That element, we only have to prove 3 elements beyond and to the exclusion of reasonable doubt. Charles Jones is dead. That has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. That has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. There is a mountain of evidence, and we're going to talk about the principal instruction, because she is a principal to this crime, and you treat her as if she had done everything her fellow co-defendants did. You put her in exactly the same shoes. She is criminally responsible for everything that her fellow co-defendants did in this particular case, and that there was a premeditated killing of Charles Jones. An act includes a series or related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is a killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. Premeditation can happen in seconds. There is no fixed time. There just has to be a conscious reflection by the defendant, where they reflect upon it and form that premeditated intent to kill. We are well beyond that in this case. This is a planned first-degree murder. Before they even got into that black Chevy Impala, they had planned to do this. They had got weapons together. They knew what sort of equipment they wanted. Not only did they have the type of weapons that fire rapidly, they intended to get away with this murder. They got brass catchers. They put those on the AR rifles, and none of the brass, none of the spent shell casings were left behind because they were collected. That is sophistication. That are people that planned to commit this crime and planned to get away with it. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you as jurors. From the evidence, it will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. The proof in this case is overwhelming, and you can see it yourself. Those videos are evidence. It is direct evidence. It is captured on video for all of you to see it. You saw what happened. You saw that they tracked and they stalked and they hunted that victim down in Florida, here in Tampa. He posted where he was going to be on his Instagram. She follows his Instagram. She doesn't like him. It's clear from her messages that she does not like Charles Jones. Why in the world would she need to follow him? She follows his Instagram. And on Instagram, well before he came to Florida, over 7 days before he came, he is posting that he is going to be at Teasers on June 22nd between 8 and 3 a.m. He also posts that he is going to be at Teasers on June 22nd. He is posting exactly where he is going to be. That is the reason why they are coming to Tampa on June 22nd of 2024. That is the only reason that they are coming to Tampa. She books that Airbnb. She does it on June 21st of 2024. She is trying to book the Airbnb. She's not the actual one that books it because the co-defendant, Rashad Murphy, ends up doing it. This falls through. But it is clear that she is in the loop. It is clear that she is participating. She is the first one that tries to book the Airbnb in Tampa. It's very clear. This happens on June 21st of 2024. We had Detective Ramos say to you exactly where she was when she did that. The judge read to you the date of the crime, and for count 2, for the conspiracy count, the dates that we have to prove are between June 21st and June 23rd of 2024. And there are several locations that are involved in the conspiracy, but the first one is where she is located when she sends this. And she is not with the defendant, Isaiah Chance. Isaiah Chance is miles away on his own device, nowhere near her, when she herself is trying to book all of them an Airbnb. And there is a reason why they have her booking the Airbnb. There is a reason why, when she doesn't get the Airbnb, that Rashad Murphy uses the shared phone that he does of his girlfriend, Charmaine Steiger. Because when Julio Foolio, when Charles Jones gets killed, who do you think the primary suspects are going to be? It is going to be the high-profile rival gangs that are feuding with him online. So Isaiah Chance can't book the Airbnb with his phone. So Rashad Murphy doesn't use a phone. He's known as Ghost. He uses the shared phone of Charmaine Steiger, because they know when law enforcement officers come looking and they know who's certified in a gang, that the first thing that they are going to look for is the usual suspects in this rival gang war. So Charles Jones isn't going to use his own phone. He's going to use the cover of his girlfriend. Just like Rashad Murphy isn't going to use his own phone, he's going to use Charmaine Steiger's phone. This is what they do because they want to ensure after this happens that they don't get caught. They also get rid of all of their phones because they don't want any sort of evidence to be linked and tracked back to them. So she says on June 21st of 2024 that she wants to book an Airbnb. She wants more than one bedroom, like two. And that doesn't fall through, or that falls through. And so Rashad Murphy on his phone, this is the phone that is confiscated in Rashad Murphy's possession when he flees from law enforcement in that silver Chevy Cruze, when he is found later by the Gwinnett County Police Department when they have put out an alert for that vehicle. And so he is the one on his phone, the extraction from his phone, there is the actual booking of the Airbnb that they end up using. And it is no mistake, it is no coincidence that this Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane is within miles, just a couple of miles of where Charles Jones, the victim in this case, is shot and killed. It is in no coincidence that that Airbnb is only within a couple miles of the two very clubs that he is going to be performing at or going to be at in Tampa, at Teasers and at Truth 18. And so the other location for count 2 of the indictment that we have to prove is that it was within a 10-mile radius of both Truth 18 and of Teasers, and those addresses are both in here listed as well. 4819 East Bush Boulevard, as well as 9700 North Nebraska area. I'm sorry, North Nebraska Avenue. Both of those locations are within Hillsborough County. The other address as part of this conspiracy is the Airbnb itself, that they were within a 3-mile radius of 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, Florida, County of Hillsborough. And the last and final address of that conspiracy is 11606 McKinley Drive, which is the address of the Home to Suites, as well as the address of Rashad Murphy, that phone when this Airbnb is booked. And that is another Jacksonville address that you will see on this date of the crime, where it says, sorry, I'm going to go to the address, 301 Caravan Circle, Jacksonville County, also state of Florida. And the final one is the house of Sean Gathright, 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Circle, Jacksonville County, also, I'm sorry, Jacksonville, Florida, also County of Duval. Those are all the addresses of where acts that occurred in this conspiracy. And that is what we have to prove, and that is what we have proven. That is why Detective Ramos testified to exactly where this device was when they sent out this request to book the Airbnb and had it confirmed. And he had to send his driver's license to in order to secure and book that Airbnb. You have seen the search warrant that was executed on Sean Gathwright's house afterwards. And these firearms, there were 2 assault rifles that were taken. And they were collected and they were sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing. You saw the brass catchers, evidence in this case. All of this leads back to this first-degree premeditated murder and conspiracy to kill Charles Jones. What you saw in the video, the type of firearms that were used in this case, 2 of the shooters had assault rifles that had brass catchers on it, and they lead directly back to Sean Gathwright. His path was followed. We know where he went in the black Chevy Impala after leaving that Airbnb. There is video evidence of all 4 defendants, Davion Murphy, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathwright, and Alicia Andrews all were at that Tampa Airbnb. The only one who wasn't was Rashad Murphy. But because he took an Uber, we know he was at that Tampa Airbnb as well, because we see the Uber dropping them all off at Sean Gathwright's house. And you heard the testimony from the Uber driver, and he testified that the 3 people that he picked up at that Airbnb are the exact same 3 people that he dropped off. And then after we see Sean Gathwright leave, he's the one that takes the Chevy Impala to his grandmother's house in Auburndale. And then he switches vehicles because, again, he does not want to be caught driving the vehicle that contains the 3 shooters who gunned down Charles Jones in Jacksonville, Florida. So he switches vehicles. He leaves that vehicle at grandma's house. And what does he do? He wipes down the entire car. He is getting rid of fingerprints. He wants to make it look like none of his friends were in that vehicle. They are very smart. They are very sophisticated. Those 2 shell casings, they are not from rifles. They were not fired by the guns that had those brass catchers on it. What those are 9mm shell casings. The only brass, the only casings that were left here at this homicide was 9mm. That firearm that had the switch that made it fully automatic, the one that you saw in State's Exhibit 22, the first gunman to fire directly at the windshield of the victim's vehicle, was a firearm. It was a 9mm, and it unloaded 31 shell casings onto the ground at that homicide scene where Charles Jones was murdered. And all of those shell casings were recovered. And you heard how 30 of them, they tried to get DNA off of them, were packaged specially and sent off to ATF. One of them was kept for Tampa Police Department to submit for analysis and comparison. And they did. They compared it to these 2 spent shell casings in the safe of Sean Gathwright's house. And they are a ballistic match. You heard from Amara Drew. She testified that she compared both of those shell casings to the one that was found at the murder scene and retained by Tampa Police Department for testing. And the same firearm that fired those 2 shell casings that were ejected out of the 9mm are a match and ballistically identified to the same gun that was shot that you saw on that video, State's Exhibit 22, firing into the windshield of Charles Jones's car. You also heard about the spent shell casings that were recovered from Jacksonville, from the Toyota 4Runner of Sean Gathwright. Remember all of those shell casings that were collected. State's Exhibit 50 and State's Exhibit 49A through I. Both of those shell casings were collected and submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Some were from the Toyota 4Runner in that box. Do you remember the photograph of the box? And then they went and they retained from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office the shell casings that were recovered from the October 7th, 2023 attempted murder of Charles Jones. And they compared those shell casings. And those shell casings, again, analyzed by Amar Drew, and they were matched, ballistically matched to the same firearm. They both were shot by the same assault rifle. The other part of the ballistic evidence that you heard about were the fragments that were recovered from the medical examiner's office. And they were sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to be compared against the two rifles, the two assault rifles that were collected in this case from that safe in Sean Gathwright's house. And what Amar Drew could tell you is from that fragment that one of them was found that it did not shoot that projectile. So one of them did. The other one was inconclusive, and that meant there wasn't enough detail on that projectile, that fragment that was found in the victim's body to say that it was or to say that it wasn't. So those two assault rifles absolutely can be the assault rifles that were used in this case. They match the appearance. They have the brass catchers on them that we saw was used in this crime. And because we don't have any spent casings, which again is part of their plan to make it difficult to link the firearms to this case, we cannot compare brass casings because there were none left at the scene. But there is definitely evidence in that scene in Sean Gathwright's house that are connected, and those are those 9mm that were found in that safe along with those two AR rifles. That is why you heard from Amar Drew, and that is why all of that evidence was brought down from Jacksonville, because it ties these defendants to the homicide here in Tampa and the attempted homicide of the victim in 2023. These were all of the type of ammunition that was consistent and capable of being fired in those assault rifles, also found in Sean Gathwright's home. And when we talk about planning and conspiracy, what we're talking about, we have the video evidence to prove and show all of it, just how well coordinated. Not only was it planned ahead of time, not only did they talk about it ahead of time, there was coordination each and every time. This was a mission to kill Charles Jones, and there was an assault hit team, and there was a surveillance team that the defendant was a part of. And again, when we talk about using her for cover, she was a part of it. She was an active participant. She's not just sitting in the car. She has a role to play. Her play is that she is going to give Isaiah Chance cover. They know who Isaiah Chance is. You heard from Robert Howard there. If he would have saw or recognized Isaiah Chance alone in the parking lot in Tampa in the same vicinity of his friend Charles Jones, they absolutely would have known that they were in danger. He wants to blend. That's what she is. She's covered. That's what they do. They use their girlfriends, and she is an active, willing participant, and she has protected him in that interview with law enforcement and on that stand today, and she continues to protect him. And the judge will read to you an instruction, and she will let you know that once the defendant takes the stand, you treat her like any other witness in this case. and you determine whether or not she is credible. You determine whether or not she is lying on that stand when she tells you that she had no idea of what was going on. Common sense does not leave this courtroom. There is no way that a plan this well executed, this well planned, that those killers would have brought in someone who had no idea of what was going on. She is a trusted confidant of her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. You heard those messages. You know not only is she a trusted confidant and that she knows all of the details of the gang war, that she has been personally affected by this. And there is no love lost for Julio Foolio. Her boyfriend that she loves and that she is willing to lie for and ignore what her attorneys are telling her to do and still call him and talk to him 5 times a day, sometimes more, about this case, it is because she is still in a relationship. She is doing that knowing that every single one of those jail phone calls are recorded. That is how much she loves him. That is how much she is willing to protect him. You see this chart. They went and they stalked that victim at more than one location. And you heard from Detective Ramos, and you heard from their own experts, Thomas Pullen, that all of the phones belonging to Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright, that they were tracked, I'm sorry, not Isaiah Chance, Davion Murphy and Sean Gathright, that they were tracked to teasers earlier that day, before the victim was there, that they were going up and down Hillsborough. You know what that is? They're casing it. They want to know where is a good opportunity to shoot and kill the victim. That is why they are there before. The phone evidence in this case is overwhelming. That with the video evidence, you got to see with your own eyes exactly what happened in this case. And at this first location off of North Nebraska, you can see exactly by this diagram where everyone went. Those 4 cars represent the victim's vehicles, and the blue represents Isaiah Chance and the defendant, and they are the surveillance stalking team. The black Chevy Impala, it never gets to the scene first in any 3 of those locations: Teasers, Truth 18, and Home to Sweets. And they only ever go in the parking lot. This isn't a reconciliation. This isn't a romantic getaway. This isn't a time for the 2 of them to get back together. There is one purpose, and that is to find Charles Jones. They never go inside. They never talk to a bouncer. Their one job is to see when Charles Jones gets there. They walk in the parking lot. This is June in Florida, in Tampa, Florida. It is hot out. Isaiah Chance, who cares about his appearance, who wants to know what his outfit looks like, who gets into a war of words with Charles Jones online because he's accused of wearing fake designer clothes, is not going clubbing in a gray hoodie with the hoodie pulled up and a COVID mask on his face. And neither is the defendant. She's not going in some kind of track pants and a blue jean jacket clubbing in Tampa if that is their true purpose. They are wearing COVID masks so that their faces are covered, and they are appearing as a couple so that Charles Jones and his friends don't have any sort of alert or warning that the other gang is here. And the people in the black Chevy Impala never get out because they absolutely know who Rashad and Davion Murphy are. They never get out until they are ready and they know that Charles Jones are in their sights. And it is only after the silver Chevy Cruze gets there and park. And that club is packed. They have to leave. They have to circle around the parking lot because that parking lot is packed. It doesn't matter that her boyfriend doesn't like a packed club. If that were the case, they would have never even pulled in. They are there for one purpose, and that is to get eyes on the victim. And the video shows it. There is no doubt that is what happens. She is walking less than a foot away from him at all times when he is talking on their phone. It goes beyond belief that she didn't hear every single word that he said. And she is not shocked. She is not trying to walk away from him. And she certainly is not surprised because she knew it. All of the conversations about the conspiracy, they happened well before the date that we charged for that conspiracy. And you know it did. You know with your common sense that this was talked about at many locations, at many times, and many different places that we have never alleged and we will never be able to bring to you. Because
Overruled, go ahead.
the defendant will never admit what she did. She won't admit it to Detective Ramos and the detectives of the Tampa Police Department, and she's certainly not going to admit it to you, because that would mean that she is confessing to conspire in a first-degree premeditated murder. But you know that those conversations happened because of what you saw on the video. She is not surprised. She is playing her role. She is playing her part. You saw those messages between her phone and Sean Gathright. Pick up the effing phone now. Pick up the effing phone now. They are desperate for communication. To suggest to you that there wasn't an actual phone call that occurred after that second text message is preposterous. And she is seated next to him in that silver Chevy Cruze. And to suggest to all of you that you don't know exactly the type of conversation that happened in that car that she absolutely heard and knew about because she is a part of it. Your common sense tells you that. This was well planned, well executed, and they would not have brought along a girlfriend unless she served a purpose. And she did. She was their cover. And you know from the stand, she admitted what had happened on October 8th, that phone call. She had to admit it. She didn't want to admit it, just like when law enforcement officers were questioning her. When I was questioning her, she in her memory, she knows the conversation she's had with with Isaiah Chance. She knows their conversations. She knows what happened when his best friend, one of his good friends, was shot and killed on October 6th and 7th of 2023, and how upset he was. There are messages between the two of them where he is telling her how out of his mind he is with grief. And you heard her say, yeah, I had to stay away. I had to stay away. And then he's telling her to be loyal, to stay loyal. And then she is responding, don't worry, I'm straight. I will delete those messages. She is his intimate confidant. They have talked about this. And what exactly do you think that she needs to delete? What conversation could she possibly have to delete on August 8th of 2023? Charles Jones was shot on October 7th of 2023, and her boyfriend and the boyfriend's best friends are now ballistically connected to that attempted murder of Charles Jones. We know exactly what she's deleting. She's got his back. She had his back on October 8th of 2023. She had his back in that interrogation room with law enforcement where they are pressing her. And make no mistake, she knew why they were talking to her. She knew why they were questioning her. It's clear in her messaging to the person that they're making fun of law enforcement for having the wrong phone. She knows law enforcement officers are looking for her. You saw that text exchange. You saw her say, are they still there? It's very clear they're talking about police. And she's like, they still have my phone. It's just for a resisting arrest charge. Oh, too bad. They have the new phone. I don't have they didn't get the old phone, laughing my effing ASS off, right? That's consciousness of guilt evidence. There isn't any reason she needs to be laughing at law enforcement for having the phone, for having her new phone, and not having her old phone, unless the old phone has what? The old phone has evidence on it, and you heard from law enforcement, there's an Apple iCloud that she didn't count on, that they were able to get up a backup of. They're able to get a backup of her phone of every single thing, messages, thousands of messages, but the one message area that they can't get is the day of the homicide. They are able to get it off Sean Gathwright's phone. That's why we know that her phone and Sean Gathwright's phone are communicating desperately when the tracking of the victim is occurring. You have video evidence of Charles Jones being stalked at Teasers for silver Chevy Cruze. You have video evidence of after the silver Chevy Cruze, the black Chevy Impala appears. Same exact thing happens at Truth 18. The two places where the victim advertised that he would be on Instagram, and she follows him on Instagram. And again, the same coordination, the surveillance tracking vehicle, the silver Chevy Cruze, with again, the defendant and Isaiah Chance, her boyfriend, in that car. You know that there are communications that are not accounted for in those call detail records, that there is some other application that they are using for those calls. You heard from Detective Ramos. When that phone is up to Isaiah Chance's ear and he's walking on that phone, there isn't an attempted phone call. There isn't a missed phone call. There is no record of it. Those calls from that time period and those messaging are happening when he is in the car with her. So there is definitely another application that again shows sophistication. They do not want to be caught. They do not want to be tracked. They are very careful with what they are doing with their devices. You heard from their own expert that Davion Murphy and Isaiah Chance, they're not using their phones during the time of the homicide. And again, the same stalking that happens. The victim and his entourage get there, they go inside the club, and again, we have the blue being designated by the silver Chevy Cruze and of the defendant and her boyfriend. And this is not a romantic getaway. To suggest is beyond common sense, beyond all reason. They are just, they don't make any attempt to go to the door. And the reason why the coordination of the video shows, it is because the victim's party has just gone up those stairs and that they are on that second landing getting ready to enter in the club. They don't even go up to the sidewalk. They stay well in that parking lot and they end up walking to the sign. Is a sign a tourist attraction, something of interest that they would need to go to? They are purposely avoiding that door because Isaiah Chance knows Julio Foolio. And there is no reaction by the defendant. There is no surprise. There's no reaction like, why in the world are we walking through the sign and the roadway and not going to the club if they truly are going clubbing? It is because it is a lie. She knows exactly what is going on. You know exactly the type of conversations that are happening inside that black Chevy Impala. The homicide scene. You have seen video of this many times now. I'm not going to show it again. But again, there is that coordination. You saw the USF poll cam. It is their car, the defendant, and Isaiah Chance and that silver Chevy Cruze that is following behind the victim and the two other vehicles with the victim. They don't pull into the home to suites because they're not the gunmen. They don't have any of the shooters in their car. They have to wait. You know that there is, again, communication that has to be happening between those two vehicles. It is no coincidence that at two locations where the victim is, the silver Chevy Cruze appears, and then shortly thereafter, the black Impala appears. And then at the third location, that is not ever advertised, never advertised anywhere. They just go to those hotels to get a room. The only way, the only possible way that Sean Gathright and that black Chevy Impala could possibly know where the victims are, because you know he's tracking them. You saw from his phone, he's trying to get this Kayla Enright or his sister to be able to call somebody who's with Six to find where he is earlier in the night when he's at the Airbnb. They're trying to get an address. There's only two locations they know where Charles Jones is going to be, and that is at Teasers and Truth 18. The only way the shooter, Sean Gathright, and the other two shooters in that black Chevy Impala could possibly know where the victim is because the silver Chevy Cruze, who has been following that car all along from Truth 18 to the home to suites, called them and told them. And as soon as the black Chevy Impala makes that U-turn and goes into that McKinley entrance, the silver Chevy Cruze with the defendant and the victim go right into the entrance and do what they have been doing all night, and that is act as surveillance. They are eyes on the victim. Where is he? And the reason why the gunmen know exactly where the victim is because that silver Chevy Cruze drives right in front of it and know where the victim is at the time of the shooting. Principles. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit or attempt to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant intended to commit the crime and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit or attempt to commit a crime. That is an or there. They only have to do one of those things. Incite, cause, encourage, assist. She did more. She assisted. She did more than just assist. She participated. She was part of the tracking team, that cover for Isaiah Chance, so that he could actively stalk the victim all night. Incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit. And then again, if we have proven those two things, you have to treat her as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did. You have to treat her as if she had done all the things that Isaiah Chance did, all the things that Sean Gathright did, all the things that Davion Murphy did, and all the things that Rashad Murphy did. I want to go back to murder really quickly. We have three elements to prove. One thing that we never have to prove One thing that is not on the murder in the first degree elements, and that is motive. The state never has to prove motive. Motive is something that is in a person's mind. We may never know the reason why things are done, especially when the defendant is not willing to say why they did a thing. So that is something that is not an element of the offense. We never have to prove motive. But in this case, there is overwhelming evidence of motive. You have heard about this gang war. You have heard how it has affected her, and you have heard how it has affected her boyfriend. And he is a part of it. He is in it. And he is out for revenge. And she is doing everything that she can to assist him in achieving what he wants. And that is for Charles Jones, for Julio Foolio, to be shot and killed. This is the evidence in this case. We had cell phone evidence, we had video evidence, and which quickly led to all of them, led to Jacksonville, that led law enforcement to this gang war, was license plate readers. There is no doubt that that silver Chevy Cruze and that black Chevy Impala were in tandem. Not only are they at all of those locations here in Tampa when they were committing this crime, they drove down together. These are the same points of interest when they are hitting off of the same license plate reader. The defendant, when she is in that interview room with law enforcement, I told you, she never admitted what she did. Just because a defendant doesn't admit what she did doesn't mean we do not prove intent. Doesn't mean that there isn't evidence, that there isn't overwhelming evidence, proof beyond all reasonable doubt of her intent. And that is called consciousness of guilt evidence. Evidence of a defendant who purposely evades prosecution, who purposely lies to law enforcement officers to evade getting caught. That is called consciousness of guilt evidence. There is a reason why a person lies to law enforcement. That is called consciousness of guilt, and that is evidence of her intent. If she truly knew nothing about this incident, if she truly was an innocent bystander, then the truth will set you free. If she would have provided law enforcement officers all of the information and been honest with them, then that would have shown that she had nothing to hide, that she was not involved in this, and she would have no reason to lie. If she truly didn't know what her boyfriend and their friends were doing, there would be no reason to lie. The interview would look a lot different. It would look like, I literally was just there with my boyfriend. This is what his name is. This is who he was with. This is where we came from. Yes, there were 3 other people there. I don't know how they got there. What else can I tell you? Because you heard law enforcement. They know that she has not been in trouble before. And they are pressing her. And they are trying to impart to her the seriousness of the allegation and the proof against her. They already have the video footage. They already have her phone. They already know her involvement at the Airbnb. But there is lie after lie after lie, just like she did on that stand in this courtroom today. And there is only one reason she needs to lie, and that is because the truth is that she is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder and conspiring with all the defendants in this case to commit first-degree premeditated murder. There is no reason for her to forget how she gets in the door. And the detective may have had it wrong about her being the one to enter the access code. But what he certainly didn't have wrong is the lock code. That door is only unlocked 3 times. One by the person who first gets in and not captured on the video, and that's the one where you just see her walk in, because whoever, whether it was Isaiah Chance or Sean Gathright, very quickly exits or puts in the access code, gets in, and the door automatically locks behind. And she's coming along with her bag, and the door is shut, and knocking, and nothing happens. That matches up with the lock code. She goes off to the back, and then comes back, and somebody lets her in on the lock code. Then there is a lock code where it is open, as if somebody is checking to make sure the lock is closed, but they don't open the door. No video footage of that. No other video footage from that night of her going to the McDonald's. She leaves to go to the McDonald's. She comes back. She leaves with all of her co-defendants to hunt down Charles Jones, and she comes back. Why in the world does she have to lie to law enforcement that she's using a back door? Because she knows she is protecting Isaiah Chance. She is protecting Rashad Murphy. She is protecting Davion Murphy. She went to Raines High School, and she would have you believe that she has no connection to Spaz, to Joe Rod Adams. He was killed. She was talking to her friend, her good friend Jewel Jones, about that homicide, and their good friend Will wasn't killed, but he was shot in that same homicide of Spaz, Joe Rod Adams. And Joe Rod Adams is the little brother of Rashad Murphy and the cousin to Davion Murphy. And she would have you think and believe she has no idea who they are. Do you believe that? That she has no idea and had no conversation with either of them, and they all have the connection of a deceased person by the name of Joe Rod Adams. And in that 3.5 ride back to Tampa in the Uber with Rashad Murphy, she doesn't have one conversation with him. There are connection after connection to this gang war with all 5 of the co-defendants in this case. This Airbnb, she is lying to law enforcement about it because she is a part of it. She is in the loop, and she is covering for all of them. And she knows that she is covering for all of them, and she knows that they purposely knew that there was a video camera on that ring door. And regardless of whether law enforcement got it wrong about the door, they certainly got it right. She's the only one seen on it. Why in the world, if people are there on a just romantic reconciliation to get back together, when you have bags to unload and you are there for lawful purposes on vacation, you would park in the 2 spots designated for the apartment with the easiest way to carry bags in? They're right there. They're open. They're not taken. That is because they don't want to be seen on a ring camera in Tampa, less than 2 miles from the homicide scene, unloading those large, heavy bags that you saw Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright load into that black Impala. They have to make sure nobody is seen on camera, and they go around to the back and go through a backyard, not even a walkway, through some grass to get to a back sliding door because they're all there to commit a crime. Again, she's covered. She's not involved in the gang. She can be seen on the ring camera. They can use her phone, because that is what the cover story is, right? That is the cover story. That is what she's sticking with. That is what she told law enforcement. that she's just there with her boyfriend Isaiah Chance, and they're just tourists, right? That's what they tell the law enforcement officers in that interview room. We can drive anywhere. Tampa's a tourist city, right? Just a big coincidence. That's the cover story. That is another part of the conspiracy. And there certainly would be no reason to lie to law enforcement about the door at all unless she is in on it, unless she knows. If she doesn't know, then what she would have told the law enforcement officer is, oh, my boyfriend just walked in before me. I was there, but the rest of the night, for some reason, we used the back door, and she would give a reason. There is a reason she doesn't remember. There's nothing wrong with her mind. She doesn't have a memory issue. The one time she comes to Tampa and they're unloading and they're walking through the dark backyard every time to get in would be something that she would remember. And if she's not doing something criminal, she could tell and talk about it. Isaiah Chance is there, Davion Murphy, Sean Gathright. The Uber driver that takes us all the way from Tampa, where we finally know there are 5 people involved in this crime. There are 2 in the tracker vehicle, the surveillance vehicle, and there are 3 armed gunmen, and all of them stay at this Airbnb. Another lie. She lies to law enforcement. At first, it's just her and Isaiah Chance. It's just me and him, and you can listen to that audio again. Because she lies and she lies until she is confronted with evidence, and then the story changes. So it's not just her and Isaiah Chance, because they show her more evidence, and all of a sudden she knows, oh, they know Sean Gathright is there as well. They show him a photograph. And even though she has been in a car with him for 3.5 hours, and she has been in this Airbnb, she can't identify his photo. She will not give them any information, not a name. She would have you believe she only knows him as Little Bro. She won't give a description of him, and she certainly isn't going to pick out his photograph. But it is more evidence, not just their phone evidence. There is a witness that we now know and have the 5th person involved in this homicide, first-degree murder, and conspiracy, and that is because they take an Uber. And the Uber driver and the tracking, again, of license plate readers, we know that the Uber driver who gives Detective Ramos his trip ticket, who took them from Tampa, they had one stop at a gas station, but the same 3 people he picked up is the same 3 people for $187.51 that he takes to Sean Gathwright's house, where we find all of the evidence of those firearms in his house. And we then find Alicia Andrews there, as well as Rashad Murphy for the first time, and again, Isaiah Chance. So the evidence in this case is overwhelming. And Mr. Harmon told you there is a mountain of evidence. And all of this evidence, the digital evidence, the video evidence, the cell phone evidence, the cell hawk mapping that you saw in this case, and the phone messages that you saw from her device show and bring to light the conspiracy that occurred in this case between all 5 of the co-defendants acting together and conspiring together. The conspiracy count in this case: to prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The intent of Alicia Andrews was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. In order to carry out the intent, Alicia Andrews agreed, conspired, combined, confederated with Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy, or other diverse persons to cause the first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them. or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, confederation to commit first-degree premeditated murder must be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. This count is just the agreement. They don't have to actually commit it. They don't have to do an act in furtherance. This is just the agreement to do it together. And you know, based on their actions, that they all conspired to do this. Rashad Murphy, more evidence. This investigation led to Auburndale in Florida, Sean Gathwright's grandmother's house, to Jacksonville, to his residence in Jacksonville, and it led to Gwinnett County as well, where he is caught in that silver Chevy Cruze that belongs to a person that dates one of his family members. And then Jacksonville Sheriff's Office also assisted and got photographs, a video from Walmart that occurred on 6/21, where the defendant is seen in there, Rashad Murphy, the co-defendant Rashad Murphy, is seen there buying some stuff. And they see what he is wearing, and they compare it to the still videos that are taken in this case. More evidence again. He's not just driving the tracking vehicle. He's not just found with the tracking vehicle. More consciousness of guilt evidence. Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office locate him in the murder, the second suspect murder vehicle in this case in Tampa. And we are days later. He is far removed from Tampa. And he is in the silver Chevy Cruze. And what does he do when law enforcement authorities from Georgia approach? He flees. More consciousness of guilt. You don't need Rashad Murphy on recording saying what he did. His actions, just like Alicia Andrews' actions after this crime, show their guilt. He fled because he knew what he had done and he knew what vehicle he was in. The phone evidence in this case. Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathwright, Davion Murphy, Alicia Andrews, you have all the evidence in this case about the phones. And just like the video evidence tracks them, just like all the photographs on the license plate reader of the silver Chevy Cruze and the black Chevy Impala, you have all of their phone and the timing advance showing that Alicia Andrews, Sean Gathwright, Isaiah Chance, and Davion Murphy, they all traveled together to Tampa from Jacksonville. It was coordinated. There is a reason it is coordinated. This was the plan all along. That is the only reason they were in Tampa, and that was to hunt and kill and gun down Charles Jones. That is the only reason. All of the evidence in this case shows you that. You were able to see, based on the video evidence in this case for yourselves, that he was hunted, that he was stalked, and that he was tracked, and that it was well coordinated. The McDonald's video, COVID mask, another lie. It is not her clubbing attire. It is part of her disguise. It is a part of Isaiah Chance's disguise. Do you think Isaiah Chance has any concerns about his health? Why is he wearing a COVID mask? It is to mask his face. She gives every reason to law enforcement why it is that she's wearing a COVID mask. Again, every time she is confronted in that interview, she lies again. She says that she's concerned about her health, and then because of all the smoke in the clubbing, You saw from this video at the McDonald's that her co-defendant, Davion Murphy, the driver, is sitting there puffing away while she is in the seat next to him, not wearing a COVID mask. She's not wearing a COVID mask when she gets into an Uber with a stranger and is in a car, a small confined space with him for 3.5 hours. She's not wearing a COVID mask when she gets out of that car. She's not wearing a COVID mask when she goes into the the Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane. But her phone tracks her everywhere, and that is why you get to see all of the video footage from that night. This was on the phone, again, showing them tracking and going back to teasers to stalk the victim. All of the license plate readers, all of the cell phone mapping, State's Exhibit 77, which you heard from Detective Ramos, they don't just rely on the records provided to them by the cell phone companies. They actually verify and confirm the accuracy of those timing of the cell phone records by seeing if they could provide visual evidence. You heard from the defense expert and you heard from the defense attorney questioning the defense expert, saying like, oh, they purposely kept out Players Club. They didn't purposely keep out Players Club. You heard from Detective Ramos that not only him, there are other members of the Tampa Police Department looking for surveillance video based on the timing advance records of the defendant. They were hoping to get video evidence of her everywhere. You heard of all the places they went looking for and asking for videos. That is what they were scouring. They were looking at the timing advance, trying to see where she had been, and they are following that path to see if they could get video footage of the suspects. And you saw that they got it at McDonald's. You saw that they got it at the USF poll cam. But you heard from Detective Ramos that there were no video footage at this Players Club. You heard from their expert that they are in the vicinity of Players Club. That is just another lie that she is telling you on the stand. There is no evidence whatsoever that they are doing anything but staging, waiting for the victim again to go to another location. But to fit into her story that she's just here for clubbing and not another lie to law enforcement, she must have gone to some other club to ask a bouncer whether or not the price was too high for them to get in. So what is it? Is the price too high? So they didn't go in? So that would make 3 clubs that she didn't go in. And the whole purpose of her coming to Tampa was to go clubbing. Again, she is telling lie after lie, and you get to judge her credibility and determine whether or not you believe any single word that came out of her mouth. This is that photo taken at Truth 18. This is her leaving. And we did ask about the bag. Is any of the AR rifles in the bag? We are not suggesting that there is any AR rifles in the bag. What we are suggesting to you, again, is that she is assisting. She knows all of the people. They are unloading that car at the same time. That is a bag that comes from Sean Gathrigh's house. It is loaded from Sean Gathrigh's house into the black Chevy Impala, and then it is unloaded again into Sean Gathrigh's house. She's telling you on the stand today that that belongs to her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. We see Isaiah Chance unload his vehicle. He never takes out a a pink duffel bag. Does it have the AR rifles in it? No. Does it have could it possibly have had clothes? We don't know. It is big enough to carry a firearm. It is big enough to carry ammunition. We don't ever have to prove to you what is in that bag. It is just another piece of evidence saying she is assisting them, she knows what is going on, and she is participating. She's not going to, she can't talk to any of these people, she can't have communication with any of these people, yet she can carry their bags out. She is comfortable with all of them. There isn't anything in these videos that suggests to you that she is afraid of any of them, that she is uncomfortable with any of them, or that she is scared of any of them. And I would suggest to you, when you're evaluating her testimony and what she said on the stand, it is full of not only lies, but contradictions. Is she afraid of Isaiah Chance? Was she forced to go on this trip? Was she a victim of domestic violence? Is she controlled by him? Yet she wants to make sure, you know, she doesn't live with him. She lives with her parents. And she can certainly tell him in a video and use language that isn't really suggestive of somebody who's truly afraid of somebody who can commit and control and make sure that they know every single thing that that person is doing. You judge that person's credibility and why it is they're telling you what they're telling you on that stand. Again, the cell phone mapping of her phone, cell phone mapping of her boyfriend's phone. There's only one time when he's using it, and that is close in time to the murder. And you know that there is a desperate attempt to get a hold of the other car. You have that pick up the phone, and then sharing of location, and then a couple of uses very close in time to where it is critical to get information to the shooters and the black Chevy Impala at 4:41 and 4:52 a.m. in the morning. This is at Silver Chevy Cruise, again, with some unique identifying information, but you don't need that photograph. You don't need the license plate readers to know and to be able to be convinced overwhelmingly that she was in that vehicle, because she told you herself in that interview with law enforcement, and you heard it. You heard before they really started confronting her with the evidence when they showed her photographs that she admitted that she was in those videos. So there is no doubt that she participated in her crime. There is no doubt as to her identity and her participation and everything that she has done in this case. And based on all the facts and all the circumstances of the evidence in this case, there is no reasonable doubt that she intended for this crime to be committed and that she assisted. She did more than assist. She participated as part of that surveillance team, posing as just normal, everyday people just happening to be walking in a parking lot so that her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, would not be detected by the rival gang, Mr. Rich Off War. There is no doubt that there was a war in Jacksonville involving both of these gangs, and that it came to Tampa when the defendant and all of her co-defendants brought it here. She is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder as a principal in this case, and she is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. And all of the evidence shows and proves to you beyond all reasonable doubt that she is guilty.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a quick 2-minute comfort break, okay? Then we'll come back and we'll hear the defense closing.
All right.
In the old days, in the old days, there was a warrior who had a best friend. This best friend of his was a dog. He named him Taz. These two went everywhere together. They were inseparable. But as time would have it, this warrior would get called off to war from time to time, and the dog would follow him out of the castle, out into the courtyard, past the threshold, to the crossroads, and he would leave Taz at the crossroads to go off for war. It no matter if he was gone for a month, 3 months, 6 months, every time he came back from war to the crossroad, he saw his dog, Taz, there, his best friend. One time, he took a wife who bore him a child, and he had to go away to war. He came back one time, and he didn't see Taz at the crossroads. And that was strange. So he goes through the threshold into the courtyard, and there he sees Taz. But something is wrong with Taz. He's on the ground. He's not really moving. He's low to the ground. And there's this weird color to his fur. Taz leads him into the courtyard, into the castle, into a room where the bassinet was at for the baby. And there's blood all around the bassinet. The warrior knows exactly what happened. He takes his sword and he kills his best friend Taz. And then he hears a noise. He lifts the lid of the bassinet, and there he sees his infant baby, alive and well. And next to the bassinet, there's a rabid wolf that Taz had killed. He drops his sword, never picks it up again. He picks up Taz, he takes Taz out to the courtyard, past the threshold, to the crossroads, and he buries him. Builds a nice monument for his best friend. And every day for the rest of his life, he goes out to the crossroads and he asks his friend for forgiveness. The sword of justice has the ability to save the innocent when used with care and responsibility. When used recklessly, it has the ability to harm the innocent. Alicia Andrews is innocent of every count, every lesser included, every crime that she is on trial for today. Perception is not reality. The perception of the detectives in this case was certainly not reality. The state sees Alicia as some gangster queen pin. They see her as someone who has red hair, bright red hair, bad tattoos, who hangs out with gang bangers, gang members, gang associates, an individual who's cold and heartless. But perception is not reality. What do you see? Alicia Andrews is an individual, a young individual, a young woman. She's well-spoken, she's mild-mannered, she's brave, she's strong, and she's a respectable young woman, as you saw when she took the stand. She is not a gang member. She is not a gang associate. And that was clear from the evidence in this case, from every detective that testified. The Jacksonville sheriff's officers testified. She is not a gang member. She is not a gang associate. She isn't. It doesn't matter how many pictures they show, the state shows, right? In fact, I love this exhibit. I love this exhibit. I love this exhibit. I love this exhibit. I love these exhibits from 2021. And why do we love these exhibits? Because they embody exactly what the state's case has been about. Absolutely nothing. All of the evidence, now most of it, of this evidence has been about a gang war in Jacksonville for which Alicia Andrews does not take any part in. 98% of the evidence in this case that you saw over the last 2 weeks has to do with all of these individuals, whether it be Quan, whether it be Young and Nace, whether it be 6 Block, whether it be 1200, 2100. You've learned about where Jacksonville gangs live, whether it's on the north side, the east side. You've learned all of these things, certainly beyond a reasonable doubt that there are gangs in Jacksonville, that they kill each other, that they rap about killing each other, but you have not learned a single thing about whether Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones. From the start of this case, the defense never said anything about a romantic getaway with Alicia Andrews. The word romance never came from the defense. It came from Detective Ramos's perception of what Alicia Andrews told him.
Jeff, may we approach?
Yes? Okay, so members of the jury, I've instructed you numerous times throughout this trial that what the attorneys say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. It is just their opinions as far as what the evidence is and what the evidence means. Ultimately, what the evidence means is solely up to you all. Okay? All right, go ahead.
As I was saying,
on the weekend, Charles Jones was killed. Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip.
Is there a way to amplify the sound, Mr. McLemmon?
I want to start from the beginning. Alicia Andrews was asked by her boyfriend to inquire about an Airbnb. He doesn't say to her, Alicia, I need you to figure out about an Airbnb so that we can go to Tampa and we can kill Julio Foolio. He doesn't say, Alicia, I need you to go and inquire about an Airbnb so that me and 3 of my friends and you can all go hang out in the Airbnb. He doesn't give her any extra information. Sort of similar to how Sean Gathright was not giving Kyla Enright any extra information. No context. That's not how these individuals operate. He just asked her to inquire about an Airbnb, and innocently, Alicia Andrews does that. She gets on Instagram, she sends a text message to someone she knows and asks, do you have an Airbnb available? And the person says to Alicia Andrews, what day do you want the Airbnb for? And Alicia Andrews, not knowing that this is some murder plot, says, the 23rd, or what day do you have available? The first indication that she has no idea that she has to be in Tampa on the 23rd for Julio Foolio. Or else she would not be telling the person that she's inquiring whatever day you have available, or what days do you have available. The first indication, from the very first piece of evidence that the state has. If the detectives did not have this perception of Alicia Andrews that was flawed, maybe that would have been the first indication that she's innocent. That she did not know what was happening. The second indication from that same transaction is that Alicia Andrews never pressed the issue with this person. In fact, Isaiah Chance and Rashad Murphy, off in their own world, got impatient. And they went ahead and booked the Airbnb without Alicia, because Alicia is not in the group. And because, like we said in opening statement, Alicia is not in the loop. Simple. The next thing that happens is that on the morning of the trip, what happens? Sean Gathright, Isaiah Chance, they're at Sean Gathwright's home. Where's Alicia? Not with the group. Not in the loop. Alicia Andrews is at home, doing whatever she's doing at home. Isaiah Chance gets to Sean Gathwright's house. You can see he has a gun. You can see he gets out of the car with the gun. He puts it in his waistband. He goes inside the house. He and Sean Gathright begin to pack the bags, moving bags from car to inside the house, or from car to car. They're moving the bags, shuffling the bags. Hours worth of work, packing, get ready to go. It's only then, after they've done what they're conspiring to do, that they then go and pick up Alicia Andrews. She's not around them to know what they're doing, what they're planning, what they're discussing. She's not. It's simple. That's on camera. Thank the detectives for bringing you that footage. Because if we didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to sit here and tell you that. So Alicia Andrews comes to Sean Gathwright's home. When she gets to Sean Gathwright's home, she doesn't go inside and say hi to him or his parents or anyone who's inside. She doesn't do any of that. She waits in the car, like Isaiah Chance tells her to do. She waits there until the other car pulls up. She gets out of one car, she gets in another, and then she takes off. Mind you, this is the third car that she's been in for that day, the third one, because the first car was from her home to the place where Isaiah Chance picked her up. The second was Isaiah Chance's BMW to the home. And the third is this Impala that she's not familiar with to get down to Tampa. She gets to Tampa with her boyfriend and with Sean Gathright. And at that time, as the evidence is clear, there is no Rashad Murphy, there is no Davion Airbnb at the Airbnb. So she goes inside of the Airbnb, and we'll reverse a little bit about that whole front door, back door issue. But she goes inside, and Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy are not there yet. They're just not. And when she's asked about whether they're there when she gets there, and she says no, it's the truth, by their own data. She goes upstairs, and she's in the room. And at some point in time, these four men, they leave her at the Airbnb, and they go on their own mission. leaving her out of this group, out of the loop. So they leave her at the Airbnb, and she's not being texted to find out where Julio Foolio is. They're not asking her to DM Julio Foolio. There's no efforts by Alicia Andrews to reach out to anyone to figure out where Julio Foolio is, where his crew is at, where he might be partying, nothing like that. Alicia Andrews is back at the Airbnb looking for food after she was abandoned by her boyfriend. Looking for Pizza Hut, which she can barely afford, and then ultimately has to settle for McDonald's. So we'll talk about Alicia Andrews' arrival at the Airbnb for a little bit.
In order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code gets tracked on the map. I spoke to you.
The detectives in this case were sure, 100% sure, that Alicia Andrews opened that front door with a code and let everyone else in through the back. Because as their theory, their perception would have it, is that Alicia Andrews is the cover for them. And so that was their perception, and so every piece of evidence that they looked at after that had to be that way. So this first piece of evidence, they see Alicia Andrews on the camera at the Airbnb, and they say, well, the reason why she's the only one on camera is because she opened the door and she let everyone else into the back. And what kind of sense would it make if everyone is involved, everyone's conspiring together? What kind of sense would it make for Alicia Andrews to know that there's a camera at the front door and for her to sacrifice herself for a group of men that she's never even met before? To go to the front door of the Airbnb, stare the camera in the face, and put her identity out there. What kind of sense would that make? It would not make any sense. Alicia Andrews is not even concerned with the camera. You can see that from the video. You can see it. She doesn't look at the camera. She's not staring it down. She's not worried about it.
I'm in the car, you don't remember, and then you took it over.
I follow you.
Okay. And in order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code gets tracked on the app. I spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. Nobody else went in. How did they get in? Did you let them in another door? Is it possible you could have opened the back door?
What did Detective Ramos say? He said he spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. And so he's confident that he knows what he's talking about because he spoke to the owner. We spoke to the owner as well in court, in trial. And after he actually spoke to the owner, after he actually got the log in this case, the log, after he actually received it, a month or two prior to trial, you can't remember the date, he then realized that he was wrong. But that's not the only thing that Detective Ramos has been wrong about. It's not the only thing that the state has been wrong about in this case. But with the information that he did not have, with the video that he did have, he arrested Alicia Andrews on bad information. Without the log, without it, it is so evident that just by looking at the camera, Alicia Andrews never put in any code. It's evident because she knocks on the door. Why would Alicia Andrews knock on the door if she was the first person there and she had some code to put in to the Airbnb? She wouldn't. She would put in the code. She didn't put in a code because she knew somebody was already inside. So without the locking log, the Detective Ramos, should have known that there was no way that she was putting in a code to get in that front door because it's on video. But his perception led him down a different road. His perception was not reality. The door, as you can see, hinge opened. She goes in and someone's inside says, "My bad." But it wasn't until a month before trial that Detective Ramos realized he messed up. There's conversation, argument from the state that because Alicia Andrews didn't park in those two front parking spaces in front of the Airbnb, that's some consciousness of guilt. First off, Alicia Andrews is not driving the car. She's not driving the vehicle. Much less does Alicia Andrews know which parking spots are assigned to the Airbnb unit, if they are even assigned. We heard no evidence that the parking spaces at the Airbnb are assigned to anyone. That those two spaces in front of it, right in front, are particularly for the individuals that rent that Airbnb. There's no evidence of that. Don't forget that. And she's not driving the car. So if Isaiah Chance or Sean Gathright parks on the side of the home, the Airbnb, she's going along with what they're doing. She's not going to tell them to park around the side. She doesn't even know where the door is until she's told where it's at. So, speed up. They leave the Airbnb. When I say they, I mean the four men. They leave the Airbnb, leave Alicia inside. When they don't see any sign or trace of Julio Foolio at Teasers, what do? Here comes Sean Gathright. Sean Gathright says, "I am going to text Kyla Enright, my girlfriend, and I'm going to see if she can get me the location for Julio Foolio." This is part 2 of their plan, or plan B. It's clear, because if Kyla Enright was a part of their plan the entire time, she would have been on point before they got there. It's clear that he's pivoting. He says, "I need y'all text Fat Boy." Kyla Enright says, "About what?" If she was in on any plan, if she had any idea what was going down, she wouldn't be asking him about what. He says, "Hey sis, I need you to text Fat Boy and tell him you're trying to pull up and you're trying to see him tonight." This is not a well thought out, orchestrated plan that the state would have you believe. These individuals are just flying by it, just trying to figure it out as they go. He know I'm gone. I've been FaceTiming him while I'm out. Sean Gathright says, he in Tampa right now. But make it seem like you don't know he here or there. He at a B&B with 6. Be like, where you at? I want to pull up. I'm drunk. Then he says, never mind, at 12:39, for whatever reason. He's texting her these things. And then she writes back to him and says, we at T or the club? You want to come to the B&B with us, question mark. She thinks he might be where she's at, in a different city. She has no idea what Sean Gathright is texting her for or really about. But she's responding to him, innocently responding to him. He's trying to use her to commit a murder. And she has no idea. These individuals are very good at concealing their intent, at concealing what they're trying to do, and they're good at doing it to the people that they're closest to. Sean Gathright, his mother, and his grandmother have zero clue about what Sean Gathright does in his spare time. Zero. And they live with him. His mother lives with him. That's his grandmother's baby. You cannot tell Sean Gathwright's grandmother anything about her baby. They have no idea. She says, who B&B? And he says 6. Fools. It's his B-Day and Fat Boy with him. She says, not here in Jacksonville? And he says, nah, they in Tampa. So whoever is texting from Kyla Enright's phone has no idea that it's 1, Foolio's birthday, 2, that Foolio's not in Jacksonville. And so is it really that difficult to understand that not everybody is looking at Foolio or watching his page or knows what his birthday is or knows what club he might be at? It's not difficult to believe that, to understand that, to comprehend that. Because it's here in your face. And this is not Alicia Andrews. But Alicia Andrews is in the same position because she doesn't follow his Instagram page like that. She may press the button. Julio Foolio has millions of followers. But it's clear from the evidence that she wasn't searching his page at or around this time. It's clear because the state had evidence that Rashad Murphy was using his phone to search Julio Foolio on Instagram. That was clear. If the state had evidence that Alicia Andrews was searching for Julio Foolio on Instagram, they would have rolled out the red carpet, put that evidence up there on the stand, and presented it to you all. There is absolutely zero evidence that Alicia Andrews knew that Charles Jones was going to be in Tampa that weekend. Zero evidence. When Sean Gathright hears back from Kyla Enright, and Kyla Enright says, he's at Beezer's or something like that. She meant Teasers. But Sean Gathright realizes that he's not getting anywhere with Kyla Enright because he's getting the same information that he already knew. So they have to pivot from that plan as well. So at that time, Isaiah Chance says, well, I might be able to figure this out. Alicia Andrews has a phone that maybe we can use. And you want to know why it's so obvious that Isaiah Chance was using Alicia Andrews? I mean, but for like the obvious detective realizing that in the interrogation. You don't know why it's so obvious outside of that? They don't need Alicia Andrews. They don't need her. You saw the photographs in Rashad Murphy's iCloud dump, which has a bag sitting in front of him with a burner phone or a prepaid phone. These individuals know how to get prepaid phones. They go to the store, they buy them, like Rashad Murphy did at the Walmart, and they're untraceable. But Isaiah Chance put his girlfriend's phone up as tribute. And she had no idea what was going on. 12,000, over 12,000 GPS coordinates from her phone for that weekend. 12,000. The others had very minimal. If you remember the testimony from Tom Pullen, very minimal. I mean, I believe Sean Gafford may have had 70 or someone else had 47. Alicia Andrews had 12,000. She had no idea that she should be either turning off her phone or doing anything to conceal the GPS points. She had no idea because she wasn't in the group, because she had no role in this conspiracy, in this murder plot. So Isaiah Chance says, okay, you all go in another car, and I'll go with Alicia. I'll take her in the Chevy Cruze, or the silver Chevy Cruze, and you all go in the bigger car, the Impala. And so he does come back. He gives her some McDonald's. He deals with her hunger very minimally, right? McDonald's, some chicken nuggets. And then he takes her to Teasers under this guise that he's taking her out. And does she know what he's actually doing? Absolutely not. There's absolutely zero evidence that she knows what he's doing. So he takes her to Teasers, and he's trying to use her phone, and he does use her phone. And the state's version of the story is that she is cover for him outside of this club. And while he may have been using her, it makes absolutely zero sense that Alicia Andrews is cover for him. And Alicia Andrews is not an invisibility cloak. Standing next to Alicia Andrews does not make him less noticeable. If anything, it would make him more noticeable. Robert Howard knows who Isaiah Chance is, with or without the medical mask. So if Robert Howard saw Isaiah Chance outside as he testified, he would, I guess, let his friends know Isaiah Chance is around and he's in the vicinity. If Robert Howard saw Isaiah Chance outside with a mask on, he would certainly let his friends know that Isaiah Chance is outside. Certainly. The mask itself, that's not helping. That's not concealing anything. If anything, that would make it worse. So when Alicia Andrews says that she's pregnant, and then when she went out to the club, she decided to put on a mask, it's because she's pregnant and doesn't want to inhale smoke from all these people. She's not wearing the mask for COVID purposes. Yes, COVID, you wanted to social distance. You wanted to not be around somebody, so you put the mask on. Even if it was just a couple of people, maybe you put the mask on. And then, you know, as time went on, people got lax. They wouldn't put the mask on if it was around people that, you know, a couple people. They would only put it on outside in the public. And remember, this is 2024. It's not the neck of COVID. It's not March 2020 when COVID started, or a little bit after that. Alicia Andrews is wearing the mask because of her pregnancy and because she doesn't want to inhale smoke. And she had just been to McDonald's on a McDonald's run. And during that McDonald's run, somebody right next to her started smoking. And she wasn't going to tell Davion Murphy to put it out. Somebody she doesn't know. This big individual in what she believes was his car. She wasn't going to tell him to put it out. But when they left McDonald's, she went and she got her face mask, and they went to the club. Outside of Teasers, in the video that you see, that you've seen enough times, I won't play it over for you, but outside of Teasers, you see Alicia Andrews arrive at Teasers. Her boyfriend is driving the vehicle. They get out. He asks her for the phone. She gives it to him. She unlocks it. He tries to make a call. The only logical explanation for what happened when he tried to make that call is that the other person did not pick up the phone. Why is that logical, and why is it the only logical explanation? Is because a few minutes after that, he's texting Sean Gathright to pick up the effing phone. Twice. You do that when somebody does not answer the phone. So when they're outside of Teasers and they're on video camera and you see him with the phone there, yes, he's probably trying to call and it's probably ringing. But the reason why he texts a few minutes later to pick up the phone is because the phone didn't connect. And the call detail records at 2:31 show that there was a call that went out and a call that did not connect. It didn't connect. So whatever the state wants you to think that Alicia overheard in that time, there was nothing to overhear. And Isaiah Chance says, okay, well, this club is packed, let's go. Alicia Andrews is like, all right, whatever. She gets in the passenger seat. They go to another area off of Hillsborough. This is what the detective testified to. And for some reason, the detective wasn't able to track down the location on Hillsborough where Alicia Andrews was at, but he was able to track down the other locations. He was able to track down the McDonald's that she went to and got cameras there. He was able to track down Teasers. He was able to track down Truth 18. He was able to track down the USF parking lot pole camera. And he was able to track down Tesla cameras, Home 2 Suites cameras, all of these cameras, except for the ones on Hillsborough. And Alicia Andrews testified that she was at another place called Players Club. And that that's the location where she went up, where I guess Isaiah Chance went up to the bouncer, asked how much it cost to get in, gave them too high of a price. He's like, okay, let's try to go somewhere else. And Alicia Andrews, there's no Charles Jones at this second place. There's no Julio Foolio at this second place. And the reason why there's no camera footage there, the reason why that place was never really discovered is because it doesn't fit the narrative. Because Charles Jones was not there at that other place. So if Charles Jones is never there, the detectives aren't trying hard enough to figure out what's going on in that area, why they went over there, whether there's any cameras over there, because Charles Jones never made it to that location. He was never slated to go there. So they keep repeating over and over throughout the trial, you went to the only places where Charles Jones was at, the only two clubs he was at. That's not the only places where Alicia Andrews was at. So from there, they get in the car, they go to Truth 18. But on the way, I guess the GPS coordinates say they went to Teasers, and then they go to Truth 18. The times would show that if they did go back to Teasers, that Charles Jones was already gone by the time they made it back to Teasers, if I'm not mistaken. So then somehow Isaiah Chance takes her to Truth 18. Somehow he figures out that he should be at Truth 18. They go to Truth 18. He's again using her phone. He's on FaceTime with someone. He is showing the person the Truth 18 building. And he takes a picture, and Alicia Andrews says, I heard him talking to an individual. I don't know who he was talking to. But I heard him say, this place is packed, and where are y'all at? Isaiah Chance is a smart individual. He doesn't want to tell Alicia Andrews what's going on. He's not going to say on the phone exactly what he's doing. He has a way that he can communicate with somebody on the other phone, on the other end, without telling Alicia Andrews enough information for her to figure out what is going on. It's simple. Where y'all at? And they may say where they're at. And he's telling them where he's at. And if they're in the same group and they're on the same page, they clearly know that they should probably be at this location. Because they've already had this conversation. They've already had these discussions. He doesn't have to say much. She's following him around. At some point they get back in the car, and he starts to drive erratic. And Alicia Andrews said that this was a different behavior. He was acting strange, he was acting funny. He drives on that USF poll camera, you see he comes down this way, they make the right at the light, they make a U-turn and they make a right into USF. And they're over there for 5 minutes. That part of it is off camera. I don't know if there was another poll camera over there that Detective Ramos could have picked up, but it's off camera. Isaiah Chance gets out of the car, just stops the car in sort of like the middle of the road, gets out of the car, takes the phone with him, and is out talking, out of earshot of Alicia Andrews. They stay in that area for about 5 minutes, then he gets back in the car, runs a red light, goes into the Home 2 Suites parking lot, is in there for less than a minute, goes in, circles around, and leaves out. And why does he leave out of the parking lot before anything happens? Because he doesn't want Alicia Andrews to see what happened. He doesn't want Alicia Andrews to witness what happened. He kept everything away from Alicia Andrews so that she wouldn't know what was happening. They get back to the Airbnb and these other individuals are already there. They're already there. Whether they left their guns inside of whatever car they drove there in, whether they packed them up before Alicia got there. When she got there, she went inside, she just saw these individuals. Like she said, they looked.
We have a verdict. We have a verdict.
And she
Let me
decided
pause
to go
McLyman.
upstairs.
All right, so here we go, chat. I always got to refresh it to make sure it's really live, because I don't really know for sure. Alrighty, close this, get this up. I'm here, guys. I thought I was pretty quick. The chat is like, cat. I'm here. All right, so we are all the way forward, captions. And I think that was quick. I think I can't even imagine if they would do lessers on the attempteds if that was that quick, but Lexi says made it back at the perfect time. I should change the title on this so people know. We're going to end this poll. So 60% of people said they'd have a verdict today. Congrats to you guys. You were correct. And let's do another poll. And remember, I only have 4 choices, so it's kind of limited how I can word this. So read them before you vote. Okay, so kind of an awkward poll. Like, there's no way to do a good poll on this, but it's live. We did it as the verdict will be guilty all 4 on the top counts, guilty all 4, but some lessers will be in the mix. Not guilty, which would be for all 4, and then guilty for some, but not for all 4. So that's like the cleanest way I could figure out how to work a poll in. But yeah. So vote away, that's built into the YouTube chat. It's not one of the on-screen ones. And then put in the chat, what are you guys thinking? Because if they wanted to, if they were worried about Mother's Day, they still had another day to deliberate. All right. Change my title there so people, YouTube won't tell anybody that there's a verdict, but You know. Okay, so that would be also, they started deliberating at 10:25. If we don't include any time for lunch, that's like about 7.5 hours. If we say they took a lunch, probably like 6.5. So somewhere between about 6.5 and 7.5 hours. Yeah, the whole chat. You guys can deal with some all caps. Go ahead. Go ahead. Shout out to Florida Defense Team in the chat. Jersey Girl Trikeisha says, all guilty, ain't no way. Let's see. Sharon says, this was too fast. It's so funny. People like thought it would be like 30 minutes, and then there's people that think this was too fast. I didn't really have a prediction. I don't know, for those that weren't looking at the screen, a lot of people listen to the court and don't watch it, but the packets of the jury instructions and the verdict form alone looked like a lot of papers. So that alone can take some time to get through. And then, hey, the Real Neptunes fan, shout out to you. Welcome aboard. Give a warm welcome to the Real Neptunes fan here, chat. Happy to have you. Because I heard your name a few times on AV's channel. Shout out to AV to the 7th power. Love her, friend of the channel. We've got to get together and do, I don't know on what case, maybe something Courtney Clenny. We can get together and we'll do a girls panel. We'll do a girls stream on a girls case. So I miss her a lot, and it sucks sometimes streaming so much you don't get to catch up with the people that are streaming at the same time. So glad you're over here though. Hey Corky. Shax has a secret. Let's see. Florida Defense Team says, I figured it wouldn't take long, even though it's, well, 4 young men's live in their hands. 3 because of the death penalty. 4 death penalty recommendations. Yeah, it's 4, not 3. But still. Yeah, Faithy's like, yeah, don't forget that one juror said good job to the prosecutor. Oh yeah, let me change the banner. Gotta scroll one. Also, before this turns into like, I'm sure there'll be a lot of thoughts in the chat. I'll be reading the chats. Remember, Prosecutor Michelle Doherty had some concerns that if we already get a verdict returned today, right? We know that we're going to go into Monday, starting the sentencing and penalty phase. Doherty's still prosecuting in the Alicia Andrews case, which has a scheduled hearing for Monday the 11th. With that being the case, if we have a verdict today, based on what Doherty and Michelle Cisco were saying, it seems like Michelle Doherty is going to end up asking for a continuance in the Alicia Andrews case. And the reason that's the case is because for the sentencing phase, a jury's still impaneled, it's still taking up their time. And when there's 2 judges, 2 proceedings in conflict, that's going to get the precedent.
Present, the state's present. And
here we go, guys.
that the jury has reached a verdict, correct? Yes, Your Honor. Okay, and I know that we have some audience members here, and I just want to remind everyone that regardless of what the verdict is, there are not to be any emotional outbursts. If you feel that you cannot contain yourself, then I would ask that you please remain outside. If you cannot contain your emotions, then you will be escorted from the courtroom and you will not be permitted back into the courtroom, okay? So, all right, very good. Let's bring in our jury.
Moment of truth. All right, so there's some more people in the gallery. Also, thank you so much, Christy, showing some love to the channel and gifting 5. Thank you so much. your final chance to get your votes in the poll in the YouTube chat, guys. And guilty, all 4 on top counts, is winning with 75%. Next is guilty, all 4, but some lessers, 16%. We have 3% not guilty, and then 6% some guilty, not everybody guilty.
All jurors are in there.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. All right, it is my understanding that the jury has reached their verdict. Is that correct? Okay, I would ask the foreperson of the jury to please hand the verdict forms to the bailiff. Okay, Madam Clerk, please publish the verdicts and do not read the name of the foreperson, okay? For the record, it's juror 157, initials CS. All right.
State of Florida versus Isaiah Jermaine Chance, case number 24 CF 11996A, trial division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged.
Done for all of it.
Did the state of Florida prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. So say we all, dated this 8th day of May. Foreperson of the jury, juror number 157, CS. State of Florida versus Sean Andre Gathright, case number 24 CF 11996C, trial division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, the defendant actually possessed a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense.
You did get a lesser.
During the commission of the offense, Did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 4, Gino Norris. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 5, victim Camilla Bentley. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 6. The defendant is guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged. So say we all dated this 8th day of May, 2026, jury number 157, CS, foreperson of the jury. State of Florida versus Rashad Trayvon Murphy, case number 24CF 11996D, trial division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. During the commission of the offense, the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 4, victim Gino Norris. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 5, victim Camilla Bentley. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. So say we all, dated this 8th day of May 2026, juror number 157, CS, foreperson of the jury. In the state of Florida versus Davion Murphy, case number 24CF11996E, trial division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. If during the commission of the offense, the defendant personally carried, display, used to threaten, threatened to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones, the defendant of conspiracy to commit murder, first degree, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of the criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 4, victim Gino Norris. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 5, victim Camilla Bentley. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. And during the commission of an offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. So say we all dated this 8th day of May 2026, juror number 157, CS, foreperson of the jury.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, members of the jury, I'm now going to ask you all the same question. I'm going to ask you if this was your true and correct verdict, okay? So I'm going to call you by your juror number and your initials. All right, juror number 9, initials DM. Is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 16, initials AM. Is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 19, initials LY. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 24, initials WW. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 32, initials CRP, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 47, initials AM, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 49, initials CG, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 78, initials AC, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 142, initials TL, is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 157, initials CS, is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 158, initials JH, is this your true and correct verdict? And juror number 167, initials JE, is this your true and correct verdict? All right, very good. So as the jury has found the defendants guilty of first-degree murder, this means we will
His face.
proceed to the penalty phase. We're going to start that Monday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, all right? So you all have not yet been discharged from your service as a juror. So therefore, you are not to discuss anything with anyone about this case. You're not to do any independent research. You're not to read, listen to, watch any news accounts related to this case. And then we will be done by Friday, next Friday, May 15th. So what I've been told from the attorneys as far as a proposed schedule, the case will get to you either Thursday or possibly Friday morning, Thursday afternoon or Friday morning for the penalty phase. Okay, very good. Thank you. We are concluded for today.
All rise.
All right, so let's run through that real quick because, if you weren't following that, I guess we can go through it one by one, but it's pretty much the same except for who was charged differently, right? So everybody is guilty of the first degree premeditated murder. That's the top level charge. All four were charged with that. Isaiah Chance was not charged with the attempted murders.
So I just was looking through
we
the
got more.
aggravators, and I just want to make sure. As to Davion Murphy, it would be the contemporaneous felony, correct? And then great risk of death to many persons, CCP, and criminal gang member, correct? All right, and then those four would also apply to Isaiah Chance and Rashad Murphy, correct? No.
No, not the knowing great risk or the contemporaneous.
Okay, so I'm looking at Rashad. It would be the contemporaneous conviction or previously convicted, great risk of death to persons, cold calculated premeditated, and criminal gang member. Isaiah Chance is committed cold calculated premeditated and criminal gang member, and Sean Gathright is a contemporaneous capital felony, great risk of death to many persons, and cold calculated premeditated, right? Okay. I also noted that the state had sought an enhancement as to Davion Murphy for prison releasee reoffender, correct?
Judge, we did, but we did not file that in the indictment, which I think is now required.
Okay, so, fine. So that's not gonna be part of the
It's not,
next.
Judge.
Okay. All right, so 1 o'clock on Monday, we will reconvene. And state will obviously go first, and then I believe, Mr. Hernandez, did you say you had a witness that had to testify Monday?
No, I think that's Ms. Finkelstein.
Oh,
But I do
okay.
have a question.
Yes.
to ask the court. Now, Your Honor, I found out this afternoon that my client's fiance, who was one of the witnesses listed, got arrested for violation of probation and is
Oh,
at
boy.
the Duval County Jail. So I'm trying to, my mitigation specialist has been trying since about 3:30 to see if we can set up a Zoom.
Okay.
Would be the best situation, but I
That's
don't
fine.
have an answer at this point. That's a concern. And then my doctor would like to be able to testify Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so then, Ms. Finkelstein, you've got a doctor that needs to testify Monday, correct?
It's not a doctor, it's a corrections
Okay.
expert who needs to testify Monday, so I'm happy to go first.
Okay, that's
And
fine.
state, we did talk, they agreed to through our witnesses, we were able to depose, we did a few depots over the break.
Okay.
While we were waiting, and they've agreed to allow the 3 people that we had kind of later notice for Zoom.
Okay.
So I guess I'll reach out to your assistant for a Zoom link.
Well, no, we'll just do the Zoom here, and then we'll have to depend on Deputy Martinez to get it all set up, but that's fine. So the bottom line is you'll be ready to go Monday with your witnesses?
Yes.
Okay, and then who's going to follow after Ms. Finkelstein? Mr. Petrides?
I also have a doctor that needs to go by Wednesday.
That's fine. So then I assume Monday, at least through Monday, we should get through Mr. Gathrigh's witnesses, and then we'll begin Tuesday morning with your witnesses, and then next up will be...
I'm fine with following, but I might ask if I'm having an issue with the Zoom matter to be able to call that witness on Wednesday.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Okay, very good. See you all Monday morning at 1 o'clock. Not Monday morning, Monday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right. So to clarify there, because I saw mixed names in the chat, from what I heard, I thought it was Daniel Hernandez, which is an attorney for Rashad. He's the one. Wasn't he the one speaking when he mentioned that his client's fiance was arrested? That sounded like Danny Hernandez's voice to me. So I assumed it was Rashad's fiance, although I do see the chat saying it's Davion. So maybe I'm wrong. But yes. So let's talk about the verdict here and wrap that up, because it was kind of a lot. So it's kind of the same thing, but if you weren't familiar with the indictment in this case, everybody was charged with first-degree murder of Charles Jones and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Charles Jones. We'll leave Isaiah Chance there. He didn't get charged with the attempted. The other three, and they were all convicted on the top level for those charges, all four. And we could just pull up tweets so we could put face to a name. Let's see. Next we had, even though they were showing, let's see. We had Sean Gathright next. Again, guilty of first-degree premeditated murder and conspiracy to commit the same for Charles Jones, Julio Foolio. But when we got to the lesser includeds, for Gino Norris, Xavier Edwards, and Camilla Bentley, right? When we say these attempted murder charges, those are the three other victims that we have these counts for. And the charge was attempted first-degree murder. And in closing, the theory of the state is they wanted to shoot this plan that they had all night. They wanted to shoot anybody that was in the entourage rolling with Julio Foolio. The jury didn't seem to agree with that theory, and it seems more like they said, yeah, well, they were extremely reckless in their attempt to shoot Charles Jones, but we don't really think that they were intentionally trying to shoot Gino Norris, Xavier Edwards, or Camilla Bentley. So for this grouping of the second-degree murder attempts, that's a lesser. They could have been convicted on first-degree murder attempts. But for each of them, as we go, who were facing these attempted murder, first-degree attempted murder charges, they all got the lesser of second-degree attempted murder. Then Sean Gathright. He was the only one that had this guilty of tampering with physical evidence. The state's theory was that he wiped down the car. He was trying to move the car, switch the cars out, and they found him guilty on that. The others weren't facing that charge. They had Davion on the screen while they were reading charges for Rashad Murphy. So, and then they went to Davion. So I swapped and did the right pictures in my recap, but just know while we were watching, they were showing Davion on the screen the whole time they were talking about Rashad. And then maybe it was the seat swap that confused them. And then we had jurors saying yes to all questions relating to whether they found that these crimes were committed in furtherance of a criminal street gang. And the reason I think that's important to highlight, sounds like they're just yesing everything, right? But the idea that we're about to enter this penalty phase where the state is seeking a death penalty recommendation for all four. And one of the things that they're going to argue as an aggravating circumstance that would justify such a recommendation is that this was part of criminal street gang activity. So jurors saying yes to this, I don't think is a good thing. And in Florida, if you haven't heard already, in Florida, there only needs to be 8 out of the 12 jurors saying that they find that the circumstances have been met and choose to recommend the death penalty. Now, a judge doesn't have to go with the jury's recommendation. And a judge cannot sentence someone to the death penalty if the jury does not, 8 out of 12, recommend the death penalty. And this is 2026. Florida's actually changed this a few times, so this could be different like a year from now, 2 years from now, and it was certainly different a few years ago. But as of right now, Florida wants 8 out of 12 of the jury pool to recommend the death penalty, and if they recommend it, then a judge can give that sentence. I would imagine that Judge Michelle Cisco would go for it if she's allowed to. Just saying, that's my opinion there. Housekeeping, you guys. And I have this, I'm gonna throw this up here. I have the window paused here on Davion Murphy's face like this. Like, oh no, oh no. But just housekeeping if you missed it there. Alicia Andrews has a hearing Monday morning. We're gonna be watching that over here. There could be a few things happening that day. There's still a couple outstanding motions and issues that are going to be argued, and maybe the judge will decide them all from the bench that day, who knows? And we'll learn more if they're going to proceed to sentencing for Alicia Andrews, or if there's going to be some type of relief granted that she was looking for, such as a new trial, or who knows. Since that's happening in the morning, that's where we heard this, hey, jury, come back at 1. Attorneys, we'll see you at 1. So it seems like Monday in the afternoon, 1 o'clock is when they're going to get back together to proceed with the penalty phase. And it's going to feel a little bit like a mini trial because everybody's going to be calling witnesses. But again, it's just to argue for or against the death penalty and whether or not jurors, you should recommend it because X, Y, Z, or you shouldn't recommend it because of X, Y, Z. We took a look yesterday. Isaiah Chance and Davion Murphy both have mental mitigation coming in. And what that means is they're going to be relying on, Davion Murphy's getting some brain scans. And for Isaiah Chance, he's relying on having ADHD and being, I'm forgetting the phrasing, even though I've said it a few times, but like borderline intellectually deficient is one of the arguments that Isaiah Chance's attorneys are going to raise. And they're going to say that those circumstances, they're not fully aware of what they're doing, at least in the moment that was happening. And it would, be a factor that the jury can consider in deciding, the death penalty shouldn't be recommended for those individuals. And all 4 teams will make their own arguments. So it's going to be like a miniature trial for the sake of deciding the sentencing recommendation. Other than that, I think that was all the housekeeping they just went through there. We do have a poll in the chat, so if you are watching this live, do I not? Oh, sorry, we don't have it because I never actually hit the start poll. So let's do that real quick. It's did the jury get it right? And we're going to keep it binary. We're going to keep it plain and simple. You've either got a yes or no. So if you think they didn't get it 100% right, if you think they should have gone for all the top charges and not done the lessers on the attempted murder, if you think somebody shouldn't have been convicted of one of the counts or should have been even more of a lesser, then you don't think they got it right. So just put no. If you think everything was right the way they did it, put yes. And I'll give you my opinion. I'm a little confused. I don't really like the tampering charge because I don't really think he wiped down the car that much. So I guess I would technically be a no on the poll. But I do really think it's meaningful that the jury chose the second degree murder, attempted murder as a lesser. And the reason I say that is if somebody's just going to go straight down the line, straight down the ballot, straight down the verdict slip, it's going to be the top charges. If they deviate from the top charge, to me that suggests they really thought about what was on the paper in front of them, thought about how to apply the law, figured that those elements weren't in play, or that the state didn't meet their burden in proving those elements. So I think it shows that the jury did some thoughtful deliberations there. And yeah, so I see some questions. Isn't first degree in Florida life? We have the death penalty here, which is why we're going to have this sentencing phase, because the prosecution is seeking the death penalty for all 4. So while a life sentence could be what's ultimately the result here, the death penalty could be an option if the jury agrees to recommend it. 8 out of 12. 8 out of 12. So, and yes, we have a verdict All 4 guilty on first-degree murder of Julio Jones and conspiracy to commit the same. Sean Gathright, who was the only one charged with the tampering, was found guilty on that tampering charge. And then for the 3 who were charged with the attempted first-degree murders, all 3, that's everybody except for Chance, was charged with those, were convicted on a lesser included of second-degree attempted murder. And the jury found that these crimes were all committed in furtherance of criminal street gang activity. So there we go. There we go, guys. There we go. Right? And I think I've said everything right. So I try to be careful not to misstate something. I have a bad habit of leaving the word attempted out when I say murder versus attempted murder, and it's not a good habit to have. So hopefully I got that right all the way along. For Alicia Andrews, she has a hearing on Monday. Remember, she was previously convicted of a lesser included of second-degree manslaughter. Not second-degree murder, but second-degree manslaughter. So she has a hearing on Monday. She's seeking some, reconsideration of certain motions. And if she's granted any relief, I mean, that relief could entail up to a new trial. If she's not granted relief, she will proceed to sentencing based on the current conviction. Sean crying. Let me see. Well, you guys love the drama, so let's go look at people cry. Okay, so this is before they sat for the jury. They read Isaiah Chance first, but he had less counts, so we can probably skip him pretty quick. Did he start right away?
The defendant is guilty. The jury finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. During
at the end?
Of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use...
All right, my bad. Thank you, chat. All right, let's work backwards from here. Oh, that's why you guys are saying he didn't even want to stand up. Good catch, you guys. I think I was typing out my final, housekeeping notes, so I wasn't looking at the screen. How can you guys tell it's so bright? Oh, okay, it's gonna zoom in. Oh wait, rewind more. All right, we have soon and some say go backwards. Then it's coming up. All right, so let's just watch this through and then we'll jump back 30 seconds before where we started. So we'll watch this and then we'll go back. We'll do it like a reverse circle. You guys are hilarious. Just start it from the beginning. We'll watch the entire day. Are they on Patritas for a while? Well, guess I could. It's just so hard, when the stream is so long, using this little toggle scrubber, I can't really see. It's not easy to jump. Oh, okay, I see it coming up. Here, I think here. Oh, so we didn't need to rewind because now he's sitting again, and this is what you guys thought it would be. Oh, wow. Well. The camera following all the way. All right, so that's where it ends. Yeah, so I didn't see that part at all. Maybe we just didn't keep playing it. Yeah, so thank you, chat. And chat had the whole like, no, you gotta go forward, you gotta go forward. You guys are right. Let's check the poll. That'll be how we wrap up. We'll see what you guys think. Did the jury get it right? Let me get over there. And you guys have 60 seconds, and I'm gonna close it. So if you want to get your vote in, you've got a minute to get it in. And then we'll see how we close it out. And guys, if you're tuning in late, we just had the verdict. If you want to see what happened, I mean, I summarized it like 3 times in the last probably 10 so minutes. So rewind like 25 minutes if you want to watch the reading. Rewind about 10 if you want just a quick summary. Guilty on all counts, but for anyone that had attempted murders in first degree, all of those became second degree as a lesser included. So, but it was first degree murder for Julio Jones and conspiracy to commit first degree murder. So, all right. So let's, final seconds, guys, ending the poll. Oh, and it just changed at the last minute. It was 90-10, and you guys slid it. Someone came in here, I guess maybe a few people would have been needed because there's 400 votes. And we had, did the jury get it right, is now yes at 89%. It was just 90. And now no is 11% instead of 10. So you guys bumped it a little bit in the final seconds there. And again, I think the most interesting thing about this verdict is that they did find that yes, anytime they were asked, yes, these crimes were committed in furtherance of a criminal street gang. I think it's really not a good sign for the defense teams for this penalty phase. But again, they get to put on their case. We have some mitigating evidence that's going to be presented as well. And I won't know more until we see it play out. So all four are facing death penalty here, you guys. With that being said, I want to check and see. Let me see. I saw that AV to the 7th Power had her verdict stream scheduled for 10, but I believe that was just a placeholder stream. So if she is live right now, let me see if she went live. I'm sure she got the news. Let's see. Oh no, she hasn't started. Oh, and I can't redirect to her. It's like it's just scheduled. So I'm assuming she'll go live at some point to talk about it. I was going to send us over there to tell you guys to raid, but that's not live. I see Jay Bronius is doing Courtney Clenny's airing of grievances. If you guys are interested in Courtney Clenny, you guys vote in the chat. Put the name of the topic. So Courtney Clenny, we have Nick Starr's doing Slightly Buzz. So put Slightly Buzz if you want to go to the Slightly Buzz Friday show. They talk about multiple legal topics. And we have Trial TV Live if you want to do more Julio Foolio. And I think I see Justice Served TV, but I can't see what topic they're doing. But I love them too. I think everything else I'm seeing is not like legal related. Andrea Burkhart is covering Tyler Robinson updates. So I see Courtney, of course. Let's see. Courtney Clenny, you guys, is the OnlyFans model that is accused of, and she's taking an affirmative defense. So she's saying she did it, but she's saying she had justification for it. If you forgot what that trial was, it's been like 1,000,000 years she's been waiting trial. That's the OnlyFans model. So I see a lot of votes here for Courtney. I see a trial TV take here. I think Courtney's winning. So we're gonna do Clenny, you guys, but trial TV live is also going. If you want to continue the Julio Foolio fun, this will automatically take you over to the Courtney Clenny. And I'm going to drop a link to trial TV in the chat. If you want a way over there, hit the link. And I'm going to hit the end button, and we will see you guys Monday for Alicia Andrews first, and then we'll start doing the penalty phase as a separate stream at 1 p.m. Eastern on Monday. Alicia Andrews is scheduled to start at 8:30, but sometimes that really only means 9 a.m. So 8:30, 9 a.m. See you guys bright and early Monday if you want to watch Alicia Andrews' hearing. So thank you so much, you guys. Thank you for participating in the poll, sharing all your thoughts, and see you next week. Bye, guys. Happy Mother's Day to any mothers out there as well.